The Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry-Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey.
That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick.
What's going on?
Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop.
But this is a jewelry store.
Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct.
But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too.
Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct. With unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry, it's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back.
August 24th and 25th is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, get up to 50% off select composite decking and railing. Plus, get an extra 5% off every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. 5% off or subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clareton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams went 0-2 and they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Friday! Hooray! My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. So we got some good news. A good beginning to a 4-game weekend series. The Pirates beat the Cincinnati Reds yesterday. And that makes me extra happy. I'll tell you why. Paul Skeens did his thing. Pitched some scoreless innings, and Pirates shut out the Reds eventually 7-0. Props to Ben Hullard, too. Pitched 2 innings, and Hunter Stratton pitched 1 there. 5 hits given up by the Pirates in total. Skeens, 9 strikeouts over 6 innings, 2 hits given up, 1 walk. So he was, I'd say, more efficient. That was the most efficient he's been in his last few starts, so that's good to see. I also know that I rarely tweet about umpires, but I felt inclined to just share my thoughts on Larry Vanover yesterday. He was the home plate umpire. He was just calling pitches like 3 inches off the plate outside to hitters, and it was rough. But Paul Skeens benefited from that too, and at least it was mostly for both sides. So, both teams were frustrated and given looks. So that was entertaining in its own right. But the Pirates, I'm excited that they were able to win because now this is just 1 game in the series. I get that. But I hope that the Pirates can take this series from the Reds and take a series from the Cubs as well. I'm starting to think a little bit far out ahead because the Pirates have fallen so far behind in these last few games that they've played in. But I feel like the Pirates, and this is me going back to blind optimism. This is what I do. I love baseball, so I want to love the Pirates and hope for the best. I feel like the Pirates have been and are, I'll go as far to say, are better than the Reds and the Cubs this season, which is why I want them to win these series, because the Pirates can catch those 2 teams, and I think that that's a short-term goal that they should strive for and take baby steps. I feel like the Pirates have played better than those teams and have played better than where they are in the standings right now. That's just what happens when you lose 10 in a row, though. And I'll be talking about that until they counter those losses and get back somewhere toward the middle of the standings. And you see that Reds team, and you looked at the Reds team yesterday, and you're like, they're nothing crazy. Right, they don't look all that special. I remember Elly De La Cruz was a fascinating conversation piece as well, and Jeff Hathorn did this on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Pella Windows yesterday, and the TV broadcast that I watched last night illustrated that as well. How many errors Elly De La Cruz has made at the shortstop position as well. So it's not like O'Neal Cruz is the only player that is struggling massively, even though there's a lot of talent and potential there. So that kind of made me feel a little bit better, too, because I think we all were trying to compare O'Neal Cruz to Elly De La Cruz early on, and we thought that just because Elly De La Cruz was exciting and pulling the Reds to some sort of success, that the Reds were just automatically better as an organization than the Pirates. And then you look at the statistics for both players, and they're similar. I mean, entering yesterday, they had the same batting average. Like, they are very close. De La Cruz has actually made more errors at shortstop than O'Neal Cruz. So it's not like the Reds are doing anything extra special in their scouting department or performing much better than the Pirates are, which is why I'm glad they won, which is why I'm glad the Pirates won yesterday. It's just one win contributing toward proving that the Pirates are indeed a better team than some of these other NL Central teams, and just one bad stretch playing the National League's best cost them leverage in the standings. So that was an inspiring win yesterday. I hope it continues. And Paul Skeens was inspiring as well. Again, I think a nice bounce-back start from him. Not that he's been terrible in his starts, but he seemed like he was losing efficiency in a few of his last starts. And this game, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts, and just 2 hits given up. I think a solid start from him, so that's rather inspiring. You can join the conversation anytime, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X as well, at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Talk to me. We'll have a conversation. We'll also talk about the Steelers a lot, too, today, because I want to react to some things that Mike Tomlin said, specifically about playing time for everybody on the roster for this game tomorrow against the Detroit Lions. So if you want to call, talk about the Steelers or the Pirates, 412-928-9370. That's the number to do that at. And if you'd prefer to type at me instead of talk to me, that's fine as well. Again, just on X. That's Callas_33. All right, to the phone lines. You got a caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Greg. How you doing this morning?
Good to hear from you, Greg. I'm doing all right. I'm feeling good. What's on your mind?
The Pirates.
Okay.
The Pirates got Paul Skeens, okay?
Yes.
Now, the general manager and the owner of the team has dropped the ball on everything except Paul Skeens. We got one of the saddest teams in the National League and the American League teams. It's because of the general manager and the owner not wanting to pay out no money, trying to give good players food stamps, and you cannot live off of food stamps. You got to live off of money. And once those two understand that, the Pirates have a much better team. We got one of the saddest teams around, but we got a hell of a pitcher named Paul Skeens. That's all we have.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, Greg, you call in with a similar refrain all the time, which is fine. You can voice your opinion, and I like hearing from you. I mean, sometimes you bring up good points. That one I'm still not. I have this conversation all the time, and you could say the same thing to me, and I'll just rebut back. I think that the Pirates make smart decisions, or they have recently made smart decisions with how they have distributed money. They've given Brian Reynolds a $100 million contract. They paid Mitch Keller to be committed to the Pirates over the next 5 years for $77 million. Before I think they knew anything about Key Brian Hayes' perpetual back injuries, they gave him, as a young player, a healthy and secure contract. So, and I mean, the acquisitions at the deadline, too, I mean, think about how those are working out. Ben Jerrington was criticized about his ability to, I guess his lack of an ability to assess offensive talent, and you saw, Brian De La Cruz struggled at first. He had a pretty good game yesterday, but Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, he has been spectacular for the Pirates. He's been a great leadoff hitter and a great addition to this team. So, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say right now that the general managing or the lack of spending that may be perceived is a problem with this team. I just can't go. I can't get there. I can't. Before there are years past, recently this decade, where you could have made that argument, and you know, if I were on this show, I would have agreed with you. I'd have been like, hey, this is not a good look. Now though, they've done it. They've backed up their early on years there in the Ben Cherington era to say that, okay, we're developing players first, and then we're going to spend money, and they have indeed spent money. They've given players healthy contracts. So I hate getting that argument over and over again. I don't think that that's a problem. I think that there are players that have had success in their careers that have not executed, and I think that there have been some decisions that Derek Shelton has made as manager this year that have cost the Pirates wins. He's made some good decisions in some games, but he's also made some poor decisions in games, and I think that there could be some responsibility held for the coaches, too, not bringing out the best in these players to get them to perform like they have in seasons past and meet reputations that they had coming into playing for the Pirates. So there's a lot of factors in there, and I don't think that money right now is one of them. But, I appreciate the perspective, but I will respectfully disagree. 412-928-9370. Call me, talking Pirates, talking Steelers this morning. Pirates won 7-0 yesterday against the Reds in the first game of 4 in this weekend series at PNC Park. And I'll kind of pivot to the Steelers a little bit. We'll still talk Pirates. I mean, we'll go back and forth. That's kind of what I do on this show sometimes, just take conversations back and forth, whatever you're in the mood to talk about. But this is something that I wanted to address because there's been a lot of speculation made about Mike Tomlin saying that if a if a player's healthy, that player will play in this coming game against the Detroit Lions. Final preseason game of this NFL season. And so I don't love it. Just to give my first just kind of assessment, I'm not a giant fan of all players playing at all. Now, Mike Tomlin, there's one perspective out there, or the perspective that Mike Tomlin wants you to think about most, which is that the Steelers. The Steelers haven't performed well enough in the preseason, and they were embarrassed in last week's game against the Bills, and so this is the I'm not even going to say it's a punishment, but this is how the players are being held accountable. If the starting players, if team one, right, the first team guys, if they perform well enough, they will earn getting off the field and not risking injury. If they don't play well enough and they're getting embarrassed again, the starters are going to play longer. So I understand the logic. The way that he tries to make it make sense. I mean, it does make sense. I'm with Adam Crowley from what he said yesterday about, how the Steelers are trying to outsmart other teams doing training camp, like tackling way early, and they've suffered a lot of injuries, and just I don't quite get it. I guess I can align with the argument that, like, okay, well, even if players, didn't tackle early on, they would get hurt at some other point in the season. It's, which might be true. I don't think so, though. I think if you warm up properly, you'll be ready for week one and limit your body's injuries. I can tell you just from playing basketball the other day how important, stretching and warming up is, because when you go from 0 to 100, you wake up sore the next day or you get hurt in game. And I woke up sore the next day from playing basketball. But I can understand from an NFL perspective, like, you got to warm up properly, and I don't know if always just smashing pads early on, excessively early on, is beneficial. And, I mean, the Steelers are dealing with a lot of crucial injuries. They're not built to lose players, and already they lost, not for a significant amount of time, but Roman Wilson, a wide receiver they're going to have to rely on, a draft pick, guy coming into his rookie season, may not play early on because, he got hurt. Peyton Wilson, I believe, went down with an injury. I hope I get this guy right. I get the brothers mixed up. Nate Herbig, the center. He has been, it is Nate Herbig. He went down with what is now a season-ending injury. So that's a lot of. So now you only have Zach Frazier to rely on, and he's your rookie. And he has a lot of upside, and he seems like he's performing well. But still, what if Zach Frazier goes down now? Who's going to play center? Are you going to do another fill-in guy? Another way too young guy in there, an inexperienced player. You know what I mean? They're just not set up for to be playing around with excessive aggression at this point. They don't have a strong wide receiver core. Their line is... Oh, yeah, Fautanu went down, too. So, yeah, their line is not looking great. And so... Not looking great because of injury, not because the players aren't talented. So it's a touchy situation, and I have to agree. I'm not a big fan of this overdoing it. It could be called. I mean, it's not quite overdoing it, but it's borderline. It's not like it's reaping any benefits. You've lost a lot of key players now to injury, and they may come back soon, but they may not. And one player is out for the season, Nate Herbig, out for the season with his injury. So. Not great is all I have to say. Not totally in agreement. And I think that when you get into this final game, I mean, you can have a dress rehearsal. There are certain players that should not play in this game, though, like Najee Harris. Jaylen Warren is hurt. So Najee Harris should not play in this game. You need Najee Harris to be the leading running back coming into this season. You cannot afford to lose him. I think it would be stupid to play him. Seems like he's going to play, though. T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward on the defensive side. They are older players. T.J. Watt has had a couple nasty injuries over the last couple years. Don't want that. Cam Hayward, same reason. He is getting old, and he dealt with injuries recently. So don't play those guys, I would say. Russell Wilson, I think that because he didn't play in the first week of the preseason, that you want him to play, so I agree with that. And getting Justin Fields more reps maybe in the second half would make sense. Give them equal time, give Russell Wilson time to manage at least half a game. I'd even say maybe a little bit longer than that for him, but you also do want to watch him because he is also an older fella. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to play everybody who is healthy, and maybe he's just saying that because he's Mike Tomlin, but also he could be telling the truth, and we'll never know because do we trust Tomlin all the time? I don't. What do we know? If what he said is true, I don't think it's the best decision. I guess we'll just have to see tomorrow, but just the sentiment of let's play everybody, not in agreement with that. Not with how many guys you've lost so far to injury, and that is something that bothers me for sure, is that the Steelers sometimes they try to outsmart other teams. They try to act like they're smarter than everybody else, and it hasn't yielded results. So, not that you always want to follow the standard that everybody else sets, but if what you're doing isn't working and not yielding results, maybe it's okay to just, do the universal thing and not get your players hurt and set yourself up for the most success coming into a season. Steelers and Lions, 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's final NFL preseason game of the year. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. I'll take your comments, your reactions. Have a conversation with me. That's what we're doing for the next 10 or so minutes here on the Fan Early Morning Show. I got a quick break. I'll come back, and we'll talk more. Fan Early Morning Show is right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Brett Lewis with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The final week of the preseason kicked off as the Bears beat the Chiefs 34-21. Neither Patrick Mahomes nor Caleb Williams played as both teams rested starters. Before the game, Kansas City signed center Creed Humphrey to a 4-year, $72 million extension, making him the highest-paid center in the league. In Thursday's other preseason game, Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson threw a touchdown, but also threw a pick six as the Colts beat the Bengals 27-14. Joe Burrow did not play for Cincinnati. In other news, the Falcons signed cornerback A.J. Terrell to a 4-year, $81 million extension. The deal includes $65.8 million, effectively fully guaranteed, making Terrell the second highest paid corner in NFL history, per NFL insider Ian Rappaport. The Commanders traded wide receiver Jahan Dotson in a 2025 fifth-round pick to the Eagles for a 2025 third-round pick and 2 seventh-rounders. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
There are any number of reasons you might consider selling your home. To move closer to family, live within a smaller budget, or just wanting a change of scenery. Whatever your reasons, having to figure out all the various housing market trends in your area may not be what you signed up for. That's where an agent who is a realtor comes in. Realtors have the expertise to help you find the right price and navigate the process to sell your home in a way that's right for you. That's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Possible snag in the start of the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Window Nation. An earlier overnight accident had closed Bigelow Boulevard between Washington Place and Heron Avenue. Watch for a lot of restrictions in that area as a result. Also, the closure of Route 51 in both directions between Crane Avenue and Woodruff Street will be extended until next Thursday as crews have run into some utility issues there. Also, if you're traveling I-79, watch for restrictions in both directions for overnight work around the Parkway West interchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrili here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I'm only going to be with you for like another minute. So, just kind of talking about the Steelers and the Pirates. Pirates won yesterday. Happy about that. Like I said, I think the Pirates are a better team than the Cincinnati Reds. And I'm glad that yesterday they were able to show it. I'm glad that Paul Skeens was able to be extra efficient in the 6 innings he pitched. Struck out 9 batters, gave up 2 hits, no runs. Pirates shut out the Reds 7-0. Just an inspiring win, and I hope that the Pirates can win this series and prove that they're better than the Reds, and maybe hop a little higher in the standings and get out of last place. Not a good look for them. I think that 10-game losing streak really hurt them. I think it made them look worse than they are, and that's my opinion, at least as compared to the Reds and the Cubs. I think the Pirates are better than those teams. They just haven't been playing like it recently, and they've run into some tough teams, and that's still no excuse to lose 10 in a row, but you get what I mean. And the Steelers, they play tomorrow at 1 o'clock, final preseason game of the year against the Detroit Lions. So that's exciting. More football. Love to see it. And the one thing that I said, though, is that I didn't necessarily agree with Tomlin talking about how he's going to have everybody play who is healthy. That doesn't seem like a great idea to me, but what do I know? I'm not a head coach, so we move on. But I'm looking forward to watching more football tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to the Pirates having an opportunity now to beat the Reds again tonight. They play the Reds again tonight, game 2 of the 4-game series. So pretty ambitious. That's not the right word. Anxious. Excited. I'll just use the word excited. I'm excited about this weekend in sports for these Pittsburgh teams here. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 81, low of 53. Clear skies throughout the day. Tomorrow, high of 87, low of 56. More clear skies expected. Going to be a nice weekend, so get out there, enjoy sports, and enjoy the weather. Enjoy what looks like it's going to be a pretty solid weekend. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with just Adam Crowley. Well, he'll probably talk to me a little bit too, but that comes up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get a behind-the-scenes look at the Aliquippa football program. KDKA 100.1 FM and AM 1020 and Saloni's Italian Bakery present Inside Camp Aliquippa on KDKA High School Sports YouTube channel. Catch interviews with players, staff, and prominent members of the Quips community. Presented by Saloni's. Join us on Saturday, September 7th at Highmark Stadium for an Out of the Darkness community walk. Funds raised will benefit the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Register for the walk or make a donation at afsp.org/Pittsburgh. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free tots. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Save More Beer in Squirrel Hill.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday Morning Rush hitting some snags. This report brought to you by Zero Res. We did have an earlier overnight accident that had closed Bigelow Boulevard between Washington Place and Heron Avenue. Just watch for some possible restrictions in there as a vehicle took out some utility poles and wires. Also, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing that the HOV lanes are now open alongside the Parkway North, and the closure of Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard between Woodruff Street and Crane Avenue will be extended until next Thursday due to some unforeseen utility relocation issues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Doran out today. He will be back on Monday. It's a Friday. Steelers play tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We're going to have some fun today. Callis, how you doing?
Great. Good morning. It's good morning.
You were jacked up.
I'm stumbling over my words today. I felt like I came into this morning with an abundance of confidence, and now it's being shattered.
Overconfidence, perhaps?
No.
Cockiness?
I'm excited. I'm glad the Pirates won yesterday.
Skeens.
Yeah, and I want to watch football tomorrow, and I'm not agreeing with Tomlin's decisions. That's pretty much it, but I was talking too fast because I don't know why. I'm just in that mood this morning.
You're just jacked up. It's a Friday. You got a lot to get into a short show, and you wanted to get it all in. I understand that. We'll get into Tomlin's decisions right off the top. It's going to be 90 to 95% football on today's show, but we are going to have to talk about Skeens. Not just yesterday's performance, but full form what he's done this year. And when you start comparing him to pitchers around Major League Baseball, you can make a legitimate argument that he is the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Also, the Penguins made a trade. They got rid of their number one prospect. Good trade, bad trade. What's it tell us about Kyle Dubas? We'll get into that as well. But I am in a tremendous mood, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yeah?
I am in a tremendous mood. I have not been this happy in a long time because a week from today, I'm going to Morgantown, you know?
Okay.
And I have told the listeners about my struggles there. How we got tickets, we got our tailgate planned out for the big Penn State game, but we kind of fell short on one tiny smidge, little detail, the hotel. And all the hotel prices through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And so my buddy booked a hotel room in Waynesburg, which is,
I remember you
it's 30 minutes away from Morgantown.
Love Waynesburg.
Waynesburg, great place. You know, I visited Waynesburg.
Oh, yeah?
Before I went to WVU. I visited some campuses. Waynesburg, Cal U at the time. I think they're Penn West now or whatever. Went to Indiana, University of Pennsylvania. Checked in over there. I saw Waynesburg. Very nice campus. People are calling it the Syracuse of Pennsylvania, because of all the broadcasters that have been pushed out, primarily to 93.7 The Fan. But anyhow, Waynesburg, not the place you want to stay if you want to have a good time in Morgantown, because you're going to have to pay $40 for an Uber, or I was going to have 0 beers, because I don't mess with that, and schlep really, my friend to Waynesburg at like 2 a.m. on what's going to be Saturday morning. Not ideal. yesterday I get a text from a friend, guy I knew in high school, guy I went to college with, and he said, "Oh, forecast for Saturday not looking good. Could be thunderstorms." What happened?
Oops.
You're working on technical difficulties over there.
I hit a wrong button.
And you hit a button. So, I get this text from my friend who says, "That's going to be thunderstorms potentially on Saturday." I said, "Ah, crap." But then I took a shot in the dark. His name is Adam. I said, "Adam, you don't happen to have a place for me and my buddy Tommy to stay in Morgantown on Friday night, do you?" And he said, "Yes, actually. I'm staying in a motel. I got an extra bed. If you don't mind sharing a bed with your buddy, you can stay with me. It's going to wind up costing a fourth of the price. I'm staying in Morgantown, Callis. Hooray!" I know that doesn't do anything for you. It probably does absolutely nothing for the listening audience, but I am extremely excited about it.
You found a cheap way to stay in Morgantown. That's not shocking.
It's not even the cheap. Like, I would be willing to pay exactly what we're paying in Waynesburg, if not a little bit more. It just so happens to be cheaper. But this idea of checking into a hotel on Friday and then driving to Morgantown from Waynesburg on Friday and then driving back to Waynesburg on early Saturday morning only to go back to Morgantown the next day, it's so friggin' stupid. So dumb.
I'd give anything to go back to Waynesburg, so that seems dramatic.
You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do for you?
What?
I'll drive through Waynesburg on the way just to say hello.
Yay!
I'm excited.
Let's go.
Texter, this is the time of year when I start to get mad that the Pirates are on your air. I'd rather listen to literally anything else. Well, Paul Skeens pitched. Struck out 10. Somebody also texted in, Callis crushed the early morning show. So congratulations to you, Harry.
I'm great.
For doing a wonderful thing. So that had me in a good mood. My wife was going from bank to bank yesterday because we need to get a different kind of savings account, higher interest, whatever. I'm bad at all that stuff. And she comes in yesterday. She's trying to tell me about all that. And I said, guess what? I'm staying in Morgantown. And I think she wanted to punch me in the face. Because she's doing all this legwork, doing something that's actually important in our lives, something that's actually important that might grow our money. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's great, but let me tell you about me staying in Morgantown. Jacked up. People saying, don't be cheap, Crown Man. It's not about being cheap. These hotels.
I mean,
Callis, I'm telling you, these hotels, we're talking $850 for one night on the low end. And there's like 3 of those, and then it goes immediately to $1,000 a night.
Sounds expensive for a hotel.
Very expensive. And hey, I'm not going to.
Why does Morgantown have expensive hotels?
Because there's a game the next day, Callis. Supply, demand, things of that nature. Economics 101.
And so you didn't want to.
Well, I'm an idiot. I didn't book the hotel when we bought the tickets or got the tickets.
Yeah.
And if I would have, it would have been cheaper. But we see this all the time. When it's Steelers schedule release day, that morning, you go online. Let's say you want to fly out to Las Vegas, cheap flights. When you find out the Steelers are in Las Vegas again for a road game, flights go through the roof. Hotels go through the roof. That's just the way it works. And I understand it. That's business. Because people are willing to pay. But I'm not like people. And I ain't paying.
If I'm seeing through what you're saying, it sounds like...
I think you're having a comprehension issue, but let's find out here, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you planned poorly ahead of time.
100%.
And so you tried to bail yourself out by taking advantage of somebody else's kindness.
That's right, yeah. But I did say I would buy all their beers that night. And in the morning for the tailgate. I will supply beer. You supply me a bed. I will pay you for the bed. But I'm going to return his kindness in kind. Problem is, not a very nice hotel. It's actually a motel. And there's going to be 4 of us in there and only 2 beds. But we'll figure all that out.
See, you just keep adding details.
We'll figure it all out. I just got to make sure I don't pee on anything.
Yeah.
That's the next goal.
Yeah. We got a tailgate for the Backyard Brawl. We were talking about that last week.
Mm-hmm.
and Doran wants to take us down because he's got his VIP parking because he works the games. But I
want to bring your vehicle, yeah.
I do, because it was meant for things like this. I also want to drive it on the beach while I have it at some point. I don't know if there's any beaches. If there's a portion of Lake Erie I can go up and drive it on, but definitely tailgating. I want to turn my spare tire compartment into one of those ice chests, and we can provide people with some beverages and say, hey, come play. I have some pit cornhole boards.
Wow.
So the roof comes off my car, or it's sunglass, whatever it is, sky glass in the back. So a lot of cool stuff. I can put my back seats in reverse so you can see out the trunk because it's like a
what?
It's like a tailgate, that comes down. It's a great car.
I'm excited about that.
I'm
way excited about that. You and I have never tailgated together, not really.
Exactly.
Went to the Pirates opening day, but we didn't tailgate.
The side doors open clamshell, big truck style. I mean, so there's no B-pillar, so it's just open space. When you open the doors, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do.
So that's why. I think it was meant for adventures like that.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect.
So, if you wouldn't mind. Do you know how many things are scheduled on September 14th, by the way, that I had to reject because I'm going to the game with you?
No.
One of my guys is having a fight night. He's starting a business. And he wanted me to go, and I said no.
Is this like Brad Pitt Fight Club? Is it in a basement? You beat the hell out of each other?
No. It's legit. It's
okay.
Legit. Yeah. Amateur fighters, or amateur semi-pro guys. I forget exactly who's all fighting, but it's a cool event. And then there's there's a family party going on that day for the Calluses that I won't be at, and Bethel Park scheduled a job fair that I'm usually supposed to run social media for. Can't do it.
Told him he can't?
Can't do it.
Good. That's priorities being where they're supposed to be. When you've got one of the great rivalries in college football in our backyard, you can't do anything else. You just got to go to that. People are absolutely crushing me on the text line. Penn State fans, people saying I'm cheap, all kind of this, all kind of that. Penn State fans, there's at least 6 of them on the text line saying West Virginia's going to lose. That's fine that you say that, and Vegas would agree. I mean, Penn State opened a 14-point favorite. They're now down to an 8-point favorite. Something brewing there in Morgantown. But that's besides the point. We'll talk maybe about the game next week. Doran will be back. We'll do a whole college football thing probably on Friday. Pitt kicks off their season, and obviously we're the flagship home of the Pittsburgh Panthers. We could talk about the games. The best part of college football is everything else. It's the pageantry. It's the band. It's the tailgating. It's the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the community. That's the best stuff. And that's why I'm so excited for Friday night and why I'm so excited for Saturday morning. I full-on expect to be disappointed come 3:45 on Saturday afternoon.
We talked about that yesterday.
Right, but there's this thing that you've been missing for 9 months, and it's back? That's the best. And you only get it for 3 months. Now, depending on college football playoff stuff, we're going to have a full month of college football playoff this year, and I could not be more excited about that. And then that's going to roll right into a full month of NFL playoffs? Oh, it's going to be the best 2-month stretch, potentially, in playoff history. I'm just throwing that out there. That's all well and good. College football has the longest offseason. And it's not just about sitting down on your couch and watching a game for 3 hours, then getting on your merry way. No, it's about the cultural element of it. And for that, I can't be more excited. Like tailgating the Penn State game, tailgating with you, hanging out with Doran. That's the fun stuff. People are asking, hey, what kind of car do you drive?
Am I allowed to say it?
Yeah.
Okay. Honda Element.
I don't know why you wouldn't be allowed to say it. So there you go. Get yourself one in time for the Backyard Brawl tailgate.
They're special, though, because they don't make them anymore. They were discontinued in 2011. Then they're one of the most rare cars on the street. And I found one. And that's the one that actually had a lot of problems that I bought from that shady dealership.
Yeah, and then you figured it all out.
Yeah.
Texter, this is the stuff that drives me nuts. Crowley, you have 2 children now. Maybe it's time to stop thinking about how drunk you can get at a college football game.
I don't agree with that.
I'm leaving after the game.
Yeah.
I get a one-night pass. I'm going to meet up with some buddies.
One-night pass?
I get a one-night pass.
That means something different, I think.
Oh. I get a one-night pass to go hang out in Morgantown.
There you go.
And my wife said you can either stay after the game overnight into Sunday, or you can stay overnight Friday into the game on Saturday. And so I said, I'm doing Friday because the darn thing's a noon kick, and I get to see my college friends. What's the big deal? And then guess what? Saturday, we ain't drinking. I'm going to go. I'm going to watch a game. I'm going to eat a lot of meat, I'm guessing. Have a couple of cold Dasani waters, and I'm going to drive home after the game because I'm a responsible adult. This is what you're not allowed to have a couple of beers with your buddies on a Friday night that you only get to see once a year. This is where people take stuff to the extreme. Just relax.
I'm going to eat a lot of meat.
I'm going to crush meat.
Just why do you say things like you
There's
do?
this my aunt works at a fine clothing establishment in Morgantown. It's called Daniel's Men's Store. My aunt, two of my aunts work there. Wonderful women. They have a big old food truck come into their place with the best brisket you're ever going to have. So I'm going to get some meat. I'm going to crush it, probably on Friday and on Saturday. And I'm going to be a responsible adult. You can be a responsible adult and have a couple of beers with your buddies that you get to see once a year. People suck. I can't stand that. What, because you have 2 kids, you're not allowed to have a couple of beers? Get the hell out of here. Oh, man, did they strike a nerve with that one. I didn't say I'm taking a bottle of Captain to the face. Right? Like, I didn't say I'm going to drink a whole batch of Tennessee's finest whiskey. Good God, people.
Whiskey's the first drink I ever had. I don't think it was from Tennessee, though. Side note. I'm still stuck on you saying you have a one-night. Yeah, one-night pass means something.
I didn't say hall pass.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Just a one-night pass. That's the thing. The thing is...
Well, that could mean anything still, too.
When you have kids, you got to get some time away. That's all. But I don't abuse that. I'm going to go for a night. They'll probably be happy that I'm gone for a night. It's no big deal.
Yeah, pretty soon, and then they'll be going off to college soon enough, and you'll be all sad that you didn't.
Yeah, well, this is where
you went to a WVU game. They're clearly going to lose instead of spending time with them.
But will they cover? A lot of people are now taking my side on this. Having 2 kids is even more reason to be excited about drinking with old friends. Yeah, and I can't do it the way I used to. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to find probably the quietest bar we can in Morgantown. That'll be tough. But we're going to find the quietest bar in Morgantown so we can actually converse. Hey, how's your kids? Oh, you going to get engaged anytime soon? What's going on with your house? You put any new shingles up? How about you call my friends at Gherkin Roofing? Let's talk about our 401ks. All the while, we'll drink like 3 or 4 light beers. It ain't that serious. Anyhow. Really got me there. Just sucked me in. And now what?
I'm excited to tailgate. I'll say it again.
No, you can't be. You can't be.
Okay, I'm not coming.
If you tailgate, then you are a bad person because one day you might have kids. That guy
I get it.
That guy sounds like he's an absolute blast at parties. Anyhow, thank you for listening to the show, Texter who struck a nerve. Coming up in 15 seconds, the quintessential cliche trite conversation. Who should play in the final Steelers preseason game and who shouldn't play in the Steelers' final preseason game? And what did Mike Tomlin have to say about all of that? 15 seconds back.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the Fan.
Our mindset regarding this game is kind of a unique one, probably. because we're trying to get the best of both worlds. This is our third preseason game, and historically the third preseason game has been a dry rehearsal, if you will, for the regulars, and we have that mentality. That's why we did the simulation work week. But also it has some characteristics of the old fourth preseason game, because it's the last opportunity for some men to state a case for themselves, to find jobs, to define roles, to show what they're capable of. But we got a desire maybe to move on from some known regulars rather quickly to provide an opportunity for others to show what they're capable of in respect to the old fourth preseason game model. And so we'll manage it. We'll play it by ear. A lot of our transitional things in terms of the amount of play that people will get will be determined by quality of play of individuals and of units. And so, I know you guys will probably have questions about how we intend to distribute reps, and that's why I took the time to kind of outline it. It's not etched in stone. We want our regulars to find some rhythm, to use it as a dry rehearsal, but then we want to move on and provide as many opportunities as we can for others to show what they're capable of.
All right, good morning, everybody. Happy to have you on this Friday, and a jam-packed Friday we've got for you. Brian Batko, Post-Gazette, Steelers writer at 7. Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette at 8 o'clock. These guys are all over the Steelers. I got different stuff to talk to each of them about. Looking forward to it. Bob Pompiani going to be on the call tomorrow, 1 p.m. on Channel 2. And then Dan Zangrilli, he's got the KDKA High School Football Classic tonight and tomorrow. He's doing play-by-play. We'll talk to him at 9:35. Tons of football. Paul Skeens great yesterday, and the Penguins made a trade. So a jam-packed, and I dare say fun, Friday show planned for you. And Mike Tomlin talked so long there that the music ran out. And he did so, and you heard him at the end. I am going to tell you now what I'm going to do, because I know you're going to have questions. Basically there, if you're reading between the lines, I'm going to tell you so you don't ask me, so I don't have to talk to you as long as you want me to talk to you. But Mike Tomlin's looking at this game tomorrow against the Lions as a dress rehearsal of sorts. Now, Dan Campbell's Mr. Bite Your Kneecaps Off, Mr. Hard Nose, Mr. Tough Guy, has done a great job changing that culture in Detroit. Can you believe that? Detroit's where they are, and the Steelers are where they are. He's not playing his guys tomorrow. He's not looking at this as a dress rehearsal. So you're going to see the Steelers starters against backups for the Lions. Couple things there. One, it better mean you perform well offensively. Russ Wilson better be throwing strikes. Broderick Jones better not be getting pushed around. If George Pickens plays, I want to see him make plays. Pat Freiermuth, Van Jefferson, your ones against their not ones, the offense can't look the way that it's looked the last two games. Can't happen. I don't want to make too much of those first two games, and I think we've threaded that needle appropriately here on the Fan Morning Show. There are reasons for concern, but there's not reasons, I don't think, for panic. This game's different to me, though. They've game planned a little bit for this game. They ran a mock week this week for the game. This was not just, or is not just going to be a dress rehearsal game. It's been a dress rehearsal week. And so when you got all that going for you, and they're playing nobody, you have to go out there and do some good things. And if they don't, it might not be panic time on Monday, but we'll be getting at least closer to panic time. So who needs to play? Who doesn't need to play? 412-928-9370. That's how you get in touch with the show on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's also the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can tweet me at _Adam Crowley, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Does Russ Wilson need to play? I think Mike Tomlin was kind of hypocritical in his comments yesterday. He was asked about Cordero Patterson and if he needs to see that guy return kicks. And he said no, because his resume speaks for itself. But Russ Wilson needs to play? Doesn't Russ have a resume that also speaks for itself? So a little double talk little hypocriticalness from Mike Tomlin yesterday. I will say that, yeah, I do think Russ needs to play, however. You need to see something out of him. You need to see what he looks like when the offense is as close to looking like a regular season offense as it will in any of these 3 games. I mentioned their game planning for this one a little bit. I think that means that they'll show a little bit more offensively. They're not going to let all their secrets, all their cats out of the bag. You're not going to see a bunch of avant-garde or creative stuff. But I do think you might see Russ Wilson get out there on the edge on a boot. You might have him running naked. You might see Russ have decisions to make in the running game. What I mean by that is RPO stuff, maybe. You might get to see some read option, maybe. And I want to see that. Because it seems to me, just hearing Arthur Smith from earlier in the week, that if it were up to the coaching staff, Russell Wilson would not have played the last preseason game. Because they do want to be careful with him in that calf. Well, now it's time to get that bubble wrap off him and see what he can do and if he's fully able to operate this offense. So I would say, yeah, Russ does need to play. But not a lot. Not a lot. Series or 2, not beyond a quarter. And Mike Tomlin says that the performance is going to dictate how long guys are in there. I don't know that I'd go that far. I think I'd be hard and fast on just how long I'd have guys play. Tomlin's going to see how the game goes. No, I'd cap it for Russ. Does Justin Fields need to play? I would say yes. He's your backup quarterback. Maybe you're going to have packages for him in the regular season. You don't want either of those guys to play too long. This should be the Kyle Allen game for the entire second half and maybe longer than that. But Justin Fields looked just like the Justin Fields that we thought the Steelers were getting from Chicago. The guy you saw on tape the last 3 years who can run around but also make some questionable decisions, I think he's been on full display these first few games. Can he show that with another game under his belt, with Arthur Smith, with this offense, that he is an arrow pointed up guy? I'd like to see him. The offensive line absolutely needs to play. And it hurts me to say stuff like that because I don't want to see any player get injured in a meaningless exhibition game. But if the Steelers are to be a playoff team this year, and that is the first hurdle they have to clear on their route to reaching the ultimate goal, which every year for them they say is a championship, then this offensive line needs to gel faster than the offensive line has in each of the last 2 seasons. Now, 2 years ago, they played well. Kenny didn't turn the ball over, and they rushed the ball effectively. Last year, they ran the ball effectively down the stretch. It helped push them into the playoffs. This year, their schedule is too hard to turn it on late. They need this offensive line, which is as talented as it's been in a long time, to get closer to reaching its ceiling. And hell, right now, they're probably at the floor. There's no doubt this line's more talented. But the offensive line, more than any position unit in football, needs to grow together, to coalesce, and to gel. So you got to put them out there. And when I said there are reasons for panic, reasons for concern, the biggest one to me is Broderick Jones. You're not going to be playing studs. You're playing backups. You need him to go out, frankly, and maul these backups. Pass protection, run blocking, both. He needs to look demonstratively better than backups do. Because it's year 2 and he was a first-round pick you traded up for. Those guys need to play. They need to gel. And Broderick needs to show that last week was a hiccup. Beanie Bishop needs to play. He's listed as their starting nickel. If they needed to play a game next week that mattered, they might go out and try to get somebody else because he's been banged up, Didn't play the last preseason game. He's an undrafted rookie. All-American last year, an undrafted rookie. If he doesn't play well in this game, he's not going to be the starter. And if he doesn't play in this game, he's not going to be the starter. So he needs to play. Mike Tomlin said that they've limited his reps so that he can play in the game because they weigh the in-stadium results more than the in-practice results. He needs to play, and he needs to play well if he wants to hold down and lock down that nickel corner spot. I would not play, and I think Tomlin is going to play these guys, Watt, Cam, Minka, JPJ, Patrick Queen, or Deshaun Elliott. I don't need to see any of these Steelers defensive guys. None of them. Joey Porter Jr. has been dealing with something, and the corner that the Steelers drafted last year, Trice, he's been getting reps with the ones. So you don't want to exasperate whatever Joey Porter Jr. is dealing with because the depth behind him at corner, no good. And I think the other guys, it goes without saying, you don't need to play him. TJ Watt going out, it does nothing for him. Patrick Queen, I think, is going to be a stud. I thought he was really good last week. I don't need to see any more from him. None of those guys. Minka, come on. And then offensively, I know I said I want to see Russ dominate against backups. I want to see Justin Fields show that his arrow's pointed up. I think they need to do that without Pickens, Najee Harris, and Pat Freiermuth. George Pickens is your number one wide receiver. If he goes down, Van Jefferson's your number one wide receiver. I don't think there needs to be much explaining there. Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren are 1A, 1B running back. Jaylen Warren might not be ready for week one. You can't throw Najee Harris out there because if he gets nicked up, now Cordero Patterson is your running back week one against Atlanta. Nobody wants to see that except for maybe Cordero Patterson. And then Pat Freiermuth is your second best receiving threat. There's no reason to play him in this game. You lose him, who's your next best tight end? Darnell Washington? He ain't catching footballs. And all of a sudden, all of this tight end stuff that you know Arthur Smith wants to do goes right out the window. And what's the game? What is Freiermuth going to learn? What is Najee Harris going to learn? What can George Pickens gain? Not much, but everything is to lose. So that's who I'd play. That's who I wouldn't play. Give me a ring at 412-928-9370. Questions, comments, concerns. You tell me who you think needs to be out there and who doesn't need to be out there. Up next, we'll hear from you a little bit. And Mike Tomlin was asked about, in my opinion, the three biggest positions of weakness on this team. None of his responses inspired confidence for me. And I want to know if you hear it the same way. We'll do that next. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by my friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 7-0 against the Cincinnati Reds. Sparked by Paul Skeens pitching 6 innings and giving up no runs on 2 hits, struck out 9 batters in his start. Pirates and Reds are going to play again today in Game 2 of the 4-game series that will last through the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Well, what do you know? The new Hampton Beer Outlet turns 4 years old this weekend. Join the celebration all weekend with beer specials, prizes, and fun. Sunday's the big event with the 4th annual Cornhole Tournament in the parking lot from noon until 4. Tons of activities all day. DJ Billy Mack spinning tunes. Notorious BLT food truck. Lots of beer tastings. Tons of giveaways. Swag and special auction items. This entire weekend will have lots of fun for all. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Sunny today, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. With a record $75 million prize purse, the U.S. Open Tennis Championships get underway Monday morning. For the first time since 1996, 5 American men and 5 American women, led by defending champ Coco Gauff, are in the top 20. That's what I call some good news, finally. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, it's a work in progress. You go through the challenges in terms of player availability. One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity. Thomas Graham has been given a lot of opportunity because of some misfortune of others. But we have some position flexibility within our defensive backfield, so it's not a big concern as I stand here today. But again, we're not in that scarcity mindset. We're just in an opportunity mindset. And so it's really about the opportunities that guys get at this juncture.
Mike Tomlin talking about the Steelers' nickel cornerback position, and I'm sorry, that just doesn't inspire any confidence. Beanie Bishop has been in pole position, but does that excite anybody? Look, no one watched more Beanie Bishop last year in this town than me, and he was a hell of a college football player. He was at Minnesota for a while, and they played him in the slot. He played outside at West Virginia. Consensus All-American, great ball skills, had more pass defense than any player in college football, had 4 interceptions. He was really, really good. And he fits the mold of the Mike Hiltons of the world, the guys that they have historically under Mike Tomlin of late playing that slot position. But he's undrafted, and he went undrafted for a reason. Doesn't mean you can't be good. Willie Parker was undrafted. There's a long list of guys that are undrafted that have had success in the NFL. But he hasn't been practicing. He missed the second preseason game. And that's the leader in the clubhouse? That's no good. It's why I would have liked to see the Steelers go after a guy like Stephon Gilmore. He wasn't going to be a slot guy, but you put him on the outside with JPJ. And then Dante Jackson, who has not played slot in the NFL, but profiled as a slot coming out of college, have him learn a position, get him in there. They are very thin at corner. And if I were to make a prediction, and I shall, because, hey, why the hell not? It's a radio show. I'm paid to give opinions. I would guess that it's either Beanie, and it might even be 50-50 here, or some guy that gets cut someplace else who has played like 5-6 years in the league but not been a great player, not been a bad player, who winds up being the Steelers slot corner this year. They got concerns at wide receiver. They got concerns at offensive line. Mike Tomlin was asked who the swing tackle is.
I don't know that we're ready to identify that. We're not in that mode in terms of we're still at 90 trying to get to 53, and so we're not in that mode right now of how we divide up labor within a smaller group. We're just still trying to provide as many opportunities as we can for guys to sort themselves out. That's more of a scarcity of bodies discussion, and we're just not there yet. It's much like tackles that report as eligible in short yardage and so forth. We got 7 tight ends on the roster right now, so that's less of a discussion, but at some point it will be.
I actually buy Mike Tomlin's synopsis there. If everybody's healthy, then, and it all went according to plan, Broderick Jones is your left, Troy Fautanu your right, Dan Moore Jr. is your swing tackle, Dan Moore Jr. is your tackle-eligible guy. But because of the injury to Troy Faltanu, because Dan Moore Jr. apparently can't play the friggin' right side, who's your swing tackle right now? Is it Anderson? He can kind of play everywhere, but I don't know that you want him being your swing tackle. But he'd have to be today because Faltanu's not healthy. The bigger point in all this is that we're about 2 weeks out from game number 1. The snaps are real. Everything counts. And your schedule is so tough on the back end, you got to start playing good football. You can't limp into this thing. We are that close, and you can't tell me who your starting tackles are, who's going to play where, who's going to be healthy enough to go, and you can't tell me who your swing tackle is. That's not good. You're too close. Too close to the season to not have answers to those questions. You're too close to the season to not know who your slot cornerback is going to be. And that's why I say my panic meter's not up to 10. It only goes to 10 because of what's happened in the preseason, but there are legitimate concerns. In those two positions, being this close to the season and you not knowing what you're doing there, those are reasons for maybe a little bit of panic. And then, wide receiver. You've got 4 guys that I think we can all say, write them in pen, they're making this roster. And that is George Pickens. Roman Wilson, obviously, drafted in the 3rd round. He'll be on the roster. He might start on IR, though, according to Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin III. That leaves Dez Fitzpatrick, Scotty Miller, Quez Watkins as 3 guys battling for maybe 1 spot, maybe 2 spots. We'll see if they carry more tight ends or wide receivers, whatever. But you don't have confidence, I don't think, beyond George Pickens. And again, you're 2 weeks away from the regular season, just about. What do you think is the Steelers' biggest position of concern right now? 412-928-9370. I asked that question on Twitter, @_Adam Crowley. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. A lot of people are already writing in quarterback. Yeah, I don't want to go there. They got what they got there, and we know who's going to start. If you are smart, you know who's going to start, and that's Russell Wilson. Those other positions, let's just focus on those for right now. What's your biggest area of concern? 412-928-9370. Rob in Chicago, first up today. Good morning, Rob.
Hey, Crowley. Good morning, man. I got to say that the quarterback and the offense, they've got to play enough to develop some continuity. I mean, these last 2 games, they've looked like a flaming bag of dog crap.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they've got to show some signs of life. And as much as you don't want to get somebody injured, you got to finish this thing on a high note or an upswing and get this ball rolling with these guys. There has to be – they haven't earned the right not to play.
I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that, Rob. I would still sit Najee. I would still sit Pickens. I would still sit Freiermuth because if those guys get hurt, you're in a world of hurt. And I don't think I'd play really anybody on the defensive side. But I think
the defense, no, but you got to get the receivers in sync with Russ or Justin Fields, whoever it's going to be. There's got to be some continuity there, or it's going to be a long season.
I understand where you're coming from. With Pickens in particular, I can't even flirt with that kind of disaster. You know what I mean?
No, if he goes out, we're in real trouble. It's going to be bad.
The Steelers had, according to the 33rd team, Rob, they always do these rankings. They had like the 27th worst receiving core in the NFL. That's with Pickens. You take Pickens away, it's by far the worst receiving core in the NFL. So you just got to be careful there.
This could be a bad season if things go bad. This could be bad.
Thank you, Rob. I think the Steelers are improved over last year. I think they've had largely a really good offseason. But there are 3 positions in particular where they just have absolutely no depth. And I would look at defensive line, I would look at cornerback, and I would look at wide receiver. And if Cam Hayward goes down, and he's old, you're in big trouble. If Joey Porter Jr. goes down, you are in big trouble. And if George Pickens goes down, forget about it. You might want to start running the single wing. Much, much more on the Steelers in today's program. Brian Batko, Steelers expert for the Post-Gazette at 7. Chris Carter, a film breakdown guy for the Post-Gazette at 8 o'clock. Bob Pompiani, he'll be on the call tomorrow on Channel 2. He'll be with us at 9. So a bunch on the Steelers. But coming up next, as a general rule of thumb, I do not like to tell sports fans what to do, what to watch, how to spend their money. I am going to make an exception next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers play in the final NFL preseason game of the year tomorrow at 1 o'clock against the Detroit Lions. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they played yesterday, beat the Reds 7-0. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. You can listen here on The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush up and running. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us the inbound Parkway East. Starting to get a little heavy between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Also a little heavy on the outbound side approaching that Edgewood Swissvale off-ramp. Parkway West, no significant delays heading for the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28 is up to speed, and so is the Parkway North Main Line, where the HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why is that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a nice text, Callis, at 412-928-9370. God, listening to Crowley makes me want to put my head through drywall. Well, why don't you do us all a favor then? Was that mean? That might be mean.
That was kind of mean.
That's mean, sorry.
Your voice sometimes does get a little...
Oh, get the hell out of here!
Well, I mean, when you're talking normally, it's comfortable, but when you start doing this... I'm talking like this.
That's how I talk.
That's what happens. Yeah.
That's how I talk.
Sometimes it's a lot.
I'm a loud guy.
Yeah.
I'm just as loud with Doran. There's just less of me. That's all. Don't actually put your head through drywall.
No, don't do that.
No, don't. And I appreciate you listening to begin with. But maybe be a little nicer. Like this guy Ben on Twitter who says, bro, if you actually panic over this, you're weird AF. If you think Tomlin doesn't know the answer and isn't just treating the media like he always does, then you are so dumb, buddy. I'm so happy we're having this nice back and forth, this great discourse on today's show.
I think you need to talk to me a little more.
Well, here's the thing, Callis, as it relates to Ben's problem. Mike Tomlin doesn't have answers to these questions. He does not know legitimately who their swing tackle is, and that's mostly due to injury. He doesn't know who their slot corner is, and that's because of roster makeup, and that's also because of Beanie Bishop's injury. Like, those things are real. He might have an idea which way it's slanting. He should. So to that point, I guess I can see what Ben is trying to say on Twitter there. But meet me here at least then, Ben, and listeners. Even if he's got answers, the answers aren't great, and you're only 2 weeks out. And that's no good. I did ask a question on Twitter, @_Adam Crowley, our Twitter poll. Which Steelers position group concerns you the most, O-line, corner, or wide receiver? Corner has only garnered 4% of the vote so far, O-line 50%, wide receiver with 46%. Here's how I'd tier it. Wide receiver is the position I'm most concerned about because you got Pickens and that's it, and you need to take pressure off of running the football. That's what you want to do this year. it's pretty easy to stack the box, double-team George Pickens right now. So you either need to acquire a wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, or one of these guys needs to take a step forward. And it's kind of late in the game for one of these guys to take a step forward. Number 2, I would say corner, because I think the rest of the defense can make up for it in ways that the rest of the offense can't necessarily make up for the wide receivers. Like, you're going to get pressure on the quarterback this year. You've got Highsmith, you've got Watt, you've got Herbig, you've got Cam, you've got Benton. You're going to get pressure on the quarterback. I think Peyton Wilson's a good blitzer. I think Patrick Queen's a good blitzer. You're going to be able to stop the run. You're going to be able to get pressure on the cornerback, thus not putting a ton of pressure on your corners. It's still a concern, but less so to me than wide receiver. And then finally, I'm not as concerned about the offensive line. Now, stay with me on this. It's the most important position unit of these three, and I am concerned about Broderick Jones more so than probably any player right now on the roster. But overall, as a unit, they have the talent there. When they can play all the guys they want to at their natural positions, Broderick Jones has the talent to be a stud. Troy Fautanu has the talent to be a stud. Zach Frazier at center has the pedigree, and Sayamalu and Daniels, you're paying a lot for those guys. They're talented. Those other positions, they don't have the talent. And so I am bullish on the offensive line eventually, at some point, figuring it out. I'm not so sure about those other two positions. That's why I would tier it in order of concern: wide receiver, corner, offensive line. How about Paul Skeens last night?
Here's an 0-2, swing and a miss, another strikeout. 9 strikeouts for Skeens.
So Paul Skeens strikes out 9, 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk. His ERA now, 2.16. If Paul Skeens qualified, and he doesn't because he's only pitched 104 innings, he would have by far the lowest ERA in all of baseball. Tariq Skubal leads the league in ERA. Not the NL, not the AL. No, he leads all of Major League Baseball with a 2.49 ERA. Paul Skeens at 2.16. So Skeens leads by a significant margin. Only 4 guys in Major League Baseball have an ERA under 3 in the whole sport. Garrett Crochet leads Major League Baseball in Ks per 9 with 12.59. Again, if Skeens qualified, he'd be third at 11.3. And if Skeens qualified with his .94 whip, that's walks and hits per innings pitched, he'd be third in Major League Baseball. There is a legitimate argument to be made that Paul Skeens is already, in year 1, as a rookie, the best starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. And so I said going into the break, I don't like to tell people what to do with their time or their money. Just as a general rule of thumb, I think that's bad for a radio host. Like, I called out Pirates fans for booing David Bednar. I wouldn't have done it. Maybe I look bad now because he's not been good. But I didn't tell people don't boo him. Said it's a weak look. Not something I'd do, but I didn't tell people how to behave. I'm not about that. I'm going to give y'all some advice here. If you haven't seen Skeens, go see him. If Skeens were not pitching last night, I'd have watched the game. I love baseball. It's also my job. But 6:40 is generally when I'm putting 2 kids to sleep. And it's chaos. Dinner's done. Dishes need to be done. You got to do a cleanup of the house, get the girls to sleep. I'm feeding the youngest her bottle. And so if I put the Pirate game on a little late, that more likely than not is the way, that's the way it's been more often than not, I should say, since that 10-game losing streak. I'll put them on when I can. With Paul Skeens, I rush to the TV. You want to soak in every moment of this guy. He's not Garrett Cole level phenom when Garrett was a rookie. He's so much better than that. Garrett Cole comes in 3.22 ERA. He was solid as hell. This guy's the best pitcher in the sport. So if I were to give some advice, soak it all in. Watch every inning this guy pitches. Watch every pitch this guy throws. And if you've got some disposable income and you love sports, go see him. Because you're probably only going to have 5 years to do it. So get in now. 412-928-9370. Up next, the Penguins made what I would consider to be a big trade yesterday. In fact, they gave up their top prospect. And this is not an organization that has a ton of prospect wealth. So what does it tell us about Kyle Dubas? What does it tell us about his grand plan? We'll talk about that next before we get back into the Steelers with Brian Batko at 7. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds in the second of 4 games in this series. Pirates won yesterday, shut out the Reds 7-0. Tonight's game can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. That begins at 5:45, and it'll be hosted by Jeff Hathorn. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush continuing to wear on. This report brought to you by Window Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam on the Parkway West showing delays starting right around Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 looking pretty good for you from Harmon to the north side. Other side of the river though, Butler Street, you do have delays between Baker Street and the 62nd Street Bridge. Parkway North is up to speed on the main line. The HOV lanes are open. Route 51 with traffic light delays approaching the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding. Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything. Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
There are 2 things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Hey, let's talk about hair.
Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. And we're going to go kind of rapid fire with Batko on some stuff for the preseason finale, and we'll look ahead to the regular season. Who's going to play more, bigger roles on the offense, defense, stuff like that. Looking forward to doing that with Brian Batko coming up at 7 o'clock. The Penguins made what I would consider to be a very big trade yesterday. And the reason I say it's a very big trade is because they traded away their number one prospect, a guy with star potential, goal-scoring potential in Brayden Yager. And Penguins fans, at least initially when it all went down yesterday, I thought reacted quite poorly to that news. And I think it's because Penguins fans are smart, and they know that this is not an organization that's rich with prospects. But the player they got back is closer to NHL ready. In fact, he should make the team this year. Brayden Yager probably a year away. He's also 6'1", over 200 pounds. He goes to the front of the net. He plays a style of hockey that they have so sorely been missing. Brayden Yager, he's a finesse guy. The guy they acquired is named Rutger McRourty. Now, that sounds like where Pat McAfee might be broadcasting from in Ireland today. It sounds like an Irish pub. You want to go have a couple of pints of Guinness at Rutger McRourty's? He played at Michigan. Again, NHL ready. Josh Yohe wrote in The Athletic that he views that guy as potential captain material down the road. The expectation is that this guy could play up and down the lineup. I mean, you're probably not going to start him on Crosby's left wing, but he could wind up there before the season's over. Also, I read in The Athletic that if you pulled 100 scouts in the National Hockey League, 80 of them would probably tell you that Rutger McRourty is a better prospect than Brayden Yager. So you ask, why would the deal get made? Well, Rutger didn't want to play in Canada. He wanted to play in the United States. He wasn't going to sign there. And now he's signed with the Penguins, 3 years, $950,000 a season. So you got a 20-year-old player who's NHL ready, who adds an element of physicality that you otherwise really don't have other than like Michael Bunting. And I think it's a steal. Because you get a better prospect who can play now, who gives you something you didn't have, and you took advantage of a situation there. I think it's a shrewd piece of business by Kyle Dubas, and it does not signify a rebuild, but it does fall in line with what he told us at the beginning of the offseason, which is he wants to get younger and he wants to find some diamonds in the rough, and I think he did just that here. But make no mistake about it, while Rutger McRourty makes the Penguins better today than they were yesterday before this move, the Penguins are still rebuilding. Here are some of the things that Kyle Dubas got this year. 26 second-round pick. 27 second-round pick, a fifth-round pick, a 25 third-round pick. Cody Glass, who was the 6th overall pick in the draft a few years ago. He's only 25 years old. They got a 25 third-round pick, a 26 sixth-round pick. They've got 27 draft picks the next 3 drafts. Dubas came in last year, said he wanted to try to get the best out of the Penguins roster, make a push. And they go out there and they get Carlson, and they got rid of a lot of bad players, and that element of the trade was good, and I still think there's more meat on the bone with Carlson. I expect him to be better this year. He was down the stretch. But he went into this offseason saying, well, pretty much you got to keep an eye on the future. You want to be competitive now, but you want to keep an eye on the future. You can say whatever you want when you're an executive, and you can lie, but your moves tell the story. Getting Cody Glass, getting Rutger McGroarty, having 27 draft picks the next 3 years. This is very much an organization that's not going to call it a rebuild, but they're absolutely rebuilding. And if that is the goal, I do think you have to like what Kyle Dubas has done this offseason. 2 high upside players who are young, 20 and 25 years old, and you got a bajillion draft picks the next 3 seasons. That's how you turn a roster over when you don't have a lot of prospect depth. I think Kyle Dubas has done a pretty good job this offseason. There's just one pretty big question that remains. When the hell are they going to get pen to paper with a Sidney Crosby extension? All right, coming up next, we've got Brian Batko as we turn our attention back to football. He, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We look ahead to preseason game number 3 with Batko, and we'll take a peek ahead to the regular season as well. We want you back after this break. Schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. And right now, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Morning, it's another sunny start. There is some patchy fog in some of those low-lying areas around moisture sources, but besides that, a lot of sunshine for the morning. Morning lows are back down near 50. Highs will be soaring to the low 80s today. I have noon temperatures in the mid-70s with very light winds. You're likely going to be dry over the entire weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Dog days of summer are here, and South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit fanduel.com/Andrew. to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inconvenience on the turnpike this morning, and this report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Turnpike Commission informing us that the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza, located on the eastbound side of the turnpike between the Allegheny Valley and Pittsburgh interchanges, has no food or restroom service at this time. No word on when it will be restored. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood, Swissvale. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at Route 28 moving well past the Harmer interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our mindset regarding this game is kind of a unique one, probably, because we're trying to get the best of both worlds. This is our third preseason game, and historically, the third preseason game has been a dry rehearsal, if you will, for the regulars, and we have that mentality. That's why we did the simulation work week, but also it has some characteristics of the old fourth preseason game, because it's the last opportunity for some men to state a case for themselves, to find jobs, to define roles, to show what they're capable of.
Mike Tomlin there talking about the preseason finale. That's tomorrow, 1 p.m. against the Detroit Lions. Best of both worlds. Get those starters in there, and then ideally get them out quick. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And joining us to talk about the preseason finale and to look ahead to the regular season is our friend Brian Batko from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Batko. How you doing today?
Good morning, Crowley. I'm doing all right. How are you?
I am outstanding because I want to get the preseason over with. I'm ready to watch regular football, but we do need to discuss this preseason game. And so do you think that we're going to see a bunch of defensive starters tomorrow? Because I imagine that because of the way the offense has performed, you're going to see those guys.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for a series, but, Cam Hayward at this stage of his career didn't practice nearly as much as he used to. TJ Watt didn't even go out there for a token snap in the joint practice with the Bills. So, I mean, those two guys, I'm skeptical that we're going to see them. It was just a couple years ago that Watt got dinged up in that final preseason game against the Lions. The player who did it, TJ Hawkinson, no longer with Detroit, but still maybe some weird vibes there. So I wouldn't blame them if they protect those two specifically. But otherwise, I think you might see at least a little bit of all the defensive regulars who are healthy.
Who needs to play, in your opinion?
On defense?
Anywhere.
Oh, well, both quarterbacks vying for the job, I think, need to play. All the starting offensive linemen need to play, and some more than others, like Broderick Jones, Zach Frazier. I would probably want to minimize Najee Harris, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth. I mean, they've already done it in the preseason. You really can't afford an injury to any of those guys, given the stature that they hold at their respective positions. So, yeah, I mean, I think no surprise. It's what we've been talking about ad nauseum all week, the quarterbacks and the offensive linemen.
So, knowing full well that there is still one more public data point left, and that is tomorrow's preseason finale, and that it is August 23rd, I'm going to ask you some questions, subject to change, and I want your best answer. Are you ready for this, Mr. Batko?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So let's say Troy Fautanu is healthy enough to go week 1. He certainly seems optimistic. And let's say Jerry Dulac is correct, and if healthy, he is going to start. Who do you think, as of today, would be the Steelers' starting left tackle?
I think if they get to that point, it'll be Broderick Jones, because it'll tell me that they want to move forward with the plan of getting both recent first-rounders in there and letting that unit coalesce, even if it means some growing pains.
Do you think that that's the way it's going to be, or do you think they'll give Fautanu some more time and start him in the next week?
No, I feel like as delighted as they were with the progress he was making in training camp practice, I just can't imagine them rolling him out there week 1 in Atlanta if he hasn't played more than one preseason game and only a handful of snaps at that. It's just, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's difficult for me to envision Mike Tomlin doing that.
Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Fautanu obviously has all the pedigree. Meanwhile, Beanie Bishop, undrafted nickel cornerback who didn't play in the last game. It sounds like he's going to play in this game. Do you think it's more likely that Beanie Bishop is the starting nickel game 1, Brian, or that a guy that gets cut from another team is the starting nickel week 1?
I'll still give Beanie the edge there. I don't feel great about it, but the precedent that I'm kind of working off of with that is, what was it, last year they signed Desmond King on cut down day, and he was an established vet, and we didn't really see much of him in a Steelers jersey, at least on defense.
That's a really good point, Brian.
I think that's probably a good idea, that if you're here throughout the spring and the summer, you've got a nice advantage against anybody who might come in from the outside, even if they're pretty established, known commodities.
That's something I should have considered and didn't consider, and I think that's a really, really good point by you. Go with what you know instead of what you don't know, and it does take some time to get up to speed when you bring in somebody from the outside. All right, now to the regular season in full form, Brian. More touches this year, Jaylen Warren or Najee Harris?
I'll go slightly Najee Harris.
You think Warren plays week 1?
Yeah, I do. He's been really durable throughout his NFL career. I mean, he's just such a little what did they call Doug Martin, the running back in the day?
Muscle hamster. Yeah.
That's what I see when I look at Jaylen Warren.
I agree with that. More catches this year, Brian. Pat Freiermuth or wide receiver 2?
I'll go Pat Freiermuth on that one, because I think wide receiver 2 might be by committee and, still wouldn't roll out somebody else coming in here as wide receiver 2.
Do you think that it's going to be matchup based on who is their number 2 wide receiver then, if I'm picking up what you're putting down? Like, it won't just be Van Jefferson's our guy at number 2. It'll be based on who they're playing?
Well, I think Van Jefferson will be the week in and week out number 2 receiver in snaps, but I think where the targets end up going is going to be pretty game plan and matchup based, as far as Calvin Austin in the slot, or, once Roman Wilson gets up to speed in the regular season, there could be a game where he's featured more, because I think Van Jefferson is going to be somebody who's out there a lot, but might be doing a lot of blocking, might be doing a lot of dirty work, might not always be looked at as much in the route tree as, say, the third receiver in that game if it's a week they're doing a lot of 11 personnel.
Your cohort, great man, Ray Fittipaldo, says he thinks there's a chance that Roman Wilson could start the year on IR. Are you hearing anything like that?
No, I'll go off of Roman seeming pretty optimistic himself the other day. I mean, I think he could start the season inactive, but I don't know that they'll put him on the shelf for the first 4 weeks, because I feel like as long as he's been out with that ankle injury, he'll probably be able to return to practice next week or at least the week of the Falcons game. And that might put him in that gray area of, okay, he's not hurt anymore, but he's not quite ready for prime time. So he'll be one of those guys in street clothes in Atlanta.
Corey Trice said the other day, and he has to say it because you guys aren't allowed to report what you see, and I'll leave my thoughts about that on the side here. He said he's getting a lot of snaps with the ones. What do you think's going on with Joey Porter Jr.? Because my understanding is he hasn't been out there a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a minor injury that they're managing this time of year. I mean, I don't get the sense that it's anything too drastic. But then again, when you don't have injury reports in the preseason and the coach is less than transparent updating the health of guys who are missing time, then you are kind of left to speculate and wonder and worry, if you're a fan, whether this is going to be something that's bigger than they're letting on or something that's going to linger. I mean, I talked to Joey the other day in the locker room, not about that. And I tend to have learned in my experiences, Crowley, that when guys are like legitimately hurt and trying to hide something, they're probably going to turn down interview requests for the most part. So I will use that as one minor little positive in the Joey Porter Jr.
Kind of like Broderick Jones after the game the other day, no?
Yeah, and plus that was a situation where I think he knew he went through it and, didn't want to say anything that was going to be, taken and run with as a headline. So he's a guy who's been really good with the media since he got here as a first-round pick, and I'll let him use his get-out-of-jail-free card with that one.
Mark Robinson a couple of years ago, I think it was Kenny's rookie year, and everyone was saying, you got to give Mark Robinson a chance. Let Mark Robinson play. And now they've got such depth at inside linebacker. I feel like he's a forgotten man. So a roster cut-down question for you, Batco. Who's more likely to make the roster, Tyler Matakevich or Mark Robinson?
I used to be one of those shareholders in the Mark Robinson Corporation.
I did too. I'll put my name on that. I did too.
Yeah, I've started to sell off a lot of my investments there because of, it's not college football, but he's essentially been recruited over with Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson, obviously, as a draft pick, even more so. And then I initially shrugged at them signing Tyler Matakevich right before camp, but hearing Mike Tomlin talk about his experience as a special teamer and the confidence that they have in him makes me think, he's here for a reason. That's to be on the 53, run down, cover this new kickoff. The other thing that I thought was interesting, so I'll go with Matakevich there, but the other thing I thought was interesting yesterday was Tomlin saying he doesn't necessarily need to see Cordero Patterson in the new kickoff. Why? He hasn't done it. You're making a big deal about how different this new dynamic is, and you signed him as part of the reason you signed him was to run him out there against that. Wouldn't you want to see it once so that he's not looking at it completely from a new perspective in Atlanta?
Absolutely. And I did think it was a little hypocritical for Mike Tomlin to cite the resume of Cordero Patterson, but then say that Russ Wilson needs to play, a guy who's a quarterback who's won a Super Bowl. And I understand that Russ didn't have really an opportunity even to be evaluated because things were so bad around him in game number 2. But learning a new offense, learning an entire new kickoff scheme, I thought it was a little hypocritical there. All right. That was very good, Brian.
Since Crowley, and I'm not completely convinced that the door is not open, at least a little bit, cracked a little bit for Fields.
Really? So I didn't even want to bring that up with you because I've just been operating with it's going to be Russ and the national media is totally wrong on all this. What makes you think then that the door is cracked?
Well, it might. It very well may be Russ, and I'd probably still put my chips on Russ if I had to bet on it. But I just feel like that's not mutually exclusive with the Steelers aren't actually considering both guys. All I'm really going off of here is what we've seen in training camp and in practice in the preseason games. And, we all thought they would never fire Matt Canada midseason. We all thought they would never give up on Kenny Pickett after 2 years. So I just don't understand how you can really discount anything that big with this, current state of the team. That's where I'm at with it. Like I said, I'd still put my money on Russ, but I feel like it might be more of a legitimate competition than some of us are giving it credit for, because we lived through the 2022 farce with Trubisky and Pickett as well.
And a little bit back in 2019 with Mason and with Duck Hodges, although there was some helmet swinging in the middle of that. Brian, this was really good, man. Appreciate you coming on so early with us, and we'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right, no problem, Crowley. See you.
Take it easy. Brian Batko from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Much to react to there, including what he said about quarterbacks, leaving the door ajar for Justin Fields. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about Russ? What did Justin Fields have to say about this competition? We'll let you hear both. We'll react when we come back. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 7-0 over the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 4 games in the series. Paul Skeens pitched 6 scoreless innings. He gave up just 2 hits, walked 1, struck out 9, and got the winning decision. Pirates and Reds are going to play again. Game 2 of the series is tonight. Same time as yesterday, 6:40. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. What do you know? The new Hampton Beer Outlet turns 4 years old this weekend. Join the celebration all weekend long with beer specials, prizes, and fun. Sunday's the big event. 4th annual cornhole tournament in the parking lot from 12 until 4. Tons of activities all day. DJ Billy Mack will be spinning tunes. Notorious BLT food truck. Lots of beer tastings, tons of giveaways, swag, and special auction items this entire weekend. We'll have lots of fun for all, so get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the 3rd round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
Hello, person listening to the radio. I'm going to tell you about my new Harry's razor while I shave. You hear that? I've got a face full of stubble. It's basically silent. It's giving me an incredibly smooth, comfortable, and close shave. Every Harry's razor has 5 sharp German-engineered blades and a lubricating strip with aloe for extra comfort. And check out this handsome orange handle. Oh, wait, I forgot you can't see it. Guess we'll just have to imagine it. And the best part is, Harry's blade refills are as little as $2 each, which is a fraction of the price of other leading 5-blade razors. Not going to mention any names. And done.
Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com/simple. That's harrys.com/simple.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at JR's Beer Warehouse in East Rochester.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what makes summer feel like summer? Firing up the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. The sound, the smell,
burgers are done,
the taste.
that is good.
Kingsford Original gives your favorite foods that smoky wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This player product pairing is a slam dunk. Chicago Sky rookie sensation Angel Reese and Hershey's Reese's Pieces brand have teamed up to create a candy theme line of merchandise called Angel Reese by Reese's Pieces logo collection. The WNBA All-Star by way of LSU became the first player in league history to register 20 double-doubles. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon.
Come on!
From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice!
Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bright sunshine slowing you down. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design, especially on the Parkway West. We have slow traffic past the Parkway Center on-ramp as you head down toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. In the meantime, the Parkway East, that is heavy between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is steady from Harmer to the north side. Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Same story on northbound 51 as you approach the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Nothing's changed in terms of the positioning of those guys, and yes, he will start.
I mean, I think I've shown, what I can do. I think, the time that I did have with the ones practicing in training camp, I think that went well. I think we grew a lot each and every day, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's not up to me. So, I'm just going to come in here every day, each and every day, the same person, being a leader, for this team and work my butt off, and everything else will be handled.
First, you heard Mike Tomlin. Russ Wilson will start. Nothing has changed in the quote-unquote quarterback battle. Then you have Justin Fields say that he thinks he's shown what he's done, what he can do. Brian Batko was with us from the Post-Gazette in the last segment, and Brian says he thinks the door is still ajar for Justin Fields. I have not got that from a lot of local guys. It seems that everybody in the national media is pounding the table for Justin Fields. Mina Kimes, Bill Barnwell, Dan Orlovsky, Louis Riddick, Stephen A. Smith. The list goes on and on. But locally, when we've talked to Cabali, when we've talked to Ray Fittipaldo, when I've heard other beat writers on our airwaves or read their work, seem to believe it's going to be Russ Wilson. Batko, the first one that I've heard of late that said, yeah, door's ajar. Maybe he's right. I don't think he is, though. And that's not me discrediting a guy who's around the team every single day. I mean, it kind of is. But Mike Tomlin, we know a few things about him, right? He wants to win with defense. He wants to run the football. He would prefer to trust a veteran quarterback. That's why Mitch Trubisky got the first shot over Kenny Pickett. It's why Russ Wilson, in my opinion, was the first quarterback they acquired this offseason when they could have had Justin Fields the entire time. Mike Tomlin wants to win while being risk-averse. And the last few seasons, when they win the turnover battle, they win the vast majority of their games. The last few seasons they've lost the turnover battle, they go 0-15-1. Justin Fields has turned the ball over once a game in his career. His interception percentage is up over 3%. Russ Wilson's is under 2%. All those things, in my mind, matter for Mike Tomlin. Now let's look at it Batko's way. If the door is ajar, if this really was a competition, we just heard Justin Fields say he thinks he's shown enough. Do you think he's shown enough? I don't. His first preseason game, he fumbles 2 snaps. That goes into the turnover category. You make those kind of mistakes, best case scenario, you fall on the ball, now you're behind down and distance. Worst case scenario, it is a crippling, shoot yourself in the foot mistake. And that's what we saw game 1, and he didn't use his legs game 1. Game 2, we saw him, at worst, totally overthrow a wide receiver on a should-be touchdown. And at best, he could have put a better ball there, and the receiver could have run a slightly better route. But I think reasonable football people will agree it wasn't a great throw from Justin Fields. The play of the game, when he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, and he finds a receiver on the sideline on a broken play, he did it against third and fourth stringers, and I think if he does that against first-teamers, he's getting sacked or he's throwing a pick. At best, that thing's getting knocked away. Look, his physical skills are tantalizing. Nobody is arguing that. But I have not seen a player that looks like he's improved from his last stop. Justin Fields is the bag of goods that was sold to us by Chicago Bears fans and analysts like Brad Spielberger, who watched every single game of Justin Fields' career. He'll do the tantalizing. He's got all the talent in the world. He's going to make mistakes. Tomlin does not like to deal with quarterbacks who make mistakes unless they're going to be able to make up for those mistakes with all kind of highlight reel plays, and you put points up on the board. Ben would turn the ball over, sure. He'd throw some picks, but he was also going to put up points. Now, Russell Wilson, last season threw 26 touchdowns, only threw 8 interceptions. And Justin Fields averages a turnover a game in his career. And if you even agree with Batko, which you might, and that's okay that the door is ajar, I don't think Justin Fields has shown enough to make you trust him as your primary guy. And Justin seems to have a high opinion of what he's done, and by all accounts, he's looked good in training camp practices, and he's looked good since they've headed on over to the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. But Mike Tomlin, by his own admission, says that in-stadium work means more. Justin Fields has not, to me, looked great in stadium. And you could try to make the same argument for Russ Wilson, but I don't think you really have a leg to stand on there because the performance around Russ was so bad in the second preseason game. I don't think you can get anywhere close to a clean evaluation. And he's the pole position guy. So you've got no evaluation on him apart from resume, which Tomlin says matters with guys like Cordero Patterson, so why would it not matter for Russ Wilson? And you do have an evaluation of sorts for Justin Fields, but it's not like he's going out there and taking this job. Russ is pole position guy. He needs to lose it as much as Justin needs to take it, and I don't think either of those things have happened. This Steelers quarterback talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. We've got another Pittsburgh Post-Gazette guy, Chris Carter. He's more of a film guy, though he's a good reporter, too. He's going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. But coming up next, did the Steelers miss out on an opportunity yesterday to improve the club? And is there now another team in on the Brandon Ayuk sweepstakes? We'll get into it, but first, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 7-0 over the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 4 games in the series. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Bailey Fulter expected to start in tonight's game for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. When you invest in new windows, you want them to last. Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen. Their windows are built to last. With their composite Fibrex material, it's twice as strong as vinyl. It's warranted to last decades. And they custom build every window precisely to within 1/16 of an inch of the space that it's going into for maximum comfort and maximum energy efficiency. And their certified master installers do the job with expert care. For windows that are built to last, you got to call Renewal by Andersen. And how about a deal? Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. You buy one window, patio door, or entry door, you get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus you get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. You call by August 31st at 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich. Tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light. 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our intrepid producer, Nicholas Harry Callis, had a first date not that long ago. And we need to get into it. Because the first date did not lead to a second date, and it's totally not Callis's fault, but it's being framed as though it's Callis's fault by the woman that he went on the date with. So we got to get into that, and we will, before we talk to Chris Carter at the top of the hour from the Post-Gazette about the Steelers' final preseason game. Couple of texts in here on the Steelers' quote-unquote quarterback battle that I don't really think is a battle. I think it's just Russ Wilson's job. Here's one. Texter. Thanks for being honest about Fields. He stinks. It's why he's 11-29 in his career, and that's not going to change. He'd be better served by becoming a halfback or a slot receiver. I mean, I won't go that far. His talent is tantalizing, but I think it would benefit him to sit and learn and become a master of the offense. Be in the film room. Get your reps when you get them. Few and far between as the backup in the regular season. I understand that. But the guy he's been this preseason is the guy we thought that the Steelers were getting from Chicago, which is still going into year 4, talent and not much else. So not only do I think Russ is going to start, I want him to start, and I want Justin Fields to sit and learn. And I want Russ to play all 17 games. And especially given the state of the offensive line, if Justin were the guy day one and the line is not gelled, and even at best it gels, but you still got 3 basically rookies starting on your offensive line, that's not putting him, I don't think, Justin, in the best situation to succeed. Texter, door is ajar enough that I can feel Trubisky week 4 halftime pull for Wilson if he doesn't light it up. Can't do that. I'm not saying Tomlin won't, but you can't do that. You can't throw Justin Fields in there in week 4. Something like that. You'll be doing it without him having first-team reps leading into that week. And once you make that quarterback switch, I don't think you can go back to Russ. If you pull Russ and you go with Justin Fields, there's going to be hurt feelings. There's going to be fractured locker room. You're asking for disaster. Doesn't mean Mike Tomlin won't. He's made bad quarterback decisions before, but that's what I would file that under, a bad quarterback decision. Did the Steelers make a bad decision yesterday in not completing a trade? Jahan Dotson, our listening audience, familiar with him, Penn State guy, first-round pick 3 years ago by the Washington Commanders, 16th overall. He was shipped out to Philadelphia. So a rare interdivision trade. Jahan Dotson and a 5th-round pick go to the Eagles for a 3rd-round pick and 2 7th-round picks. So we're talking about a high-pedigree player in Jahan Dotson, easy for me to say, who has had a decent start to his NFL career, but not a great start. 10 starts, year 1 with Washington, 523 yards. Last year, 518 yards. Does have 11 touchdowns combined in 2 seasons. Should the Steelers have pulled the trigger on that deal? Should the Steelers have sent a 3rd-round pick and a couple of 7ths to get Dotson and a 5th back? I like the player. I think that from an upside standpoint, if he's your wide receiver 2, he's scarier than Van Jefferson. And I'm looking for any and all upgrades at this receiver position. So I think he would have looked good in the black and gold. If they made the deal, I would not have been upset about it. But, and maybe this is just me hoping here, that they didn't make the move when he's out there. Do they know that they're closer on something with Brandon Ayuk than is being reported? Do they not want to give up any draft capital because they still know that there's this possible Brandon Ayuk trade on the table and they think that they might be close to getting it done? I'm just spitballing. I'm just hoping. Sitting out on Jahan Dotson, again, easy for me to say. Maybe I just don't want to say the name of Penn State players knowing that my guys are taking them on next Saturday. You don't take on Jahan Dotson because you're still hoping that you get Brandon Ayuk. Now, some have linked the Commanders again to Brandon Ayuk. So the Commanders get rid of a wide receiver. Seemingly now they have a spot open for a wide receiver. Now you've got extra draft capital in that 3rd-round pick. We know that Brandon Ayuk said that there were only 2 teams he'd like to go to if he doesn't stay in San Francisco, and that's Pittsburgh and Washington. Well, now does Washington have the draft capital to get it done? Many are speculating about this on social media, including very smart insiders who have now thrown that out there. See, that doesn't make any sense to me, because what's the other thing we've heard about the 49ers? They want a wide receiver. They want a 3-team deal. Because the Steelers don't have a wide receiver that they covet. They want someone to replace Brandon Ayuk. Well, if they were going to make a trade with Washington for Ayuk, wouldn't Washington have just given them Jahan Dotson? I think we're trying too hard there. Oh, boy, San Francisco sure would like that 3rd-round pick from the Philadelphia Eagles that Washington just got in the Jahan Dotson deal. Yeah, I think they'd rather have Dotson than the 3rd-round pick. If draft capital was all it was going to take to move the 49ers off their spot, the Steelers, I think, would have Brandon Ayuk. Dulac has reported the Steelers are not interested in sending a position player to the 49ers. The Commanders just gave a position player to the Eagles at the position that would be of need for the 49ers. Let's not twist ourselves into a pretzel here. Well, does this mean a draft pick could go back in a potential Brandon Ayuk deal? He's not going to Washington. He would go to Washington. He has stated that. He played with Jaden Daniels back when both guys were at Arizona State. That would be, I think, his preferred destination, honestly, if he left San Francisco, and I think the Steelers would be his second preferred destination. But if the Commanders were really interested in making that happen, they would have given up a draft pick and Jahan Dotson, and I think that would have been good enough for the 49ers. The 49ers are going to take Kendrick Bourne off the hands of the New England Patriots. I think Jahan Dotson, at least to me, has more upside and would tantalize me a little bit more. So maybe the Steelers not getting involved in this deal means that they think they're close to Ayuk. Maybe not. But I don't think the Commanders are now all of a sudden in the sweepstakes. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we got Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. We'll talk to him about tomorrow's preseason finale. We'll ask him some questions about the Steelers as we head into the regular season as well. But up next, Callis thought he had what was a really good first date. And then he found out that the nice lady he sat down with didn't exactly view it the same way. We got to get the lowdown on this when we come back. But first, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday 7-0 over the Cincinnati Reds. Paul Skeens went 6 innings, struck out 9 batters, gave up 2 hits, got the winning decision. Pirates and Reds play again tonight. Game 2 of the series begins at 6:40. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. Starts at 5:45. To the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show hosted by Jeff Hathorn. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app or on your radio. But the Odyssey app, AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Spot of trouble in an otherwise quiet morning rush. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Crews checking reports of an accident in West Mifflin on Lebanon Church Road at the intersection with Route 885 Clairton Road. Watch for slowdowns there. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Seeing some heavy traffic on the inbound side of Banksville Road approaching Crane Avenue. Parkway East, you're heavy at Edgewood Twist Vale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross. Or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Huddle up.
Coach, what are my mortgage options?
Excuse me?
It's me, Debbie Diaz, class of 03.
Diaz, get out of my huddle.
No problem.
You have mortgage questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different. Equal housing lender.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joins us to get into all the big-time Steelers storylines at the top of the hour. Right now, though, Callis, you had a first date the other day. You thought it went okay, and then you find out the woman hates your guts. What happened there?
I don't think she hates my guts, but it was a little strange. So she wanted me to bring chocolate or flowers or some sort of token of, I guess, appreciation for her time.
For a first date?
Yeah.
And you had never met her before. This was someone that you met online.
Yeah. And so at first, like, we're talking, right? So my grandfather was in the hospital for a little bit. He had just gotten back to his apartment, so I went to see him even before I went. Like, and I don't have time during my day. I got 2 jobs. I got a lot. So if I'm squeezing in time for you, you know, you're important. It's an important, thing. So I drove a half hour to the Swickley area for this date.
Wow.
Bought drinks.
Paid for them.
Yeah. And she had told me beforehand, she's like, oh, I like chocolate or flowers or, and I was like, all right, well,
Wait a second. This changes everything.
You think so?
You told me that on the back end, she was disappointed in you because you didn't bring chocolate or flowers.
No, I did. So here's what it is, though. Like, I told her, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to, she's like, you could just like pick up flowers.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm like, so I went. I'm like, I'll buy you drinks. We're good. And then she's like, oh, I was just testing you. When we were on the date, like she was telling me, she's like, I just wanted to see what you would do. And I'm like, all right, this is normal. It's fine. All right, maybe women do that. I don't know, but good conversation, good time. So she didn't talk to me then for like 3 days after that. And I was like, ugh. Yeah, okay. And so then I get one of these random, how they put on like TikTok or like on social media, they just got these people like saying wisdom things.
Yes, of course.
Well, she sent me this random video, this random woman like, well, I'm just a traditionalist, and like I want to be like cared for, absolutely. I think the man should be like manly man or whatever, and do all these things for me. And I was like, I just didn't respond to the video. I'm like, all right, well, this is, I think I see where we're coming from.
So I'm going to put this up as a Twitter poll.
Okay.
Are you expected as the man to bring flowers or chocolate on a first date? I'm going to put that out there. We'll see what the people say. If she said that beforehand and you're trying to make a good impression, I probably would have brought flowers or chocolate. And I understand that you got a lot of stuff going on, and so you're very busy, and you're going 30 minutes. I do understand all that. If she expressed it beforehand, I think I am getting the flowers or the chocolate. If she doesn't express it, no, I'm never buying flowers or chocolate on a first date. I'm not spending, this might sound bad, but I'm not spending my money on you if I don't know if we're going to like each other. We might not align on anything. We might have a terrible time. And now I'm out $30 on chocolate and flowers plus the drinks or the meal that I get you, and we're never going to see each other again? No. If there's a second date, because the first date went so well, then I'm buying flowers. Then I'm buying chocolates.
This is what was off-putting to me, though. She said, I talked to my girls and my coworkers about our date, and they were all like, yeah, he sounds nice, but where is the outstanding part? And you all talk to me all the time. You hear me talk. Where's the outstanding part? I don't think anybody has ever said that to me, ever.
Yeah, you are a wonderful man. And you are going to treat a woman with the utmost respect, and I imagine that you are a tremendous partner in a relationship. She needs to give this thing time. But you need to cut ties if she hasn't already. Red flags. Get rid of her.
Oh, I just stopped responding.
That's like, the appropriate response.
If you're not in a place to give all you can, I understand that, and I'm like
I'm going to put up a Twitter poll.
Okay.
Do you buy chocolate or flowers for somebody on a first date? We got Chris Carter coming up next. We'll ask him. And then we'll get the Twitter poll, and we're going to do a lot of Steelers stuff with Chris when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 81.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's Customer Appreciation Month at #1 Cochran Kia. You know what that means? They want to show you the love with up to $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Plus, if you're looking for a new vehicle, you can also get additional savings with great lease and finance specials. Choose from more than 180 new Kia models, including the Sorento, Sportage, and Telluride SUVs. Don't miss your chance to get up to $1,000 over KBB for your trade during Customer Appreciation Month at #1 Cochran Kia, or value your trade online at cochrankia.com. Extra allowances over Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash Offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. All vehicles that are over 10 years old or 100,000 miles have an open unrepairable recall or damage on Carfax report do not qualify. May not stack with other offers. Ends 9/3/24.
Raid wants to know, what would you do if you could confidently face every day knowing you and your loved ones are protected? Would you sing along to your favorite song at the top of your lungs? Turn off the GPS and let your heart do the guiding. Go to the drive-thru and order one of everything. Feel the buzz of confidence of knowing you are protected with 65 years of insect science in your hands. Raid. Protection for everyone.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Power comes in many forms. The beloved power nap, the enviable power couple, the celebrated power hitter. But around here, Kohl's Cash is power. And if you earned it recently, it's time for your power trip to Kohl's. Will you redeem your Kohl's Cash on those Adidas sneakers you've been eyeing? Will you flex at the block party with that new ice cream maker? Will you replace your kids' favorite shorts because they outgrew them again? However you redeem your Kohl's Cash before it expires, more power to you. Not valid on Sephora at Kohl's. Additional exclusions may apply.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush Advocates Troubles. This report brought to you by the Steel Mill Saloon. Traffic dealing with an accident in West Mifflin, the intersection of Lebanon Church and Clairton Roads. We also have an accident in South Park Township on Library Road, Route 88 at Royal Drive. We also have an accident reported on the outbound side of the Parkway West, right around the Parkway Center off-ramp, so watch for slowdowns there. Inbound, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Banksville Road stacking before Coast Avenue down toward Crane. And if you're traveling on the Parkway East, that's getting in line today with Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there, the Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A lot of Steelers stuff to get into, and we will do just that in a moment with our good friend from the Post-Gazette, Chris Carter. He'll be on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. A woman would not have a second date with Callis because he didn't get her flowers and or chocolate on the first date. And so I've thrown up a Twitter poll. Do you get flowers and or chocolate for somebody on a first date? Overwhelmingly, the response, 90% of people saying no. And the text line has exploded for our guy here. People getting behind Nicholas Harry Callis, including a guy who says, bought a girl chocolates for a first date. She told me she was allergic to chocolate. F her, I left. Oh, my God. We had a woman who chimed in who said, I don't want or expect flowers, chocolate on the first date. I'm one to even split the bill on a first date. Second date, I might let the man pay. I think if you're going to invest in somebody, your time, that's one thing.
I drove a half hour both ways and bought drinks. I'm just saying.
I always have on a first date got the food and or drinks.
Yeah.
That should be enough.
Right.
And if we both agree that we have enough in common and we're vibing and we're having a nice time, second date, you want chocolate, you want flowers, fine. And here's my favorite text on all this. Callis, it's 2024. Bring condoms on a first date.
I didn't bring those, no.
That would be presumptuous, and I think you did the right thing by not bringing them. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette joins us now. Carter, do you agree with the Twitter poll results? Do you agree with the text line? Would you get chocolate and flowers for somebody on a first date?
Yeah. I let me tell you, I dated like 4 people in my life. The first 3 I didn't do that for. The 4th one I did do that for, and we're getting married next year. So there you go.
Man, I do believe you to be a very romantic man. Do I have that right?
Thank you.
The way you talk about your fiance is the way that I think, and I'm serious about this, all fiancés should want to be talked about. I think it is obvious. I don't know, we need to go all too personal here. It is obvious how much you love her, and you are a big old sap, I think, Mr. Carter.
I am a super sap when it comes to Tiana. She is an amazing person. She makes me better every day. I love her very much, and I hope she hears me because she's literally on the other side of this wall.
You need to speak up. You sound like you're running the old silent count there. We need you got to be as loud as you can, man. All right. Omaha. Let's get down to brass tacks now. So this was a subject of another Twitter poll. We'll just have you react to both of them. Rank these positions, if you will, Mr. Carter, in order of concern. Wide receiver, corner, offensive line.
Receiver, corner, offensive line. As in one's the most concerned?
Yeah, just if wide receiver is most concerning, that would be 1, and then least concerning would be 3, yeah.
Okay, wide receiver, offensive line, corner. I lead with wide receiver because obviously they need answers there. They don't know what they fully have there. They also haven't really seen, I think, the passing game take off yet because they haven't really gotten into it that much. And we've been talking to we talked to Arthur Smith, Russell Wilson, and Justin Fields this week. All 3 acknowledged, like, hey, that what they've been working on has been more experimental than trying to put together the full passing game plan to make that work. And the same thing goes for the run game. But I think that's why we haven't gotten a chance to really see these guys step up. I do think Van Jefferson could be, stepping up. I still think he's more of a wide receiver 3 who can help in the wide receiver 2 position, but isn't a full wide receiver 2 in the NFL. But I think it's more of the unknown that works there. I say offensive line is 2 there because I think you've seen struggles with this offensive line, and they're also a young offensive line. They're very young, and young offensive linemen often are the ones that are learning the most, getting beat up the most, but and then we see if they adapt or not. You remember young David DeCastro once took out Marquise Pouncey in the first drive of the season by cut blocking right into his knee, and then you lost, all-pro center Marquise Pouncey. So that stuff like that takes time. But the reason I list cornerback last is because I really think Joey Porter Jr. looks really solid. I think Dante Jackson is a much better number 2 option at corner than what they had with Patrick Peterson last year, just because Patrick Peterson was older and wasn't as fast. And I really think that Corey Trice has made some really good progress this year at corner. And I don't think there's much to sniff at with Beanie Bishop or Darius Rush either. I think they've got youth. I think they've got depth, and that's why I'll say, it's still not like the strongest position on the team or anything. But I think that of those 3, that's the least concerning right now.
Yeah, I went wide receiver. I was most concerned about that, and then I went corner, and then I went the offensive line. I think the offensive line is the most important, but I really believe in the talent that they have there. Like, with all being equal, when everybody's healthy, I think that's the group that has the chance to be the best out of that unit. Doesn't mean it's going to be like that day one. In fact, I don't think it can be like that day one. I believe in the talent.
Right.
The reason I had corner as less of a concern than wide receiver is because not what you said, which I thought is well stated. You talked about some of the guys that you actually think are better than most people might think who are on the outside looking in. To me, it's about you got Watt, you got Highsmith, you got Benton, you got Hayward. I think you got good blitzing linebackers. I think you got good safeties. And I think for all those reasons, you can make up for corner a little bit. Whereas wide receiver, man, I think it can be quite easy to shut this team down. You double George, and I'm going to simplify it, but you double George, you stack the box against the run, and you say, we'll deal with death by a dozen cuts from Freiermuth, and we'll just deal with one-on-one on the outside with Van Jefferson.
See, that could be the strategy there. I think that there's if the offense is more designed to hurt people schematically in the way that I think Arthur Smith is trying to set things up like he did in Tennessee, it will not be easy to just shut down George Pickens while you're also taking away the run, because then there's play action. There's going to be, and I think this is why Russell Wilson is the quarterback you kind of want to run this offense. Russell Wilson's very good at just taking what's there and getting the ball out and finding the open guy and letting that be the result. Because in those situations, that's what teams did. Like if you go back to Ben Roethlisberger, that was one thing that he struggled with. If the run game wasn't there and you took away Antonio Brown and he didn't have Martavis Bryant or Juju Smith-Schuster lighting it up, he was not a dink and dunker who could win with just Eli Rogers. That's what the Patriots did to the Steelers in the AFC Championship.
I was just going to say that, Chris. I was going to say the game that slaps me in the face is, all right, I guess we better throw it to Sammy Coates. Uh-oh. And then we all know what happened there.
Work.
No, and not for nothing. Of course it's not for nothing. Doran happens to agree with you. He says it's going to be a lot harder in Arthur Smith's offense to take away George Pickens than the rudimentary football opinion may make you think. One more thing for you, because we took up way too much of your time with the first date talk here, Chris, but we had Batco on earlier, your colleague for the Post-Gazette. He said he thinks that Russ is, yes, going to win the starting job, but he does really believe that the door is ajar for Justin Fields. Do you agree with that?
It doesn't matter what I think, but I do think that Russell Wilson, he has that lead. I think that the only way he loses this battle is if he plays atrociously on Saturday and then Justin Fields plays really well, and then that is the door that's open. But when I say atrociously, I mean Russell Wilson comes out in 5 drives, throws 2 interceptions, doesn't score a single point, and Justin Fields comes out and in 2 drives and scores like 2 touchdowns. Like that's what would have to happen, is that Russell Wilson will have to show like, oh man, like this is not working at all, and Justin Fields show no, I am your best hope. And I think that is what that is what have to happen there. And I think that's what, and Brian and I talk about that on today's North Shore Drive podcast. Check that out for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on YouTube and all your favorite podcasting apps. But we talked about that and, kind of acknowledge like, look, yeah, the Georgia jar. And I think that's the fruit of the labor that Justin Fields put forward. When he started camp, he was erratic. His feet weren't together. He was missing easy targets. As by the second week, all that was gone. And each day he stacked it to be better and better and better. But is he still better than the 9-time Pro Bowler in his 13th season, Russell Wilson? I don't think he's gotten there yet, and that's why they're in the position they are.
9th Pro Bowl, 13 seasons. Yep. I got to think you did that on purpose. Chris, appreciate the time as always. It's always a lot of fun when you come on, man. Let's keep doing it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. So you got Batco saying the door is ajar. You've got Carter saying that the door would become ajar if Russell Wilson stinks and Justin Fields plays out of his mind. I don't even think that would do it. In one preseason game, I don't think it would. I think it's going to be Russ. I think Mike Tomlin's always thought it was going to be Russ. I think Mike Tomlin has learned from past failures and wanted to get a legitimate look at the thing. But I don't think that Justin Fields ever really had a chance. And once I heard Arthur Smith talk about Russell and how he was limited in that game and how they didn't really want to play him, but Russell Wilson wanted to get out there, it kind of changed my opinion on that whole injury situation. I thought for the longest time that the Steelers were taking advantage of the fact that Russell got hurt on that blocking sled, and they were utilizing that to get an extra look at Justin Fields. I don't believe that anymore. We got in a preseason game number 2, and they were still limiting what Russell Wilson could do because they did not want him to re-aggravate the injury. I think they were legitimately concerned that a guy at his age, that thing could go a totally different direction if they pushed him too much. And so it's convenient, and it's lucky that they did get a bigger look at Justin Fields, but I don't think that they milked it. I initially did, but after I heard Arthur Smith, no, I don't think that they are doing it for Justin Fields' benefit. I think they were doing it for Russell Wilson's benefit. Keep that guy healthy. Why? Well, because he's the starting quarterback. Tweet me if you agree. Tweet me if you disagree. Tweet me if you've got first date advice for Nick Callis. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's react to some of the other stuff that Chris had to say, including which position unit he thinks is of the most concern as we get closer to the regular season. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline. What are you laughing about?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I love our YouTube stream. We'll talk about it next. It's
Very
great.
good.
Yeah. The sports. The Steelers play tomorrow at 1 o'clock against the Lions in the final preseason game of the year. Also, the Pirates, they played yesterday. They won 7-0 against the Reds. That was game 1 of the series. Game 2 is tonight. It's a 4-game series. Game 2 tonight, 6:40, same time as yesterday. You can listen right here on The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Oh, man, how time flies. The new Hampton Beer Outlet turns 4 years old this weekend. How about that? And you can join the celebration all weekend long with beer specials, prizes, and fun. Sunday, big event, 4th annual cornhole tournament in the parking lot from noon until 4. Tons of activity all day long. DJ Billy Mack will be spinning tunes. Notorious BLT food truck. Lots of beer tastings, tons of giveaways, lots of swag. This entire weekend will have lots of fun for all. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Altered Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Save On Beer in Cranberry.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The National Women's Soccer League has just concluded a new collective bargaining agreement that abolishes the league's draft, creating universal free agency. Although this change gives the players career control and aligns the NWSL with major international soccer leagues, will the lack of a draft create the kind of competitive imbalance we now see in European men's leagues? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a couple of accidents now. This report brought to you by Pepsi. One of them in Churchill Borough on the outbound Parkway east at the Rodi road ramps. Inbound delays, though, getting you around Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Also an accident in West Mifflin, the intersection of Lebanon Church and Clareton Roads. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And multi-light delays on the inbound or northbound side of Route 51 approaching Library Road. Another one of the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show Twitter polls, plural, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Doran not here. He'll be back with us on Monday. Do you buy chocolates and or flowers for someone on the first date? So far, a lot of votes in. 94% of people say no. Only 6% of people say yes. Callis had a first date and then not a second date because he didn't buy chocolate and flowers, and the woman wanted chocolate and flowers. I think you get chocolate and flowers on a second date if we get along. I'll spend money on you if we get along. I'll be romantic if I know that it's worth being romantic to you. And it seems like the listening audience agrees with us, Callis. Also, next Twitter poll, the Steelers Twitter poll. Which Steelers position group concerns you the most? And I have omitted quarterback, and a lot of people wrote in Mike Tomlin. Just, come on. Are we doing that already? It's August 23rd. I'm asking about position groups, and like a dozen people on Twitter say Mike Tomlin is the biggest position group that concerns you the most. 46% of people saying O-line, 49% of people saying wide receiver, only 5% saying cornerbacks. I would actually go wide receiver, corner, and then O-line. We had Chris Carter on in the last segment from the Post-Gazette. He went wide receiver, O-line, corner. The reason I rank it the way I do is because I love the players they have on the offensive line. My starting offensive line. Because I would have it go Broderick Jones, Sayamalu, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Troy Fautanu. And I think, while the early returns might not be outstanding for an offensive line that's playing three players that are that young, I can buy the pedigree there. Wide receiver is the biggest worry to me because I don't trust anybody other than George Pickens, and God forbid he should get hurt, then you've got the worst wide receiver core in the league. And I think the argument is similar for cornerbacks. Joey Porter Jr. goes down, I think you're in a world of hurt. The reports out of camp, the reports out of practice are that Dante Jackson has played really well and that Corey Trice in year 2, after missing all of last season with an injury, is impressing. But I got to see that in a real game before I'll believe in those two. The reason why I'm not as concerned about that as wide receiver is because you've got TJ Watt. You've got Alex Highsmith. You've got Keanu Benton. You've got Cam Hayward. You've got inside backers that I think are really good blitzers, including Patrick Queen. You're going to get pressure on the quarterback. I think they're going to stop the run. And so I think you can hide your corners a little, especially when you've got a good safety tandem, and I believe that the Steelers do. And I think the Steelers are fairly deep at safety. I think they can get creative a little bit, where Deshaun Elliott could maybe be your slot guy whenever you go, not to get too in the weeds here, big nickel or something like that. So while I am concerned not as much about wide receiver. Now, the most important position unit outside of quarterback is the offensive line. Of that, there is no doubt. There's no debate. But I'll buy in on the pedigree. What do you think? 412-928-9370. You can weigh in on that. It is 8:26. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they could do for you. How about how romantic Chris Carter is? He says he's only been in 4 long-term relationships, which I think is actually a pretty big number. In terms of long-term relationships, 4 of them. I mean, he's a young man. He's in his mid-30s. He says 3 of them, no flowers and chocolate on the first date. The last one, his now fiance, who's a wonderful person, he did buy her flowers and chocolate on the first date. A lot of people chiming in on this. I was joking with Callis during the break. We sit here, we talk Steelers all morning. Mix in a little bit of Skeens. Penguins made a big trade. Mix that in there a bit. I think good topics, nice interaction, solid back and forth. There's no Doran, but you guys are hanging out with us today. You mentioned for 3 minutes that Callis didn't get a second date because he didn't bring chocolates, because he didn't bring flowers, and the text line and Twitter exploded.
We should have asked the wenches about this yesterday. That would have been a great topic of conversation.
I don't think the wenches want chocolate or flowers. I think the wenches want something else. So
yeah, I gathered that. Well, here's why I'm kind of sensitive on this, too. When I was 15,
oh boy,
I had a crazy ex. And I've been really sensitive about, like, overpaying for people that may not work out for you. Now, in the relationship, I am invested because I believe that it will end in marriage. That's what I do if I commit to somebody.
Into it, yeah. And so, just real quick.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be spending money on somebody and then get your heart broken.
It's not even that. It was like I did not have time to go to a store. I went from job 1 to job 2 to my grandfather, who had just gotten out of the hospital, to a half-hour trip north.
Did you explain
to buy
this
her
to
drinks? No.
Well, communication also important.
I was gonna tell her, like, okay, here's what's going on in my life. I figured we could have more of a conversation if she didn't not talk to me for 4 days while she thought about this with her friends and coworkers. That's all I'm saying. So I didn't get the opportunity. I didn't text her back. I tried to talk to her. She left me unopened on Snapchat.
How old is she?
27.
All right, so not too old.
No.
I was going to say, like, if she was in her mid-30s or something.
No, I don't date up that far.
Because she is older than you.
Yeah.
So she has a better understanding of what she wants. I think.
I don't know why that's represented. But here's
what I was going to say. I think the longer this goes for her being single, she's going to be bitching, moaning, complaining to all her friends that men stink, when in reality, she's setting a bizarre expectation, and that's the real reason she's single. Not because of you.
No,
and not because of the general man.
I appreciate the support, but I'm still I'm still stuck that I made the right decision. But also, 15 years old. An ex wanted me to buy a promise ring, and I said no. I said we're not doing rings.
A promise of what?
I like you, and we're in high school. I'm good.
What does a promise ring mean?
That you're gonna get an engagement ring one day, which is gonna lead to a wedding ring, I guess.
See, the promise
and I just
ring,
wasn't.
The promise ring sounds like a save the date for a wedding.
Yeah.
Which always annoyed me.
Yeah.
Send out an invitation and don't send out a save the date. The invitation will act as the save the date. I'm not going to give you a promise ring. That's like having a pregame show.
Yes.
Why am I doing a pregame show before the pregame show?
Well, it's like the fan early morning show. It's the pre-show to the pre-show.
Yeah, why do we do that?
But what ended up happening was the compromise was a $130 necklace. I'm 15. I mean, that's not terrible, and by inflation standards today. But like, as a 15-year-old who had one summer job, having to spend $130,
dude, that's probably 3 months of your pay.
Yeah. So that's
red flags galore.
That was, and so I'm a little extra sensitive to like expecting me to pay for stuff.
Why? Well, a promise ring at 15.
$130 necklace. I did end up spending on that.
I know you didn't.
My mom reimbursed me because she was like, Nicholas, come on, you're
15.
That
request is out of this world.
Yeah, she was not good for me.
Yeah. Hey, we're not getting engaged, but I'm gonna buy you a ring that says one day we will get engaged. Get the hell out of here. All right, coming up next, the soon-to-be-sponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by To Be Determined. A deal went down in the NFL yesterday that had me second-guessing the 2021 NFL Draft. But it's not just a second guess. I'll explain more. But first, it's a hairy headline not accompanied by chocolate and flowers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds after winning Game 1 yesterday. It's a 4-game series. Game 2 is tonight. Bailey Falter is the expected pitcher for the Pirates, and you can listen to the game right here on the flagship station, 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Jeff Hathorn will be hosting that. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it, available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst, Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs to get going, because it's a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals. It gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app. Get a medium Sparked Energy for just $3. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle and Market District have deals for school days. That's right. Find the discounts, specials, and savings you need to start the back-to-school season. Return to your routine and shop while saving big in the process. There are over 1,000 items with incredible low prices throughout the store. Don't wait, because the Deals for Days sales are only available for a limited time. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today. Learn more about the Deals for Days sales event at gianteagle.com.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. That's Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Fast
faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah, 5 years! It's 5 years of gig speed internet. High five for gig speed. 5 years of advanced security. Security win. And 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Our rate ain't changing. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. There it is. He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Woohoo! Now he's got savings. I'm so excited. Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See Lowes.com/rebates for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music can only mean one thing. It is time for our football segment. And can you smell it, folks? Callis, you smell that?
It's football in the air.
It is football in the air. And tomorrow, baby, we have exported ACC football to the land of my ancestors, to Ireland, Georgia Tech, Florida State, high noon kickoff here on the East Coast, and ESPN has sent Pat McAfee and his show out there, and I could not be more jealous. When I was in Ireland a couple of years ago, We left at night. We got to Ireland in the morning, and the suggestion by all was don't sleep, just stay up through the day, basically stay up 24 hours so that you get accumulated to the clock over there. And it worked, and it was great. And we went into this little pub in Kilkenny, Ireland, with a nice woman named Molly. Her pub, no one was in there, just me and my wife. And she said there are two ways I always tell people you could stay up when you get to Ireland and you're trying to, beat the jet lag. You can either drink my coffee or you just got to get drunk. Any guesses as to what I did, Callis?
Got drunk.
I got drunk, and my wife drank coffee, and it was a wonderful time, and I am terribly jealous of Pat McAfee for being over there. Not for nothing, Art Rooney II said on the first broadcast of the preseason to expect the Steelers to play an international game next year. Now, the Steelers have a massive fan base in Mexico. Could be a possibility. Also, we know about the Rooneys in Ireland and Dan being the ambassador. It's going to be one of those two. My money'd be on Ireland, and if that's the case, Craig Riley, if you're listening to this, I am going to request my time off now. The Chiefs made Creed Humphrey the highest paid center in the National Football League. He was drafted 63rd overall in the 2021 NFL Draft. Pat Freiermuth was selected at 55. I love Pat Freiermuth. I think he has potential to be a very, very good tight end in this league. I think we've seen that from him. I think Matt Canada sucked out his soul. I think injuries sucked out his soul last year. But I'd be lying if I said that at the time, I didn't want Creed Humphrey. Because I did. I sang a song, in fact. Can you take me higher than pick number 63? And that's where Humphrey went. Freiermuth at 55. The Steelers wanted to fix their running game. It's why they drafted Najee Harris in the first round back then. I think he even could have used the 24th overall pick way back when on Creed Humphrey, who is among the, if not the best centers in the entire National Football League. And if I were a general manager and I were trying to build out a running game, I would do it in the trenches before running back. And they did not do that. And I think they made the wrong call with Najee Harris. And I think that the new administration looks at it the way I do. Andy Weidel comes in here. They go get Sayamalu. They get Herbig. They draft a tackle in each of the last two first rounds. And they don't pick up Najee Harris's fifth-year option. I think the Steelers are now looking at the running back position the way the rest of the league looks at running back. That running backs, you'd rather pay less and get 80-90% of the production than pay a ton, and you're not really getting what you pay for. If you've got a good running back and an elite offensive line, you're going to have a great running game. If you have a so-so offensive line and a great running back, unless it's Barry Sanders, it's not really going to lead you to great places. I think the new regime sees it in a modern light. I think Kevin Colbert saw it kind of in the way of the past. And I love Colbert, but the last few drafts of his tenure, not exactly outstanding. Anthony Richardson played last night for the Indianapolis Colts against the Cincinnati Bengals, and people got really excited because he led a touchdown drive in his first series of the game. After that, went on to throw a pick six, and he got shut down on the next four drives. Why is this noteworthy? It was the Bengals' second-team defense. It was the Colts' first-team offense. The Steelers will play the Colts in Week 4. The Steelers lost in Indianapolis last year. You had KZ getting tossed out of the game, and Gardner Minshew went buck wild against a banged-up, meleaguered Steelers defense. I think you mark that one down as a dub. Steelers better go on into Indianapolis and win that football game because Anthony Richardson may well be good one day. He is absolutely not good right now. That is our football segment. Coming up next, more football, but more specifically looking at some roster battles for the Steelers. We've talked about the offensive line. We've talked about wide receiver. We've talked about corner. We've talked ad nauseum about quarterback. But who are some guys that could wind up getting cut? There's one guy that we were all in love with 2 years ago, and I don't think he's going to make the Steelers roster. We'll tell you who that is coming up next, and then we've got Bob Pompiani joining us at 9 o'clock. First, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Reds play in Game 2 of the 4-game series tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Pirates won yesterday 7-0 behind Paul Skeens, pitching 6 innings and striking out 9 batters and giving up 2 hits in that time. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing a couple of earlier accidents. This report brought to you by Stahl Heating and Plumbing. One of them on the outbound Parkway East, blocking the right lane at the Rodi Road off-ramp. The other one in West Mifflin. This is on Lebanon Church Road at the intersection with Clareton Road. On the inbound side of the Parkway East, you're getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 and the Parkway North remain up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Most homeowners wait for their garage door to malfunction. It's not a good idea. Doors break down at the absolute worst time. Get a spring tune-up inspection by factory-trained technicians from locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. 1-844-345-4737. This exclusive preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program is only $39.95 when you mention this ad. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 to fix or replace springs, rollers, openers, regardless of manufacturers. Need an opener? Precision Garage Door has the new openers with revolutionary technology, which allows you to monitor and operate your garage door from anywhere in the world through the internet with one click on your computer or smartphone. That's security. Openers are priced for immediate installation by Precision Garage Door, America's #1 garage door service company. 1-844-345-4737 or PittsburghGarageDoors.net.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial #law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? Four-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need, because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In 10 minutes, Bob Pompiani going to be joining the program. Bob, kind enough to do this every week with us during the preseason. He, of course, will be the play-by-play guy on Channel 2 tomorrow. Kickoff against the Lions, 1 p.m. And Mike Tomlin has said that this is a dress rehearsal and that the Steelers are kind of trying to have it both ways. Used to have 4 preseason games. The third one was the dress rehearsal. Then the fourth one is where all the guys who could be future bartenders of America, according to Bob Pompiani, are going to play. Well, Tomlin wants a little of both in this game. So the starters early and the guys who are on that cut line late. We'll talk to Bob about all of that coming up in 10 minutes. Here's a couple of dudes on the cut line that I think you should be paying attention to in this game. It's not as sexy as the quarterback talk or anything like that, but it does matter because there's a player that a lot of us were asking to see more of a couple of years ago who I just don't think is going to make this roster. You got Patrick Queen at inside backer with a Landon Roberts. That's a good 1-2 punch. At some point, maybe you hope Cole Holcomb can come back, but your third string inside linebacker right now is a stud in Wilson. Now, he's coming back from a concussion, but his first preseason game, he was outstanding. So where am I leading with this? Mark Robinson. I don't think he's going to make this football team because he's clearly behind all of those guys, and the Steelers are putting a lot of weight into this new kickoff rule. They brought Tyler Matakevich back, who is a good special teams player. He was good in that regard here. He was good doing the same thing in Buffalo. They brought in Cordero Patterson basically to just be their kickoff return specialist. He's going to get some run on the offense, but that's why he's here. And it was stated as such when they brought him in. They value that kickoff thing. It's goofy. It's convoluted. I think it's stupid, but it's important. They value it. They're going to keep Tyler Matakevich around. And a few years ago when the Steelers had all kinds of inside linebacker struggles, a lot of us on these airwaves were asking for Mark Robinson to come in, at least to see what he's got. And he did play a little bit against the Browns and the Ravens at the end of that year. He's not going to make this football team. And that is not good for him, but I think that's good because it shows you just how far they've come at that position. Some other guys to keep an eye on. LaMichael Pirine. I thought he looked really good in the last preseason game. The Steelers probably not going to keep 4 running backs, but you wonder about the injury to Jaylen Warren, and if LaMichael Pirine shows out, maybe you do keep him around because it might be Najee Harris and only Cordero Patterson for game 1. I think this one's obvious, but at corner, Thomas Graham Jr., who's had a cup of coffee in the league, battling with Beanie Bishop for that slot corner role. If I were going to bet on this, I don't know where you'd have to go to find such a thing. I would bet on the Steelers' opening day nickel not being a guy who's on the roster right now. But I think Beanie Bishop's in pole position. If he is healthy enough to play and plays well, he'll get the opportunity. And he's thought of, I think, higher than Thomas Graham Jr. And then finally, you know who 4 of the wide receivers are going to be on this roster? Pickens, Jefferson, Wilson, and Calvin Austin. They're going to make it. Steelers are going to keep 5 or 6. So tomorrow, a big day for Quez Watkins, Dez Fitzpatrick, and Scotty Miller. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday, the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. He says hopefully things are getting close on Trent Williams, their left tackle. One of the best, if not the best, left tackles in football. They think that they're getting close on a deal there. They're optimistic. If that gets done before an Ayuk deal, you can't be happy if you're Brandon Ayuk. And as I just said, Quez Watkins, Dez Fitzpatrick, and Scotty Miller battling for their viability, battling for their roster lives. Keeping an eye on San Francisco and Brandon Ayuk is what I'm trying to say. I know people are sick of it. I'm sick of it myself. If Trent Williams gets done in the coming days and Ayuk is not done, that's only going to serve to tick that guy off a little bit more. All right, we talked to Bob Pompiani coming up next. Fan weather, though, before that, is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high at 81, low of 53.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush starting to calm down a bit. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. The inbound Parkway West, your delays now approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is jammed at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28, that is fairly steady, a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard with traffic light delays at the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our mindset regarding this game is kind of a unique one, probably, because we're trying to get the best of both worlds. This is our third preseason game, and historically, the third preseason game has been a dry rehearsal, if you will, for the regulars, and we have that mentality. That's why we did the simulation work week. But also, it has some characteristics of the old fourth preseason game, because it's the last opportunity for some men to state a case for themselves, to find jobs, to define roles, to show what they're capable of.
So 2 preseason games all rolled into one. Who doesn't love that? Bob Pompiani. He's going to be on the call 1 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, we got the music. There you go. And he joins us right now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Pomp. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing much better than this time last week, where I was still trying to claw my way out of bed, Adam. So I'm very excited about the fact that Mike Tomlin said the first part of his equation is still going to be in effect, which means we'll see some starters, because otherwise, who knows by the third quarter what we're going to be able to see.
Bob, nobody's listening, but you couldn't have. So you can say whatever you want here. I mean, you couldn't have loved those final preseason games of years past, the fourth game. I mean, that's got to be really tough on you.
Yeah, I think it is, just because, you're watching a lot of guys who aren't going to be part of the team, and you never know what that may lead to in terms of their own personal careers. But, some of them have to play well, and, you try to make it come to life as best you can. And I've always appreciated the fact that these guys are searching for an opportunity, and some of the resumes suggest that they're willing to do just about anything to get it, traveling all over the place. So, and a lot of them have very interesting stories, where they come from, what they're doing before they get into this, what they may be doing in the meantime before they get another opportunity. They may be working at a lawn care center, maybe being a bartender. All of a sudden they get a call, and then they're with another team. So there's some interesting stories, which I like to tell. But, right, as far as the actual game, hopefully it's interesting, because we need one.
Well, I do think it's going to be interesting because you are such a great storyteller, but also the beginning portion of the game, you're going to see the guys. Do you think that you need to see them? I know we're going to. Would you play all the starters in this game, Bob?
Well, it's very interesting, the different dynamics with coaches. Like, for example, Dan Campbell, last week didn't play hardly any of his starters in the second one. I'm not sure what he's going to do today, but if you look at what he did last year, he didn't play anyone in the final one. So at some point, you got to believe that some of those guys need some work. On the other hand, Mike Tomlin is going to play some, and he did that the last season as well. Not a whole bunch, but enough. And listen, you can't live in your fears. That's Mike's saying. And if that's the case, you play guys. You want to see, especially given what we've seen so far, Adam. I think the fact that they've gone first team, no points, 8 possessions. And I know people are out there saying, look at Kenny Pickett, look at the Steeler offense last year, 5 possessions, 5 touchdowns. The preseason doesn't matter until it matters. So I think for a lot of these guys, it does matter in terms of what they're doing. They can't afford to get off to a slow start, in my view, based on how the second half of the season goes. So if that means getting some momentum based on just a couple of possessions in this game, then I'm fine with that.
I think you're viewing it the way that I'm viewing it, Bob, where I'm not freaking out about the first 2 preseason performances. It does leave a bad taste in my mouth. I do wonder, though, if you'd agree with this. Dan Campbell, like you mentioned, didn't play his guys last year in the preseason finale. They don't even tackle in practice. He treats this as not a dress rehearsal. If the Steelers' first-team offense, led by Russell Wilson, doesn't move the ball against backups for Detroit, will you start to panic a little bit?
No panic, just because it is preseason, and I've seen too much. Like I was watching, the Bears are 4-0, the Chiefs are 0-3. Now, are you going to panic if you're a Kansas City fan? No, you know what you have there. Are you going to be overly hyped if you're a Chicago fan? Probably. But it could lead you into different directions of how you feel about your team. So I think I would be concerned because I want to see something tangible going into this first game against Atlanta, which has a much improved defense after their signings or trade for Judon and signing of Simmons. They have a really good defense, and they're going to score some points because that's what Kirk Cousins does. So they better be able to score early in this football game, I think. And, hopefully they can get something together, and you'll see it tangibly on the field at Ford Field tomorrow.
Bob Pompiani, you know the voice. He's joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Pomp, would you play Najee Harris? Would you play George Pickens? Would you play Pat Freiermuth in tomorrow's game?
I would say Najee limitedly, just to get a couple of more fields, but the other 2, no, only because the wide receiving department is pretty thin to begin with here after George Pickens. So as much as you don't want to worry about injuries, I think you have to in this situation, just because he's the one guy that they really need. And if it's not him, 1B would be Pat Freiermuth because of the lack of other people. And again, I'm not trying to disparage these guys. They look okay, but are they at the level that they need to be for this team to be successful? I'm not quite sure. But Pat Freiermuth would be an option B. So no, I'm not going to play those guys. So I will play others. At running back, I'd play Harris just for a little bit and then get him out of there and see what I got after that.
Bob Pompiani with us on the Fan Morning Show. Bob, I haven't asked you this question yet, and everyone's wondering, Pomp. Who would you start at quarterback against Atlanta?
Well, I'm still going to maintain Russell Wilson just because of his history.
Me too.
And just because I think Fields is still a work in progress. So I tend to believe that Russell Wilson will be ready for this when it's time on September the 8th. I defer to his resume, the 9-time Pro Bowls, the success he's had. I realize the last 3 years haven't been the Russell Wilson that you saw early in his career, but I also think he's smart enough to understand how this offense should work. And so for now, he's going to be the starting quarterback. And I think that's probably true regardless of what I feel. But I understand those from the outside are looking at the athleticism of Fields because it does give you a different dynamic. But, again, Anthony Richardson is a guy like him. Watching him last night, prone to turnovers, and he threw some bad passes after he got off to a great start, but he deferred to run a lot. I think sometimes you got to work on these guys in the pocket and just maintain them in there waiting for plays to develop. They seem to be quick to abandon that. So I think Russell Wilson probably will be the starter. In fact, I'd be shocked if he wasn't. And he would be my starter too. And then, it's based on what happens in the games that we see.
I'm with you on all of that. And I know that Justin Fields said yesterday he feels like he's shown the Steelers what he can do. But with Russ being in pole position this entire time, I think Justin would have had to have gone above and beyond to prove that he is worth it. And I don't think you got a fair evaluation of Russ Wilson in the last game. Like, none of the sacks I would put on him. Him checking it down to Freiermuth, Bob, I wouldn't put on him. I feel like a lot of those in the national media who are saying things like that are just box score merchants and didn't watch the game. Because if you did, I don't think you can take anything away, frankly, from Russell Wilson's performance.
Well, to your point, Adam, Justin Fields, even though Russell Wilson went 0 for 5 in those possessions, Justin Fields has only had 3 points delivered in the time he's been in there. So it's not like he set it on fire. Now, again, people get carried away with athleticism. I get it. He's really good at it. But I think one of the reasons why he was good at it is because he decided to run way too much for Chicago's liking, and why those 2,200 yards of rushing offense show up. And again, if you're just looking at the numbers, that looks wonderful. Like, you got a guy who can do this, but you have to take the next step in development as a quarterback, and staying in the pocket, being disciplined enough to bide time there and make things happen down the field takes some time. So I don't think he's finished product yet. I think Russell Wilson understands that part of it. I do think he holds on to the ball a little too long for my liking sometimes, but you're right. I mean, the offensive line, that's a big concern. They got to get things right as they head into Atlanta, too, and they got a lot of young guys, including your West Virginia Mountaineer, the man, the myth, the legend, Zach Frazier.
I think he's looked really good, particularly in pass protection, Bob, and you really haven't noticed him a lot, which I think is a big-time compliment for a center, as it's been the opposite for Broderick Jones. And he didn't talk after the game. He said he had to go see the doctor, and we know he's dealing with an injury. I think he didn't want to talk to the media because it was obvious to even those non-football savants just how bad he looked. Do you think it's mostly the injury thing? Like, I'd prefer him, obviously, to be on the left side, but we didn't see him look like that, even though he struggled at times in pass protection last year when he was healthy.
Well, I hate to say hope it is an injury if that's the case, because if it's not an injury and he's just not doing it, then there are even bigger concerns. But sure, an injury would hold you back over there. But you're right, he didn't look like that at all when he made the transition over to right tackle last year, when they especially ran the ball effectively the last 7 or 8 weeks. So I still think in this game I'd play him at left tackle. I want to see him over there, and I want to get a good understanding of what he can do if he's going to play in this game, for how little he plays. I think people know what Dan Moore is. They do. They don't need to see him out there. I want to see what he can do over there on even if it's just for a couple of possessions, because I think that ultimately will be his position moving forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if Altano's ready to go, that it's like that right at the beginning of the season.
I agree, and I would actually like to see Dan Moore Jr. at right tackle a little bit too. They tell us that he can't do it. He tells us that he can't do it. Put him out there, because here's the thing. If he ain't one of the starters, he's going to be the swing guy, and so he might have to play right tackle. So I'd like to see that too. But, Bob, I have a non-football question for you.
Sure.
I think I know the answer to this, because you are a very romantic man. But Callis just went on a first date the other day, and there was no second date. And the reason that was given to him why there was no second date is because he didn't show up to the first date with chocolate and flowers. Did Callis make a mistake here, or was this nice young lady expecting too much?
May I get more information? Was this a Tinder thing?
It sure was. It was an online dating thing, yeah.
So it was an online dating thing. Okay, Paul, Harry, you can get in on this. So tell me, were you the one searching, or was she searching?
No, we were both searching. That's how that works. So we matched with each other. We liked each other's profiles, and we talked for about a week. And she suggested this one place close to her, so I drove a half hour there and a half hour back and bought her drinks. And we talked for about an hour.
See, that's your mistake right there. Your tone right there is an indication that you messed up from the beginning. You complained about driving a half hour both ways.
No. I didn't complain about it.
And that carried over. The 1 hour conversation should have been longer. It probably was shorter, because you probably started by saying, I drove a half hour over here to see you.
No. I got concerned because she didn't talk to me for 4 days after, because she said she was talking to her coworkers, and they said that they needed to see something more outstanding from me. That's.
But you didn't bring flowers. You didn't bring anything to this occasion. You just showed up.
No, I bought her drinks and we chatted.
That's not the question, counselor. Did you bring anything
not.
besides?
I did not bring flowers. I did not bring chocolates. No.
So, are you going to reach out for a second date? If so, I have some advice. You can hit me up.
No, she already told me. She said, if you're not going to do that, I don't want a second date. That's what I got. So there is.
Wait a minute. She said what? She said if you're not going to do what?
She said that, well, you didn't bring me chocolate and flowers, and I need more from you. So.
Well, that's okay. Then you made the right choice. Move on.
Let's
if
go.
she's going to act that way, like demands on the first date, come on, it should be an open forum. You should be the person to start and initiate. But if the fact that she brought that up tells me she's not interested to the point where she should be.
Yeah.
So you did it. So move on. Go swipe. Keep swiping.
There you go. You don't need it from anybody else but the romantic Bob Pompiani. Bob, thank you so much for doing this every Friday during the preseason, man. It's been a lot of fun. And have a great call tomorrow, and we'll talk again here soon.
All right, Adam. Thanks. And Harry, hang in there. There's a lot of fish in the sea, as they say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. See you guys.
Bob Pompiani, the great Bob Pompiani. I was going to ask him when his last first date was, but I didn't want him to have to date himself. But Bob is a big-time flower giver now. Now, that, I think, is very important. Very important. When you are married or you are in a long-term relationship, every now and again, a little gift, little surprise goes a long way. But you know that already.
Yeah, I think that nice things like that work out. I think it
got to keep it fresh, man.
The more that I think about this too, the more I feel like maybe I'm scarred from giving too much. Because now I'm thinking about my other ex was like expecting a certain type of gift for our 1-year anniversary.
Sex swing?
No. No, she was just like, you got to get me something special. It can't be like little. It's got to be like, this is a big deal. And I hate that.
That's why I'm telling you, buddy.
I hate that.
Last piece of advice on this, because there was a ton of good football meat to get into that we'll do in the next segment that Bob had to say. If you consistently, throughout your long-term relationships, surprise with a gift here and there, and sometimes you go over the top with a grand gesture, you're not going to get demands like, hey, this anniversary, I need something big.
We'd only dated for a year, though?
Just sprinkle it in.
Yeah.
Sprinkle it in. That's all I'm saying.
I hate that because
been married for 9 years, Callis. Been dating my wife for 16 years.
I feel like when the lady sets the expectation, though, like out front like that, it sets me up for failure. It sets anybody up for failure.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there, and Bob agreed, and so do our listeners on the text line and on our Twitter poll, where 91% of people saying you do not bring chocolates or flowers on a first date. All right, coming up next, we will react to some of what Bob had to say. At the bottom of the hour, there is a massive football event, and it's going on tonight. You can hear it on our airwaves. We'll tell you about it. First, though, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers play tomorrow at 1 o'clock against the Detroit Lions in the final preseason game of the year. Mike Tomlin said that every healthy player will play at some point. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 7-0 yesterday against the Reds in the first game of the series. Game 2 of 4 is tonight at 6:40, and that game is one you can listen to right here on The Fan. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. As golf's first super agent, Hughes Norton created generational wealth for both Greg Norman and Tiger Woods, only to have both of them ungratefully turn on him. Norton dishes the dirt on Tiger and the Shark, as well as legendary IMG founder Mark McCormick this weekend on Game Time. So set your DVRs. You're not going to want to miss this revealing episode. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush just about gone. Time for the midday work. This report brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park. Parkway West, your delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, that lines up at Edgewood Swissvale, slow to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, in Ben Avon and Avalon, crews doing utility work restricting Route 65 Ohio River Boulevard in both directions between Fisk Avenue and Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have a new playground for family fun.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I like my allies on the Justin Fields thing, the Russ Wilson thing, the Steelers quarterback battle thing. I love Brian Batko. He said he thinks the door is ajar for Justin Fields. We might all be saying the same thing, but slightly differently. Bob Pompiani thinks Russ is going to be the starting quarterback, and he wants Russ to be the starting quarterback. And he brought up Anthony Richardson, his performance last night against Cincinnati. He had a woeful practice, Anthony Richardson did, in the joint practice between the Bengals and the Colts, where you had Cincinnati defenders yelling out to fans on the field with reporters around, basically saying this Anthony Richardson guy stinks. Can't throw the ball. All he does is run. Why is this guy running every time he drops back? He goes out there, leads a touchdown drive, throws a pick six, and then doesn't score again against the Cincinnati second-team defense. I think Justin Fields is further along than that guy. But everything that Justin Fields brings right now, he brings with his legs. And I know that's been something that Mike Tomlin has kind of salivated over in press conferences in recent years. But think about why Mitch Trubisky got benched for Kenny Pickett. I know you probably don't want to think about that time period. Just humor me for a second. Steelers, halftime, losing to the Jets. And Mitch turns the ball over. Not his fault, but we know Mitch is prone to take to giveaways. Misses Deontay Johnson in the back of the end zone. He makes some bad decisions, and Tomlin says, screw it, I've seen enough. I'm going with Kenny Pickett. And it wasn't beautiful those first two games. It never really got beautiful with Kenny, but Kenny didn't turn the ball over. And they went 14-10 with him. That's what Mike Tomlin cares about, even more than the extending of plays, even more than the mobility of a quarterback. And I'm not ruling Russ out still as a mobile guy. He's not what he used to be, but he can hold the ball. If nothing's open, he can get you a first down or two with his legs. He can beat you on the perimeter on a rollout where things are covered, and he'll pick up 5-6 yards. And that's massive. Keeps that along down a distance. Keeps you alive for the next play. Justin Fields can do those things. He's also primed to turn the football over. And the Steelers haven't won a game in 3 years when they've lost the turnover battle. 0-15-1. Tomlin ain't going to do that. Justin Fields also hasn't blown anybody away. If you take truth serum this preseason, he looked awful in the first game, fumbled 2 snaps. Tomlin ain't going to like that. Second game, he's doing it all against third and fourth string defense, and he didn't play that well. He would have had to knock the Steelers' socks off to be the starting quarterback. He did not. Or Russ would have to be god-awful to open that door, to make the door ajar. Well, he hasn't really had the opportunity to shoot himself in the foot. He played in the last preseason game. You can't get a clear evaluation because they couldn't block for him. So I'll agree with Pomp. It's going to be Russ. I don't really think the door's ajar. But I'll say this, and Pomp and I disagreed on this a little bit. This game, you need to see it from this first-team offense, or I am going to get closer to panicked. Right now, I've got my concerns, and I had some coming into camp. Now I'm a little bit more concerned, if not a lot more concerned, about the offensive line than I was before. But I'm not yet to the point of panic. If you don't go out there and kick butt against backups for Detroit when you are viewing this as a dress rehearsal, we might all have to get closer to panic. Think about it. It's not just a dry run game, as Tomlin calls it. It's been a mock week for them. I don't think that they've spent all the time in the film room that they would, let's say, before week 1 against Atlanta or against any team you'd play in the regular season. But they have game planned a little bit. So you've game planned a little bit. You're playing your starters. Detroit doesn't tackle in the preseason. Detroit's not going to play their guys. If you aren't seeing the Steelers' offense move the ball with Russ Wilson against these guys, then I do think, yeah, you can get closer to panic. Broderick Jones was awful last week. Greg Rousseau, good player, not great player, only had 5 sacks. He needs to go out and handle his business at right tackle against backups. I'd like him to get a shot to handle his business at left tackle. I'd like to see Dan Moore Jr. at right tackle. They say he can't do it. He says he can't do it. All right, let's see that then. Whether he can or can't handle it. But this offensive line needs to create running lanes and bully a backup defense. And I'd like to see them move the sticks and put the darn ball in the end zone against backups for Detroit. Tweet me @_Adam Crowley, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text me, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And how about this? I saw this on social media yesterday. Ben Tenuta, who is incredibly talented. He works here at 93.7 The Fan. He put this together. Inside Camp Aliquippa, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread, debuts on the KDKA High School Sports YouTube channel. A behind-the-scenes look at one of the most powerful high school football programs in the state. It is awesome. Check that out. And for more on high school football, stick around, because we got 2 big-time guests joining us next to talk about a massive event kicking off the Western PA high school football season. That's tonight. And we want you to be back after the break. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40. They beat the Reds yesterday in the first game of 4 in the series. So the game 2 is tonight. Bailey Falter is the probable starter for the Pirates. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7. The Fan. Coverage starts at 5:45. Jeff Hathorn will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show for you. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm just a critic with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Football is here, and I have a little friendly advice for all the sports bettors out there. Have fun. Remember, when it comes down to it, sports betting is designed to enhance your sports enjoyment. Always bet within your means, and always use your wagering as a way to have more fun watching the games. If you do, it will make your football season so much more enjoyable. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Mac.bid is here. What is it? It's your place to save up to 80% off retail. But don't share this news, because you don't need the bidding competition. Neighbor wants to know where you got that new mower? Lie. Mom's admiring your new cookware? Fib. Your priest wants a new TV just like yours. Okay, maybe you tell your priest about Mac.bid, but don't tell anyone else. You need to become a deceiver, a teller of untruths, a fabricator of falsehoods, a spinner of yarns. Winning at Mac.bid is amazing. Competition stinks. Mac.bid is here. Tell no one.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Cigar City Brewing, born in Tampa, Florida, steeped in unique culture and history, makers of award-winning ales and lagers. Jai Alai IPA, the best beer you probably can't pronounce. Maduro Brown Ale, a sessionable brown ale with notes of toffee, chocolate, and coffee. Fancy Papers Hazy IPA, pleasantly tropical with hints of guava, lime leaf, and Sauvignon Blanc. And Florida Man Double IPA for the Florida man in you. Stop by King Cole's new cigar bar in Warrendale and enjoy Cigar City beers paired with your favorite cigars. Cheers.
Starkey here with 5 words. I love Moon Golf Club. As you may know, I began golf just about 2.5, 3 years ago, and this place is awesome. First of all, meticulously kept course with a bunch of fun holes that you can play. Really well kept on the greens, the fairways, everything else. They have a great shop with everything you need, easy to book online, or you can give them a quick call. Whether you're a beginner or advanced, Moon Golf Club is a great place to swing away.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Fall's coming, you have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve, so this fall make a plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pitt football opens up a week from tomorrow. The Steelers open up on September 8th on the road against Atlanta. But high school football is back, and it all starts tonight on KDKA AM with the KDKA Kickoff Classic, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at the legendary Wolverina. And we are joined by 2 guests right now. A man who is going to be on the play-by-play, and that is Dan Zangrilli. He'll be on the call. And then we have the tournament director, Ty Brown. And I say first, good morning to you, Ty. I talk to Zangrilli all the time. We want to spend some special attention on you. How are you today?
I appreciate you guys, man. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, we are outstanding. Dan, you doing all good, pal?
It's all good, and my man Ty, what a job he's done with this tournament, putting it together, and we can't wait to bring it to everybody, Adam.
Now, Ty, you got a whole bunch of great teams coming in here. How do you go about organizing such a monumental event, and how much time are you spending on that? I'm sure it's no easy task.
Yeah, I'll say that in Whitfield football, there's not going to be any better games than what we're having at the Wolverina this weekend. But, we've been working on this since January, getting all the teams together, getting the matchups together, getting the logistics together. It's something that takes a long time to put together, but, we worked through it. KDKA joined us midway through, and then, they put their touches on it, and it's going to be a great weekend.
Dan Zangrilli, as I mentioned on the call, Johnny Lee, Doran Dickerson going to be in the booth, Donnie Football making his debut on the sideline, and heck, even little Austin Bechtold just popped in here. He's going to be doing a bunch of the social media stuff. Today, it's McKeesport. They'll take on Uniontown Lake Blue at 5 p.m. Dan, tell us a little bit about some of these matchups and why people should be excited to tune in.
Yeah, I mean, they're all going to be really good. It's small schools all the way up to the biggest schools, some of the best schools in the nation. So it's very diverse, very eclectic. It primarily focuses on Western Pennsylvania, but you do have a little flavor from the outside with some really good high school football. You mentioned Uniontown Lake. They're just outside of Akron, Ohio. Their head coach was the offensive coordinator for LeBron James. McDowell is really good out of Erie. And then St. Francis tomorrow afternoon against Central Catholic. They're the number 14 team in the nation. They've been a top 10 national program each of the last few years. They have backup linemen that have FBS offers, Adam. One of the best programs perhaps to ever step on a gridiron in Western Pennsylvania, and that's really saying something considering all of the great football that's been played here for the last century or so. So McKeesport and Woodland Hills play tonight from the WPIL perspective. Tomorrow at noon, Clairton is the number 1 ranked team in 1A, Steel Valley the number 1 ranked team in 2A, so they square off. And then Central Catholic St. Francis, that's out of Baltimore, Maryland, at 3:30. Westinghouse, 2-time runner-up in the state title game. They take on Beaver, one of the iconic programs from Beaver County. So it's an eclectic mix, incredible Western PA flavor at the most iconic football facility that high school football has to offer, I think, in the Wolverina.
Dan, have you been lozenging up? I mean, you're drinking a bunch of hot tea. You're going to be doing 5 games real quick here.
I know, man. It's going to be – I'll be honest. The lift has been heavier than I thought. 10 different teams to try to bone up on. So giddy up. Thank goodness I've got Johnny and Donnie and Doran, and you're the only missing piece, Adam. Perhaps we could get you out. And Ty, what do you think? Can we have Doran do like an honorary coin flip or something on Saturday? He can be a captain. He can link arms with guys and walk out to the 50.
I think so. We might be able to get him a helmet, too, if he wants to run down on kickoff.
I think his hip would probably pop about the 50-yard line, but don't tell him that I said that. I mean, Ty, it makes all the sense in the world for this event to be tied at the hip with KDKA, does it not?
Oh, absolutely, man. The level of excitement that you guys brought to this weekend is second to none. We're excited to partner with you.
I can't wait. Dan, you've got kind of a new crew. I mean, Johnny Lee, you guys have been doing this, but you add Doran, you add Donnie football to the mix. How excited about that are you?
Yeah, man. Obviously, Doran's resume speaks for itself, and he's done games with us before over the last handful of years, but we really needed and wanted to get him into the booth on a consistent basis, and obviously he's working on the pit broadcast quite a bit. So basically, any time that he's not traveling with the Pitt Panthers, we're going to have a 3-man booth on a 50,000-watt radio station doing Friday Night Lights with the sideline reporter. So it's a 4-man broadcast crew. And I talked to Craig Way, who's the voice of Texas high school sports, voice of the Longhorns. And when I was doing stuff in the Big 12, Adam, we would often compare notes about the coverage, and he even conceded, which is hard for Craig to do. He's like, yeah, you guys have us beat. We do it big in Texas, but what you guys are doing is nobody else in the country is doing it.
And the studio stuff is outstanding as well. Paul Alexander,
yes, thank you.
WPIAL insider Carlo Zovko, who we had on our program every week last year, who, I mean, if you want to talk about someone who knows high school football inside and out, it's that guy. And, oh, yeah, by the by, high school sports editor Mike White will also be contributing to the radio coverage. Guys, I'm super excited for this thing tonight. KDKA Kickoff Classic presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at the legendary Wolverina. Ty, is there anything you want me to get out there for the people?
No, I think we're excited about the weekend and the matchups this weekend. And, obviously we want to show off our facility. I think it's, one of the best, if not the best in Western Pennsylvania. And, we got some of the best teams in Western Pennsylvania coming to play this weekend, man. So, we're excited to have everyone come out. It's going to be some good weather. It'll be good vendors, good food at the concession stand, and it'll be a great weekend of football.
Can't wait to get out there. Ty, we really do appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and good luck this weekend.
I appreciate you guys.
Take care. And Dan, I can't wait to hear this. I cannot wait. I'm going to try to make it out tomorrow. We'll see if I can.
Oh, nice, man.
But I cannot wait to get out of my back patio tonight. Because last night, or the night before, I was out there a little chilly in the evening time, and I could hear the Mount Lebanon drum line going off in the distance. And, man, there's nothing like Western PA in high school football, as you so eloquently stated, because they tend to take it quite seriously down in Texas.
Yeah, man, it's therapeutic, and tickets are just $12. So anybody that wants to come out, even if you're just a tepid football fan, you need a fix. You've got 5 games, 24 hours. It starts at 5 o'clock tonight, the first kickoff. We'll be on the air at 4 p.m. with pregame coverage on KDKA 100.1 and AM 1020. Thanks, Adam.
And last thing here for you, Dan. And I mean, you could drop off for this because I don't know if you like this sort of thing, getting patted on the back. You say you've got all this homework you got to do with 10 teams. I know you've done your homework. I know you were going to be prepared to the gills, man. So really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a labor of love, and it's the most organic form of what we do, and I'm glad we're doing it on the station that we do it on, and appreciate you showing us some love here.
Oh, you're the man, Dan. Have fun tonight, buddy. Seriously, right. Lozenge.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate you, bro.
See you. Dan Zangrilli. He'll be on the call tonight. Johnny Lee, Doran Dickerson, Donnie Football. Donnie making his debut on the sideline. You think Donnie's going to be prepared for this? Absolutely. Let me just run down the games real quick because they're all awesome. So you got McKeesport at 5 o'clock today. The 2023 4A Whitfield runners-up. They're going to battle Uniontown Lake Blue Streaks at 5 p.m. Then, doubleheader, Woodland Hills Wolverines take on Erie McDowell at 7. Tomorrow, you got the Clairton Bears, 2023 Whitfield 2A runner-up against Steel Valley at noon. And then you got Central Catholic battling national powerhouse St. Francis from Baltimore at 3:30. And then the nightcap tomorrow evening, you got two-time PIAA 2A runner-up Westinghouse Bulldogs and the Beaver Bobcats at 7 p.m. So super excited about all that. And it's award-winning coverage for a reason. You're not going to get better high school football coverage anywhere in the country, I don't think, than right here and on our brother station, KDKA AM. All right, coming up next, we'll take one final look at Steelers and Lions. What are we going to be talking about on Monday? We've done that every Friday. What are the storylines going to be when we walk through the doors dark and early at 5:40 a.m. on Monday? We'll do that. We'll tell you coming up next. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds in the second game of 4 in the weekend series. Pirates won yesterday 7-0. Paul Skeens pitched 6 innings and he struck out 9 batters. Got the winning decision as well. Bailey Falter to pitch for the Pirates in Game 2 tonight. Again, 6:40 is the scheduled start time if you want to listen. You can right here on The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. This summer, you want to keep that heat outside and the cool air in. It's been cool the last couple of days. Guess what? It's heating back up next week. And with Renewal by Andersen, they got the best windows and doors, and you're going to keep that cool air in. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen windows, and let me tell you, other windows, they pale in comparison. It's because Renewal by Andersen builds windows with their composite Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl. It's warranted to last decades. Plus, they custom build every window to minimize drafts and increase comfort. The durability and ease and use of their windows is truly exceptional, and you can see through for yourself. And how about a big deal? Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. You buy one window, patio door, or entry door, you get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing's available. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st at 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents now late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. This is a vehicle fire now on the westbound side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for possible lane restrictions approaching the Cranberry interchange. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in Etna at the intersection of Butler Street and Katanning. Watch for delays around that. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway West, that remains jammed for you just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game, which is a nice little treat. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I'm totally serious what I said at the end of that last segment with Zangrilli. I'm going to get out of my back patio tonight. I'm going to pour myself a pint of Guinness. I'll put my feet up, close my eyes, and listen to high school football. It's here, baby. High school football tonight. Steelers tomorrow at 1. In the interim, at noon, you got Georgia Tech and Florida State in Ireland, and it's a game that actually means something. It's an ACC game. We're here. We've done it. But now let me put a damper on that for just a second. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. All the people who are doing this are losers on social media. I got Penn State fans and West Virginia fans fighting in my mentions. I would challenge both fan bases to talk about football. What I'm getting is from Penn State fans, you guys bang your cousins. You guys are hillbillies from Appalachia. And what I'm getting from West Virginia fans is Joe Paterno this, Jerry Sandusky that. Can you just talk about football? I challenge them to be able to do that because it doesn't seem like either fan base can do that. It's ridiculous. Anyway, on to the Steelers v. Lions tomorrow. 1 p.m. kickoff, Channel 2, Bob Pompiani, Charlie Batch on the call, Missy Matthews on the sideline. What are we going to be talking about on Monday? Someone texted in, on Monday you, once again, will be talking about how crappy the offense is. I disagree. I think on Monday there will still be offensive concerns because there were offensive concerns before training camp, before OTAs, before minicamp. This team's got warts. They don't have a number 2 wide receiver. They don't have a great number 3 wide receiver. Jaylen Warren's banged up. Broderick Jones banged up. Will Troy Fautanu play week 1? Is Dan Moore Jr. your starter at left tackle? There are legitimate concerns, no matter how this game goes. But I think on Monday, we will be talking about what this Steelers offense does against backups for Detroit. It better go this way. I think it will go this way. I think the Steelers offense is going to look really good with Russell Wilson at the helm. I think they're going to score a touchdown on Russ's only drive, and I think they need to. Because when you're playing all your guys, and they're playing none of their guys, and they don't tackle in training camp, you better be better than them. It's not going to make everyone forget about the offensive problems, but consider the alternative. If Russ and this first-team offense looks bad against a bunch of backups, it's all we will talk about for 2 straight weeks. We'll talk to you on Monday at 5:40. Doran will be back in. You can hear Doran tonight at 5 p.m. on KDK AM when the high school KDK Kickoff Classic presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union kicks off. So if you missed your Doran fix, you can get it tonight at 5 p.m. Paul's Ice up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 81.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale-Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Plus Finance HMF, low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In-stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
End of the morning rush, not a good one. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Crews on the scene of an accident in Clairton at the intersection of Walnut Avenue and Route 837 North State Street. We also have a vehicle fire blocking the right lane of the westbound turnpike. This is near the Warrendale toll gantry, so watch for delays around that as well. Inbound Parkway West, your delays at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Mixel with your fan headlines. Good game for the Pirates yesterday, 7-0 in the first of a 4-game series.
Against the Cincinnati Reds, Paul Skeens dominant. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. For Skeens' 8th win of the season, the Pirates got to Nick Lodolo in the 5th inning, scoring 6 runs in the 5th, also scored 1 run in the 6th. Brian Reynolds singled to short with the bases loaded that scored Jared Triolo. Joey Bart was hit by a pitch. Then Brian De La Cruz cleared them all. O'Neill Cruz brought in Brian De La Cruz on a single to shallow center field. Yasmani Grandal hit a solo home run in the bottom half of the 6th inning to give the Pirates the 7-0 victory. Bailey Falter starts tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Andrew Abbott will start for Cincinnati. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Starkey Show with Paul Zeiss.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well. Is that... I can't hear myself yet. City Limits, can you hear me back there? Are we on the air?
I can hear you, Paul.
All right, good. It's a little bit of, as we get started with a little bit of Earth, Wind, and Fire to kick off your weekend, right? As we always say, Earth, Wind, and Fire, good for your soul. A little soul food goes a long way. And, of course, what does it also mean, City Limits?
It means
with a little Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It means, again, Joe is not here. Where is Joe?
It's the Joe Show without Joe. I have no idea, but we have a special, fun kind of broadcast here today. We are live at Living Treasures Animal Park up in what I would call God's country here in Donegal, and of course, sitting right next to me here is the host, the man who's hosting us, and that is Matthew Dumbald, who is. What are you, the CEO of the zoo here?
Technically, the title COO, but yes.
COO, right? So we will have City Limits some very interesting co-hosts. We just had Jasper the dog, who came and wanted to get on the mic. Matt, how long have you been doing that? First of all, this is unbelievable up here. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so I've been involved since 2009. And about 2010, 2011 was when I took over the COO reign. And I've been running the show pretty much since. It's a fun time. Not everybody has the opportunity to run a zoo. And it's kind of exactly like the movies make it out to be. So.
Yes. I mean, you have obviously how many animals here at this place?
A little over 300. We're about 84 species right now.
84 species. So as I see, what's kind of cool is your zoo is a little more interactive, right? I mean, it seems like there's a petting. People can pet and take pictures. I've seen already the parade of young kids with their parents coming here.
Yeah, so basically, if it's legal in PA, we let you pet it and feed it. So
yeah,
and if it's not going to hurt you, obviously we want to create a safe environment. So
right. So you have, I'm assuming, snakes. You have alligators here. Do you have what do you have here?
We do, and some of the co-hosts you talk about are going to be snakes, alligators. The little kangaroo you loved at the 5-alarm event. We'll bring a parade of animals out.
The little baby kangaroo. Do you have little bears here?
We have big bears here.
Oh.
No babies yet.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Big bears. What else? Any kind of like lions, tigers, any of that stuff?
So we have a female tiger. Her name's Lily. She's a sweetheart. We have wolves, bears, camels, alligators. 8 different species of primates now. So we're more than just a little petting zoo. We're a full-blown zoo. But we give everybody the opportunity to get up close and personal.
Yeah. So you live up here, right? This is like I said, this is like every time I come up here, if I come to Seven Springs or any of these places up here, I mean, this is God's country, man. It's like beautiful.
Yeah, I'm half my house is actually in the zoo.
Yeah.
So I have a long commute.
Right. Yeah, you have a long. You walk to work. Now, do you actually have to take care of the animals, or do you have people to do that for you?
So I am the broad overview of animal care, and then we have our curator and our park manager, which is Cody and Gina, and then they oversee our large staff that takes care of the animals. So.
Yeah. So you guys have been here. You've been here since 2009?
The park opened in 1998.
Yeah. So now there's another one Living Treasures, right? That your brother runs, I think.
My brother-in-law. Yep.
Yeah,
in Newcastle, PA. Yep.
Up in Newcastle. So you have basically are full-blown into animals every single day.
Every day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's the coolest thing about being up here?
I mean, just the area in general. Like, the Laurel Highlands is a wonderful place. We actually did a show with KDKA all about the Laurel Highlands. I mean, there's, whether you're into microbreweries, distilleries, art, nature, there's something for everybody in the Laurel Highlands. So, and then like family fun. We have Idlewild, we have us, we have Caddyshack.
Right.
It's just a great place to bring kids to.
We actually, I was looking at that whole thing as I was driving up. When you're on that road where you can kind of look over the valley a little bit, boy, it's just a beautiful scenery up here, isn't it?
It is. Come October, we have up here we call them leaf lookers. Everybody comes from the city and checks out the fall foliage, and it's an awesome time.
So, do you do pumpkin beer in October or anything?
I mean, I drink pumpkin beer in October. So, I mean, we do have Seven Springs. They have their Autumn Fest. It's good time on the weekends. We actually have this is new for us this year. We actually have a traveling animal encounter photo booth. We're hoping to have up there for the third weekend of Autumn Fest. So.
Oh, that's cool.
So
people think,
yeah, come meet a kangaroo, wallaby, baby alligator. Take a picture with it.
And the other thing you showed me one of the rooms, but you've got like hotel rooms, like suites up here that are really, really nice that people can come and make a weekend of it.
Yeah, I mean, and currently, if any listeners are coming out, this is unoccupied until 4, so I'd be happy to give you a little tour of our Big Buck Lodges.
Yeah, you got lodges there, you got hotel rooms, suites, you got a little something for everyone up here.
Yeah.
And of course, you guys are open, what, 7 days, 6 days?
Oh, 7 days a week.
Oh, wow.
This is our last weekend being open 10 to 8 on Fridays and Saturdays, but it's 10 to 6 every day.
Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. So it is. It's going to be a fun day, and you say you're going to have several visitors to come out here and say hello to Cornelius. Right?
Yeah, just don't have the same reaction Pony did to the snake.
Yeah, so Pony. He was. I remember that he wasn't a big fan of this.
No, Mahler was all in, and Pony was not having it. So.
Yes, I think if there's any animals that freak me out, it's snakes and lizards. You don't have any big lizards.
I can bring both out for you.
No, I'm just saying, like those things. Those are the only things that really. But I really love. When I go to the zoo, I love elephants, of course, and I love giraffes. They're just and the zebras. Those three animals for me are the three that they're just mysterious.
Yeah, so my brother-in-law actually has giraffes up at Keystone Safari. Yeah. We don't really have the room to expand here, so we can't really get the larger.
You can't have an elephant running around.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, especially since if you get a baby one, they're not a baby for forever.
Right.
And they turn into something really big. But I thank you for having us out here. This is going to be a great day, obviously. And again, we are at Living Treasures Animal Park in Donegal. Stop up and say hello. I'm amazed by how many little kids, like really little kids. This is all day, every day, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Families come up here and have a good time. But what kind of bear do you have? Is it a black bear?
They're brown bears.
Brown?
So, yeah, Eurasian brown bears.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're about 3 years old. They're not full grown yet.
Are brown bears other than the color, what's the difference between brown bears and black bears?
Brown bears get incredibly bigger. They'll be like 2 to 3 times the size of a black bear.
Really?
And they're way more intelligent. Brown bears also do not hibernate. They do slow down their metabolism in the winter, but they don't go into full hibernation.
Are they more aggressive or?
It all depends how they're raised.
Yeah.
Ours are pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever get freaked out, like going in and dealing with, these kinds of animals?
Well, the dangerous stuff we don't directly go in with. They're normally in their den space.
Yeah.
And the door's locked down, and that's when we were walking around earlier taking pictures, and we actually had them in their den space while we were cleaning their pond. So.
Yeah, but I mean, do you ever feel like you? Because my thing is they're animals. I mean, they could go rogue on you at any time.
Yes, there's definitely need to respect the wild side of the animal when you're dealing with it.
Do you have big alligators back there?
Our biggest one's about 5 feet right now.
Yeah.
So we actually borrow them from a facility in Florida.
So
and
when
then they'll go back in November.
Oh, okay. I was going to say when they get too big, do you get rid of them or?
No, we get different ones every year. This facility in Florida, they loan them out to a bunch of different zoos across the U.S. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good stuff, man. Well, again, he's Matt Dumbold, and of course he'll be here all day. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I'll be around all day, and I love talking sports. So.
Yes. Well, my thing with that is, you have been a big sports fan, obviously. I mean, everything you do with our station would suggest that you're a big sports fan, right?
Yeah.
What is your favorite sport? Football or
baseball?
Baseball.
And I watched the wonderful Paul Skeens night last night. So.
Well, yeah, it was a lot better than the night before.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So my thing with the Pirates has always been, they got to figure out a way to get over the top.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have my opinions. I'm sure. Like a lot of your callers. Spending's not my biggest issue. It's who they spend money on is my biggest issue.
Yeah. That's what I say. I mean, they spent a lot of money this year relative to what they usually spend.
Right. Yeah.
But the biggest thing is they need for them to succeed. They need all of their own homegrown guys to be good.
Right. Yeah. I honestly, I think Henry Davis needs to come back up. I've never been a Grandal fan. I know he hit one out last night, and it feels like every time I express that opinion, he hits a home run. So I'm going to say boo Grandal and hit another home run tonight. So
yeah, it's funny about him is he doesn't hit ever, but when he does, it seems like it is a home run.
Right, and it was nice to see De La Cruz go off last night too. It's a good sign since he came over and he's been nobody, and then now. 2 extra base hits last night was wonderful.
No question about it. They need him to be good. I mean, he's going to be their right fielder next year, so they need him to be good. They need Nick Gonzalez to get back healthy. They need to figure out what's going on with Cabrian Hayes. So they got about a month to kind of sort all this stuff out to try and make sure that going into next year, they're really legitimately ready to make a jump, you know?
Yeah, and I'm like one of those people that gets tired of hearing maybe next year, maybe next year, maybe next year. At some point, it needs to be that year.
Right.
And at some point, you have to put it on Charrington or Shelton, one of the two, and just it's time to get over the hump.
Right, but don't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
It could set up for a good season next year.
I think with what's in AAA right now and what's on the roster long term, I think they're in prime position to have a good couple years run at it.
Oh, well, good. We got to get to a break here, and we are going to be here all day at Living Treasures. And thank you, Matt. And I can't wait to see the friends that you bring to us and all that other good stuff. So it's Paul Zeitz. We're at Living Treasures. You are listening to the 93.7 The Fan. It's the Joe Show. We'll be back in a minute.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Reds tonight. Bailey Falter on the mound for the Buccos. It's a 6:40 first pitch. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 5:45. Pirates won yesterday 7-0, scored 6 runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. A Yasmani Grandal home run in the 6th inning to give Paul Skeens the victory. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ryan McIntosh stepped on a landmine in December 2010 while serving with the U.S. Army in Afghanistan. His right leg was amputated below the knee. 12 years ago, McIntosh became the first wounded service member to serve as a U.S. open ball person, which served as the topic of our first ever Sports Minute. We'll kick off year 13 after Labor Day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier? You guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
We are back here. It's Paul's Ice show with, well, it's the, what do we call this, Austin? The Joe Starkey show.
The
with
Starkey show without Starkey.
Yeah, the Starkey show without Starkey. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing, HVAC service for over 50 years. And, of course, the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, in a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Well, as I've said, I'm at Living Treasures, and Matt, I got a little friend with me right here, so maybe you can. This is the kind of thing where it's a nice little cuddly animal, and you said it's a wallaby, which is what is it? What is a wallaby?
A wallaby is a smaller version of a kangaroo. He's about 10 months old. I mean, you can't see because we're on radio, but he's albino, so he's all white with the red eyes. And he is a sweetheart.
Yeah, he seems to be very, very comfortable and calm. And, of course, he's looking around to try and figure out who this guy is that's holding him. So his name is what?
Gravy.
Gravy.
Yeah. So at the 5 Alarm, the fan fundraiser, I had the kangaroo there. The kangaroo's name's Biscuit, and then this is his buddy Gravy. So.
Okay, so do they hang out together?
They do.
And they have, I'm sure they have a good time. Do they play? Do kangaroos play? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
our kangaroo is actually like super playful.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wants to be hugging your leg the whole time. So.
Yeah, he seems like he's really just sort of a peaceful little guy that doesn't do a whole lot except for just sort of look around at all his surroundings.
Yeah. He loves getting pet. He loves taking pictures. He's just all around a little cool dude.
Right. He seems like he's doing a pretty good job of just chilling. Huh. So anyway, and you have how many kangaroos and wallabies?
I think we have 8 kangaroos and 7 wallabies right now.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And they are not, where are they? Are they all from?
They're all from other zoos, or they were born here.
But I mean, like, are kangaroos and wallabies and things of the such? Are they? Can you find them native here in America?
No, native in Australia only.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
And so, anyway, he's just kind of chilling, and we're kind of chilling here, and we were just talking about your Buccos, and the thing about last night's game. Obviously, Paul Skeens, to me, is the story, and I think there's a lot of people that are worried that they're going to shut him down. It doesn't feel like they're going to shut him down.
It didn't look like it last night.
No, it feels like they're going to let him do his thing, as long as he doesn't have any kind of discomfort in his arm. They might move his start back a game or two just to try and preserve his innings or whatever. But to me, it's like. It's an important thing for them, I think, to keep him, engaged. And the other part of it is to try and build up his innings. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of more of what we saw last night, where it's like the 6 innings, 80 to 85 pitches. I think it was 88 last night. I don't see the 7-inning, 100-pitch games the rest of the year. So I think they're going to lighten his load that way, and then, like you said, maybe 6 days rest instead of 4. Between some of the starts, especially once Jared Jones gets back too.
Right. I think the thing is, if you can space it out a little bit, I think then you're going to be able to give him because I think what happens is it's his first time through it. And you want him to be able to be built up enough where next year he can, maybe go 20, 30, 35 more innings, to the point where if you can get him up to a point where he's, able to pitch. I mean, you look at the stud pitchers historically, and you probably won't see this where guys go 220, 230 innings. But if you can get them up over 180, 190 innings, now all of a sudden you're probably maximizing what you can get out of him. And you get Jared Jones there too. I mean, that's a lot of innings that are ate up by two of your best pitchers.
Yeah, I think 190 is like the sweet spot. I mean, there's the Verlanders of the world that, they're the old 220s, 230s. And I'm pretty sure, like, the way Mitch Keller pitches, too, he could probably handle the workload in the 200s as well.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you have three of them, and that's what the Pirates should be building towards for next year. He's getting a little restless, I think.
Yeah, he's trying to tuck in.
He's trying to. There, you got to take him. I think he's. I think he's. There you go. All right, little guy. Anyway, he was. The wallaby was getting a little restless and was trying to find a way to jump around. But I mean, I think that's the thing for next year. What you need to, what they need to do for next year is figure out who that fourth and fifth guy is. I mean, Bailey Falter could be. It could be one of the young guys, Bubba Chandler could be one of those guys from down there. But if they can get to a point where they have 4 or 5 guys that they can really rely on to go 6 or 7, 5, 6, 7 innings every time out, I mean, that you saw early in the season when they got really good starting pitching for a long stretch what it meant for them in terms of, they were 3 or 4 games over 500. I think, in fact, if you, when Skeens first came up, I mean, at one point they were like 36 and 28 or something, maybe. From the time he came up, like say through like 60 games or something like that, they were significant, like 7 or 8 games over 500. So
yeah, he brought the excitement. The other thing that happened during that period too, like you said earlier, Nick Gonzalez came up too, and we're without Nick Gonzalez right now, and there's a key bat that could have helped in the slide.
Well, if you have him and you have, and then you add on, of course, maybe they don't trade for Isaiah Kiner Falefa if Gonzalez doesn't get hurt. I don't know. Maybe they do or they don't. But he's going to be interesting next year. I mean, he's a good player. And so now where do you put him? So there's a lot of different things they have to worry about going into next year, I think. I feel like if you look at what they have to build on, They probably, if you believe the hype on Nick York, who's in AAA right now, another guy they brought in from the trade deadline, your outfield probably set with him in center and, De La Cruz in right and Reynolds in left. I mean, you've got an outfield that's set. You need a first baseman. They're probably not going to sign Rowdy Tellez again. He's a one-year deal. They need a first baseman, but if Nick Gonzalez comes back, you have your second, short, and third probably are all in place. I think Joey Bart has proven that you've got a catcher. I mean, they're really not that far away if you think about it.
Right. I'm actually a big Jason DeLay fan, and I'd love to see some kind of rotation catcher, first base between, Endy, Henry Davis, Joey Bart, and throw Jason DeLay in there. I think it'd be a good mix.
And you also could use one of them as a DH, although there's a chance they might say we're going to run it back one more time with Andrew McCutchen. I don't know if they need to do that. The fear there would be if you bring him back, are you hindering the growth and the development of some of your guys that you're counting on for the future? The flip side of that is, if you think that you have a legitimate chance to win next year, Andrew McCutchen he gets on base still. He can still get on base and he can still hit home runs. He wouldn't be a bad guy to have. The problem is, like I said, if you have him, you probably feel like you got to play him every day.
Yeah, and I like Andrew McCutchen. I don't like him in the leadoff spot. I know they're looking for that high on base percentage, but like you can get that out of the 9 spot or the 8 spot, and you're still getting that runner on for the part of your order.
The problem they have is who's their leadoff if he's not.
Right, Isaiah IKF.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could lead off with him. To me, having him I think he's like your perfect second hitter, though, isn't he? And then you can move Reynolds back a little bit and O'Neal Cruz back a little bit. You know, the big thing is forming a lineup where your best guys are at the top of your lineup, but also your best guys are in positions where they can knock somebody in. You know,
right?
For too much of this season, though, they've had a black hole in the second half of their lineup. That's been the problem. You've got too many guys that just can't hit or aren't good. But again, I think if you look at the lineup that they kind of projecting for next year, you know, it'd be interesting to me what happens. I mean, do they think about trading Ke'Bryan Hayes and making, you know, IKF your third baseman? You could do that. Is he your second baseman and Nick Gonzalez is a bench guy? I don't know. That's you know what I mean?
Yeah, and everybody keeps throwing around the opinion too about moving O'Neal Cruz the third. You know,
Yeah.
and Nick Gonzalez can play short. At least he used to. I don't know if he's still a capable shortstop or not, but.
Well, again, I think Nick Gonzalez. I mean, they're not. They've made it pretty clear they're going to keep Cruz at short.
Yeah.
That's going to take a lot for Cruz to be moved out of the shortstop position. So, to me, if he's your shortstop, you almost have to just live with the fact that you hope that he cuts down on his errors some, but he's not going to ever really be Ozzie Smith, you know, down there. So I think that's the key there. But they need a first baseman for next year. You figure $10.5 million is what they spent on Chapman. $3.5 million is what they spent on Tellez, right? So that's $14 million. They should be able to go get a first baseman.
Easily.
You know,
Yeah.
go get a first baseman for $14, $15 million. And then it's just a matter of all of your young pitchers really coming along and getting better.
Yeah, and then if they don't bring McCutchen back, you know, they could bring Santana back to play first, and then there's your veteran presence.
No, I'm thinking if they really want to go for it, they need to go get a first baseman.
Yeah.
That's in his prime. You know, somebody that is a guy who can drive in some runs, who's, you know, a guy who can hit for better average. I mean, for all, you know, and I understand why Roddy Tellez has become like this folk hero. I mean, if you look at his numbers overall, you need a lot more out of your first baseman than he's given. He's given some moments here and there where he's gotten some big hits, and he had a stretch where, you know, he was hitting really well. But overall, I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure his OPS is still under 700, which is amazing if you think about it. He's supposed to be a power hitter. They thought they were getting that guy. They thought they were getting the guy that hit 30 home runs a couple years ago, and just hasn't happened for him. So, to me, I think that there are the pieces in place to be a reasonably good team next year. But, again, they're going to have to go out and find at least one piece, a first baseman, that's going to cost a little bit of money. And that's always the question. Are they going to be willing to do that? Or, you know what, are they going to be willing to take a couple of their prospects and trade for one? Those are two things that I think are really, really going to tell me in the offseason how serious they are about next year.
Yeah, and the good thing about next year, too, is you have Skeens from the beginning.
Right.
And so, I mean, look at their attendance for Skeens games and not Skeens games. You know, they're putting the product on the field now. The fans are going out. They're making the money. Now it's time to pay the fans back.
Right. No, I would agree with it. But if you have Skeens, again, you've got Skeens, Jones, and Keller to start with, right? And then you've got guys like Ortiz, Oviedo coming back. You've got Bailey Falter. You've got Bubba Chandler. You got the Solomado kid. You've got
Braxton Ashcraft.
You've got a number of options where you should be able to next year have a really good starting pitching staff. And if you have a good starting, you know, pitching staff from the start, I mean, we've seen it can really, really cover up a lot of sins. I mean, they've won a lot of games where they didn't score many runs, but they were able to pitch well. You got to believe that David Bednar, you know, I'm assuming he's never really been healthy this year. So you got to believe he'll be healthier next year, and he'll be fine. I mean, Colin Holderman, that's the one that's a little bit of a mystery to me. He just kind of completely fell apart.
Yeah, to me, watching the games I've seen, Holderman looks like he's throwing his sinker right in the middle. He's not getting the bottom
Yeah.
of the zone, and it's just getting rocked.
But for a long time there, he was unhittable.
Right.
He was as good of a guy as we've had. So, you got to get him back on track, and you got to figure out what's going on there. But at the end of the day, I think that, yes, it's not great how this season sort of has turned out now with, the height of optimism early. But if you remember 2011 and 2012, same kind of thing. They got to a certain point in the year where it was like, okay, this is working, and then all of a sudden the bottom fell out. But that propelled them to 2013. But, of course, I've had a lot of people tell me and talk to me about that. But, again, let's not forget they added Francisco Liriano, A.J. Burnett, Russell Martin. That changes the dynamics of everything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it. So they're going to have to go out and add players. And I know that, they have this idea that they can do it with all their homegrown guys and all that other stuff. That's just not the truth. That's just not the case. You know what I mean? So, anyway, we'll have to see how this season plays out. It would be nice if they could get close to 500 by the end. Maybe, you know what I mean, have a nice September and get close to 500. I think that's important. I know it's not important. They're probably out of it for purposes of making the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the Clint Hurdle like when he was with Colorado, where it's like they won 26 at the end of the year to propel themselves into the playoffs.
Right. But my point is, I just think you don't want the bottom to completely fall out. Like, you don't want them to finish 20 games under 500 or something, where they have a bad September. And
right.
Yeah, you'd like to see them be able to sort of fight through and win a number of games and get themselves in a position where you say, okay, now we can see what this looks like. Maybe next year it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, White Sox pretty much have the bottom of the pecking order wound up right now, so there's no reason to lose for a better draft pick.
Yes.
So, I would love to see. If they've got the 81 and 81, I mean that'd be something.
Yeah, that really would. Well, I think that's always, to me, like, that's what we have basically not seen a lot of. They've only had 4 winning seasons. They've only had 4 non-losing seasons since '92.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, since '79, I think they've had, so they had those 3, so it's 7, and I think they had 1 in the '80s maybe. Like, we're talking about 8, maybe 9 non-losing seasons since 1979. So it'd be nice to be able to just get back to having a few years in a row where you're really looking forward to what goes on. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And also, you can listen to Starkey's show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle. Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 p.m. on 93.7 thefan.com contesting page. We're going to get to a break, and when we do that, we'll be back. We are at Living Treasures here in Donegal, God's country, joined by the Wallaby. What was the Wallaby's name?
Gravy.
Gravy. Okay, yes. Now, will Gravy grow to be big?
Full grown, about 35 pounds. So it'll be another 2 years before he's full grown. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, City Limits, you take us away.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos beat the Reds 7-0 as Paul Skeens shut down the Cincinnati offense. Skeens, 6 innings pitched, did not allow a run, just gave up 2 hits, 1 walk, also struck out 9. Pirates with almost all the scoring in the bottom half of the 5th inning as Nick Lodolo got into trouble with the bases loaded. Brian Reynolds singled. Joey Bart was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Brian De La Cruz cleared them all when the bases were loaded with a 3 RBI double, and O'Neill Cruz brought in De La Cruz as the next batter. As Monty Grandal also hit his 6th home run of the season. Pirates and Reds are back in action today at 6:40. Bailey Falter will pitch for the Buccos. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Paul?
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today, 412-784-9000. It's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Joe.
JP Roofing and Siding. They don't call it JP for nothing. It's his baby. 43 years he's been doing this and doing it better than anybody. You don't thrive for that long in a town like this if you're not doing it right. This guy's a multiple-time MVP. He's the trifecta Northeast MVP. Back-to-back years. That's for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. Give them a call. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com. One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
City Limits, what did you go to the game last night?
I was there, yeah. I was not planning on it until literally the day of, a couple hours before. I wanted to see the Roberto Clemente bat that the Louisville Slugger Bat Museum had on display, and I got to hold the bat. It was pretty cool.
Are you going to go tomorrow to see Bonds and Leland and Manny Sanguin inducted into the Pirates Hall of Fame?
If I was not working high school football for KDK Radio tomorrow, I would have, but I will not be there.
Okay, so I know we're going to have Mike White on a little bit to talk about some of that stuff, but we have a game tonight and games tomorrow on KDK?
Yes, yeah, high school football, 2 games tonight, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 3 games tomorrow, noon, 3:30, and 7 o'clock.
Okay. So are you going to do all those games?
I'm doing social for all 5 games, yes.
Oh, wow.
So I will be Ben Tenuda's partner in crime for all 5, posting some highlights, making sure I video the post-game interview with Donnie on the sideline and getting everything handled that way, yeah.
Well, I will say this. Last year I worked a couple of the high school games with Ben and Dan Zangrilli, and it's a really, really it feels like they're doing NFL productions. That's how good the production of all that stuff is. I mean, and in the videos they post afterwards, the highlights and stuff, like the highlight videos they put out. It just we really do high school football right, don't we?
Yeah, Ben's videos are incredible, and Zangrilli. Honestly, I think Zangrilli could have been in the running to be the next Steeler play-by-play broadcaster. I think he's that good at calling football games in general.
Yeah,
he's fantastic.
He's very good play-by-play.
Yeah.
Him and I did him and I did a couple of City League games together last year. It was pretty cool. It was pretty good stuff. There's that. But I was going to ask you about the Skeens. Can you feel electricity, maybe a little different vibe in the park when he's pitching?
A little bit. I mean, maybe because there were only 16,000 yesterday. Because it's a Skeens day and there's somewhat, I would think, more people in the ballpark at this time because of where they are in the standings and people are going back to school and all that. I don't know Thursday night. But it's definitely not the electricity of midsummer ballpark fully packed and 3 rows deep trying to watch him at the bullpen, but it was still more exciting than a typical Thursday night game.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's a Thursday night game. Of course, what was the guy? Remember the guy that I got into the argument with from Duquesne about? He claimed that
Dr. Dick.
Yeah,
Shall I call you Ron? Dr.
Yes.
Dick. What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
Yes, that guy. Remember, we got into an argument because he told me that Paul Skeens was going to sell out every single game.
Yeah, every game.
Yeah, not quite so much, That's just it. But anyway, again, do you agree with me though? I mean, I feel like it's really important for the Pirates to just finish strong here.
No, 1,000%. They need to have some upward momentum going into next season where they have something positive to take away, and then you get Endy Rodriguez back. Who knows with Henry Davis and Jack Sawinski what happens with those guys? But it would be, I think, much better to end on a positive note like they did last year. But how much did ending on a positive note really help them this year? At least at the start of the year, I think it helped, but
that
means nothing now.
That's something that your mentor, Lanny Fratteri, has said many times.
He does not believe momentum is a real thing. He thinks it is fabricated and not true.
Right. He believes that it's made up and that momentum is just something that broadcasters and media guys talk about, but it's not really true. I think from year to year, he's probably correct.
Yeah, year to year, I think so, but in the moment, in the midst of a game, I think momentum is real, yeah. I don't know how you can deny it, but season from season, yeah, I agree with Lanny there.
I mean, last night's game, honestly, it looked like it was going to be another slog where the Pirates didn't score, and then was it Kiner Falefa that sort of turned the thing around, scored the first run, and then all of a sudden, with some heads up with a heads up play, and then all of a sudden the floodgates open.
Yeah, was it Kiner Falefa? Who was it that ran past the bag at second base, got into a rundown, and then got back to second?
Was it him? It might have been him.
And then De La Cruz came up, hit a gap shot to right, ended up scoring all 3 runs.
That might have been the most important thing, to be honest.
Huge. He had 3 hits last night.
You know what I mean? Is him breaking out, and not just breaking out, but him driving one over the right fielder's head. I think that if he hits, and now, all of a sudden that trade at the trade deadline looks a whole lot different, doesn't it?
He has more RBIs, I think, in his last 3 games, I think 5, than he did in the first 3 weeks that he was a member of the Pirates.
Right. The other thing I thought was funny is I was listening to the Shelton show, because obviously it was off this week, and he was bagging on your pillbox hat. He didn't seem to like it.
No, he seemed to like the Stargell Stars a lot better, which I understand. But he was giving a lot of hate to the pillbox cap.
That's like one of the traditional hats that the Pirates have worn.
It's one of my favorites. Especially, I wish it had Stargell Stars on it, but that's what makes the new batting practice hat so unique.
Yours are black. Yours is black, right?
Yeah.
The Stargell Stars were they on the? It was the gold pillbox, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I didn't understand what he was saying. He liked the gold one, but didn't like the black one? Is that what he's saying?
That's what he's saying, which I didn't fully understand, but I can't question. I can't question a lot of their uniform choices this year. I want them to go back to what Bednar wore when he was coming back from injury earlier this year, and they wore him once. I think it was Yinzer-Palooza weekend. They went batting practice helmet or hat with the Stargell Stars, black Pittsburgh script jersey, black pants. They went a complete blackout of the uniform, and it looked awesome.
That's always I think that was always my favorite combination. I liked when they wore I like the gold hats with the black uniforms. I kind of like that combination.
I like the 71 jerseys as well. Remember they used to wear on Sundays during like the 13-14 season?
Yeah.
Why they got rid of those specialized days with specific jerseys that were throwbacks, I don't understand. I know City Connect is obviously Fridays, but why were Thursday military appreciation hats taken away? What about Sunday throwback to the 70s jerseys? What about throwback to the 90s jerseys?
Yeah,
why don't they wear those?
Or the other one was I always enjoyed when they dressed up as like the Homestead Grays or the Pittsburgh Crawfords. And, they played like St. Louis, and St. Louis dressed up as St. Louis's Negro League teams. I always thought those were sharp, too.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. And they wear those, like once a year?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't mind, I think it can get ridiculous. I think college football has gotten ridiculous with all the different color combinations and uniforms.
Like Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's my thing. Here's my thing about uniforms. If I turn on the TV, it should take me 10 seconds to figure out which teams are playing. You know what I mean? And, like, that's the thing I always appreciated about Pitt. mustard, the mustard color and the I don't know what do we even call that blue? Do you know what Matt? Do we know what that blue is called? It's royal blue or something, or
it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
It's royal blue.
Do you like the pit colors?
They do rock the royal.
Yes, royal. Yeah. So you love the pit colors,
I
right?
do.
And you love the fact now, as a Pitt fan, you can turn on the TV and know it's Pitt. Which is why I hate in the NCAA tournament, why are they wearing those black uniforms? I hate them. Austin, you're a young guy. You probably like them. But to me, I want them to look like Pitt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the black and gold ones. I have really no strong opinion on them. I think they're cool, but I would have rather seen them wear the blue and gold in the NCAA tournament.
Don't you appreciate turning on the TV and knowing what team you're looking at?
I do.
Right?
Yeah. Another cool uniform I saw before, AAA did like a whole Spanish version of their uniform. I actually have the Columbus Clippers one in my house. I think they were called the El Valleros, which I guess means Clippers.
Right.
So, but I mean, it was really cool. Like they took a Spanish flair to their uniforms for a day.
So was it all? So is it in Spanish?
It's all in Spanish. Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty cool. I mean, I would like that. But again, like I said, when it comes to college football, I can't stand turning on the TV and trying to figure out which team is which. Because this team is wearing, they decided to go all black this time, even though they usually don't have any black in their uniform and their colors, and this team has some, loud, neon color or something, and, the helmets are different. And listen, West Virginia, for instance, I like the helmets from the 90s, the blue helmets with the gold WV on it,
Yeah.
Those are the helmets they should be wearing. I mean, you watch them, they got gold trim now, like white with gold trim or whatever. That's not really, I mean, that's not how it's supposed to be in my mind. But for baseball, I like, different uniforms because I think, 162 games is a lot of games.
Yeah, you got to mix something up. So.
For sure. Well, let's see. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevy. Up to $7,500 rebates, terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today. Sunny skies. Sounds like a good day for golf. What do you think? Right?
Yeah.
And let's see. Where are we at here? Oh, Steelers reaction is coming up. We're going to talk to the guy that everybody loves. That would be Ray Fittipaldo. Everybody loves Raymond. We're going to talk to him about the Steelers and get his thoughts on tomorrow's final preseason game. And also a number of other issues around the NFL. But we'll do that next. It is Paul Zeiss. I'm at Living Treasures Animal Park in Donegal. Come say hello. And it's 93.7 The Fan.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Cigar City Brewing, born in Tampa, Florida, steeped in unique culture and history, makers of award-winning ales and lagers. Jai Alai IPA, the best beer you probably can't pronounce. Maduro Brown Ale, a sessionable brown ale with notes of toffee, chocolate, and coffee. Fancy Papers Hazy IPA, pleasantly tropical with hints of guava, lime leaf, and Sauvignon Blanc. And Florida Man Double IPA for the Florida man in you. Stop by King Cole's new cigar bar in Warrendale and enjoy Cigar City beers paired with your favorite cigars. Cheers.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have a new playground for family fun.
What makes Renewal by Andersen Windows a clear choice? Adam Crowley here. It's their signature composite Fibrex material, which is twice as strong as vinyl and warranted to last decades. It has the beauty of wood without the maintenance, and with 9 exterior colors to choose from, you get the perfect look to upgrade your home. Renewal by Anderson's windows are installed by certified master installers that you can trust to do the job right, and whose work is backed by a fully transferable warranty. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st, 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Hey there, it's Dan Zang for LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly in Georgia, Western Pennsylvania injury firm and institution. They've been invested in your success and well-being for some time now. So if you're ever injured in an accident or wronged by somebody else's negligence, you need someone who lives here, works here, and knows how the Western PA court system operates. And you have to care. And my goodness, does my friend Larry Kelly care.
I care deeply about the people that we represent. I give them everything I've got. And if we are not successful, which doesn't happen very often, I hurt as much as they do because I know that this might be the only case that they have. You might have a mother who's lost her husband. If we're not successful for her, she may have to go out and get another job. She will not be able to be the best mother that she can be to her 2 or 3 children that remain.
You feel that burden, huh? You feel that burden.
Oh, it's heavy. And I bring it home sometime.
LGKG Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com today. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
What can give you that sensational Pittsburgh skyline with half-off pizza on Monday nights? I told you guys this will be one of my new favorite places. Look no further than the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, right across from the Duquesne Incline. I'll see you there.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Steelers, Lions, 1 o'clock tomorrow, the final preseason game of the season before the regular season begins on September 8th. 1 o'clock in Atlanta. Russell Wilson and the starters will play. Wilson confirmed, as well as Mike Tomlin confirmed yesterday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Living Treasures out in Donegal. God's country, I call it up here. It's beautiful. Wow, is it beautiful. And, of course, tomorrow we've got a football game. And the football game, it will involve the Steelers. And it's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and joining us now is everybody's favorite. That would be Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. Everybody loves Ray. And Ray, is 1 o'clock on a Saturday a strange time in your mind for an exhibition? I can't remember the last time they played a game like this at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. Hello, Ray. Are you there?
Good morning, Paul. How you doing?
There we go. Yes. I was saying, the 1 o'clock Saturday exhibition game, it doesn't seem like I can't remember the last time they did this. Is this a strange time for them to be playing a game?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, I remember Sunday afternoon preseason games when it would be maybe a national Fox or a national, TV broadcast like CBS or whoever, but they are a little bit odd. Usually it's Friday night, Saturday night, but hey, the Steelers will get back to Pittsburgh early, and then by Tuesday, Paul, they got to get down to 53 players. So the coaches certainly have their work cut out for them in that 48 hours after this game's over.
So when you look at it, they're done. So tomorrow's the 24th, right? Which means they essentially have 15 days to get ready for Atlanta. That's pretty much what the gap is going to be. And quite frankly, I feel like it's probably not that much different even if they played the fourth game. You know how you always played on Thursday night.
Yeah.
The Carolina game. To me, that was always a waste of time anyway because nobody played.
Yeah, I mean, you would basically, practice one day that week, and then if you had to travel to Carolina, you're on the road Wednesday. So, I don't think certainly the fans don't mind it. I don't think the players mind it either, Paul. I think, 80%, 90% of these decisions are made based off of what you do in the off season and in these training camp practices. I mean, these games are important. They're part of the equation, but these coaches have a pretty good idea of who these guys are even before they get to training camp. And then really when you look at it, maybe 3 to 5 jobs are open for competition near the end of the roster. And I think those are the big decisions that have to be made. Those 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53 players, those guys are the ones who have to go out and show something Saturday afternoon.
Ray Fittipaldo brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations in the Pittsburgh region. They'll take your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. And, of course, the Fan Hotline, which is where we're talking to Ray. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray, the question that everybody has, at least if you watch the national hot take shows, is who's going to be the Steelers' starting quarterback. This has never been a question, has it, Ray? This has been a lot of chatter from all of these hot take shows trying to create a competition that doesn't exist.
Yeah, and I think it probably stems from the fact that Mike Tomlin uses words like pole position and stuff like that, and that kind of paints the picture for people who aren't here every day that there actually is a competition, but it was never that way. Now, it got stoked a little bit in training camp when Russell Wilson had that injury. I get it. Justin Fields, got better as camp gone on, but this is Russell Wilson's team, Paul. Unless he has a really bad September, he's going to be this team's quarterback for the foreseeable future, and Justin Fields is a good backup option. But, certainly I have to see more from Russell Wilson, and especially that offensive line after the way they played last week. They certainly have some work to do, and Mike Tomlin is going to run them out there, and probably for an extended period because that outing last week against the Bills was so bad.
I think Russell Wilson, to me, he has what did he practice? Maybe 2 full days out of the training camp?
Before that Bills game,
right.
He was working his way back in, but I would say he was a full participant maybe just, the last 3 days of that final week before the Bills game.
Right. So you knew that was going to happen. I mean, I think the other thing, Ray, that people seem to forget, you've got a brand new offensive coordinator, a completely new system. You've got basically, in some ways, a rebuilt offensive line. You've got new quarterback, and you got new receivers as well. I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be some growing pains, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people look around that offense and they see a Super Bowl winning quarterback. You see a first-round pick in Najee Harris, a second-round pick in Pat Freiermuth. First and second-round picks all across that offensive line. Big free agent acquisitions. But you hit the nail on the head, Paul. It doesn't matter. For like a guy who's been here 4 years, like Najee Harris, is still learning a new system, just like Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are. So, I think Smith is going to do a really good job. I think the Steelers have to get off to a good start because the easy portion of their schedule is in September and October, but it's not going to be perfect early. And hopefully, for the Steelers' sake, they do get all this stuff ironed out, in August before the games start to count. So it didn't look good the first 2 weeks. The guys like Wilson and Smith aren't particularly concerned because they're not showing their full hand. But I think everyone wants to go into the season opener in Atlanta feeling a little bit better about themselves, and they can certainly do that if they go out and have a good outing in Detroit tomorrow.
I think it's I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Justin Fields if he doesn't play this year. Say Russell Wilson plays the whole season. What would his options be other than to sign with the Steelers again?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you remember, Paul, there wasn't a lot of interest on the trade market for him. The Steelers basically just had to give up a 6th-round pick to get him. So, basically he would be back, in the same spot. Now, maybe other teams are searching for quarterbacks, and maybe there's a GM or a coach who has a connection to Justin Fields from Chicago. I mean, who knows how that stuff works. But based on the interest he received this spring, I wouldn't expect it to be that much different next spring. And listen, Paul, if he's buying into like a long-term project where he's trying to rehab his career and become more of a pocket quarterback than a running quarterback, then maybe it would be in his best interest to be a backup for another year or two. Of course, he wants to be a starter, but sometimes these things take time, especially when you're a guy like Fields who's known for his running and is trying to become a more accurate passer. It just like the offensive line, Paul, it takes a lot of time to develop, and especially a guy who has some habits to break from his days in Chicago.
We are with Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette. Ray, are you fond of snakes?
I can't not say that I've ever held a snake, but I don't mind them.
Well, I'm just saying we had I'm up here at Living Treasures, and I just had on my arm. What kind of a snake was? What kind of snake is this thing that was just crawling on my arm? Oh, we don't have. It's a what? You're not on. So it's a ball python. Okay. And how old is that ball python? All right. So I just had a ball python crawling on me, Ray. How do you like that?
I could probably handle a garter snake. I don't know if I can handle a python on my. Sounds like you're doing like a Johnny Carson type of show today.
Yes, we are. I had a kangaroo. Now I just had a ball python. How old is your ball python?
About 2 years old.
So it's two year old ball python, and of course you will see that. I know how big will that grow to?
This species is about 5 foot. So
a 5-foot snake. What do you think about that, Ray? What if you walked out of your porch and saw a 5-foot ball python?
Yeah, I'll take a pass on that.
Yeah. Now, are they harmful or?
No, these are like between corn snakes and ball pythons. They're like the best starter snake for like a pet.
A pet. There you go. So we have it. Didn't the Steeler? Who was the Steeler that was really into the snake thing? Was it Chad Brown? Yeah, it was Chad Brown. I think he still has a bunch of snakes and stuff, right? I mean, that was his thing. Yeah, no, we're Living Treasures, so I've got all kinds of co-hosts coming out here today. Ray, the other thing about it is this whole thing with Brandon Ayuk obviously took a life of its own and became ridiculous. But I don't think that it changes the fact they need a second receiver. I mean, again, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm watching Van Jefferson, and he looks like he's Van Jefferson. I'm watching, Calvin. I'm watching all of these guys. I just don't see a second guy that's going to put any fear at all in any defense.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does seem like they're all in on Ayuk, and if they don't get him, there's really not a lot of other options, even though there may be some other unhappy receivers out there. Listen, Van Jefferson had a good year a couple years ago when he was with the Rams. He helped them win a Super Bowl. Maybe they could strike lightning in a bottle, and he could have a bounce back year. But Paul, you're right. I mean, Scotty Miller is in camp. He's probably going to make the roster. He's had his moments with Tom Brady, but again, you're turning back the clock there. So, in the end, Paul, if they do not get Brandon Ayuk, number 2 receiver is probably going to be Pat Freiermuth. Now, Pat hasn't done a lot in the first 2 preseason games, but if you watch him during camp, he looks really good. He looks like he's a good fit in this Arthur Smith offense. So, kind of by default, I think the tight end could end up being a number 2 if they don't land Ayuk. I'm not closing the door on Ayuk just yet, but that thing just seems to be dragging on forever here. So it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about it is if it doesn't happen, like you said, I know that there's, Arthur Smith's offense is tight end heavy and all that, but man, I think part of the problem with the offense, and I think I wrote about it this week, in fact, it's not just that the quarterbacks haven't been great. I don't know that the receivers, other than Pickens, have done a good job of getting themselves open.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a small sample size because, Pickens and Van Jefferson aren't out there for all that much here in the first 2 games. Now, listen, would people have a different mindset if Mike Tomlin would have challenged that Van Jefferson catch a couple of weeks ago, and maybe that drive continues? It certainly would have. It would have been a first down. And you could say the same thing last week against the Bills, Paul. That Pickens catches that ball. I think it's inside the 20 or inside the 15. Doesn't get the call by the official, but, that was a nice throw by Wilson and almost a great catch by Pickens. So these guys are in here for only a handful of snaps every game. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but you better believe, Paul, they got to get off to a fast start, because if this receiving core is a story in a negative way early in the season, then certainly Omar Khan and the coaching staff are open for criticism, just because it's been an issue since they traded Deontay Johnson all the way back in March.
What game will be the first time that we see Broderick Jones at the left tackle, Troy Fontenot at the right tackle, and obviously Frazier is going to be your center? But what is going to be the first game where all 3 of those, and I know Broderick Jones is a second-year guy, but I'm kind of considering him a rookie if he's going to move to a different position. So you're essentially going to have 3 rookies starting on your offensive line. Like how many weeks into the season will it be before that sort of incarnation of the line, actually happens?
Well, you want to know what the funny thing is about these first 2 preseason games? All the criticism of the offensive line, and whose name hasn't been mentioned? Dan Moore. So, I mean, I know he's the lightning rod, but Fautanu had his struggles before he got injured in the opener, and then we all know Broderick Jones really struggled against the Bills. Paul, to answer your question, I think this all depends on Fautanu's health. He told us this week that he plans to be ready for that season opener, but, next week they're going to practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I think they get a 4-day weekend before they go back on Labor Day. So if he doesn't practice Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday next week, and he can't show that he's healthy enough to play, I don't think they're going to just put him in there with 1 week to prepare. So if he doesn't practice next week, I think it's Jones on the right and Dan Moore on the left to open the season, but that all depends on what happens with Fautanu next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key is if he plays, and then to me, I think what will happen is you'll get those 3 young guys, quote unquote, whatever you want to call them. The more they play together, the better they're going to get, right, Ray?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the case with any offensive line, Paul. But when you're developing with first and second round picks in consecutive years, like I kind of liken it to the way Kevin Colbert built his lines when he drafted Pouncey in 2010, and then Gilbert came in 2011, and then DeCastro came in 2012. They weren't a playoff team. They weren't even a very good team in 2013, but by the time 2014 got here, they were one of the best offenses and had one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. So, I don't want to, say, it's going to take 2 or 3 years, but it is going to take time. I think Fautanu is the real deal. I think Frazier is going to be really solid too. I don't know that he's ever going to be an All-Pro, but people rave about him down there, players and coaches alike. So I feel really good about those two. I'm a little bit concerned about Jones and this injury. I think it's hampering him a little bit. So that's the one guy I kind of worry about in terms of reaching his ceiling, being a number 14 overall pick. But hopefully he gets over that soon and he can get back to who he was last year, Paul, because last year he was a darn good right tackle for them in the second half of the season.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, our Steeler coverage on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out at T-Mobile.com/switch. Just a couple more minutes with Ray Fittipaldi from the Post-Gazette. Ray, the secondary of the Steelers was another spot that they sort of had to, figure it all out. But in your mind, has it come together reasonably well? And do you feel like, the secondary will be a strength of the defense?
If they don't have any injuries, I like their safeties, and I think their outside corners are going to be good enough. I've got some major concerns, though, with slot corner. Beanie Bishop didn't play last week, and the only healthy guy right now is Thomas Graham. It seems like Bishop is maybe going to play tomorrow. I think that's going to be a game-time decision. But both those guys are not locks to be the starter in Atlanta. They can make a trade. They can look to the waiver wire there, and that's really something that has to be addressed. I mean, later in the season when Cam Sutton is back, they'll be fine there. But for the first half of the season, we have to see who emerges there. And then I got some questions about the depth at outside corner as well. You got Darius Rush, Corey Trice, who are vying to be the top backup on the outside. Now, nobody worries about backups until there's an injury. But if Joey Porter goes down, if Dante Jackson goes down, neither of those guys, Trice or Rush, has any NFL experience or any significant experience. Rush played a little bit, last season, not much, and Trice was on IR. So those are the two big questions I have: slot corner and who's going to back up on the outside. They like their young guys, but again, Paul, it's one thing to like them; it's another thing to trust them when the games start for real here in another week or so.
Tomorrow they play Detroit. Obviously the quarterbacks are one thing that everybody's going to be watching. Maybe give me one or two other things that probably are, going to be developments that you need to watch a little bit.
Yeah, so fourth outside linebacker, really not a strong candidate. I think, I wrote about this today, I think the Marvin Leal can save them a roster spot. He could be the fourth outside linebacker if need be, so that's one guy to watch this week, one position to watch. And then inside linebacker, Peyton Wilson was cleared from his concussion. He's not going to start, but they would like him to be the dime linebacker in sub packages. So can Wilson secure that spot? I think he can. And then we'll see what they do at number 4 outside linebacker. Special teams is always a big consideration. So if Leal can be number 4, that certainly, would be a good thing for Danny Smith. He doesn't have to, worry about a spot there on the 53-man roster.
No, yeah, that's for sure. Now, Ray, you have kids and they're in school, and you, I know, are a football. Do you go to the local high school football games every week?
I do. My kids go to West Day. My daughter is she wants to be a physical therapist, so she's on the training staff as a student helper. So I go to most every game I can when I'm not traveling. So, it's a good time.
It's getting ready to get started this week. I know it's amazing. When Elijah played, I was at game every week, but I still try and pop in, every so often to see high school football because there's something fun about it.
No, it's a great time of the year. Colleges are starting this weekend too, and before you know it, 2 weeks from now, the NFL. So everyone who loves football, get ready. It's coming up soon.
That's true, and that means we'll be talking to you a whole lot, Ray. So, and that's always a good thing. So, thank you so much, sir, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. So, we're actually living treasures. The snake. Let's get back to the snake. You're comfortable with it on your neck like that?
Yeah, yeah. Until they're like 8 to 10 feet, they're not really a danger to cinch down on you, and ball pythons don't really anyway. So
really,
yeah.
So now, how do you take care of them? Do you have to give them shots and medicine and other stuff? Are snakes like other animals like that?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a medical need, there's shots, injections, creams, whatever they need. We have a very versatile vet that we work with, and yeah, I mean, we just this particular ball python actually does our photo encounters. So if you're ever here and you want a picture with a ball python, let us know. Just ask for Mango. That's the snake's name. So
that's the snake's name, and just pretty peaceful.
Yeah.
Just kind of lay. Now, when it's in its cage, does it just sort of lay around and?
Yeah, I mean, even in the wild, snakes mostly just hide. So that's why normally if you see a rattlesnake, you crept up on it. It doesn't creep up on you.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if I see a rattlesnake, it wouldn't have to bite me to kill me. It'd probably give me a heart attack, to be honest. So, that's the python portion of this show.
Oh, this is the little one.
Oh.
We got bigger. We're bringing it.
All right, so there's bigger snakes coming out. What do you think about that? Right now we've got tickets to give away. And it's 2 tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO, the Electric Light Orchestra, live in concert on the Over and Out Tour at PPG Paints Arena on September 10th, 2024. So call now, be the 6th caller, 412-928-9370, the 6th caller. You get 2 tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, live in concert on the Over and Out Tour at PPG Paints Arena on September 10th, 2024.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Michael Silver from out in the Bay Area provided somewhat of an update on Brandon Ayuk yesterday, saying my updated information is that everything is still on the table, including all the trades you've heard about, the Steelers scenario, and he also will not rule out the Washington Commanders, who traded one of their best receivers, Jihad Dotson, to Philadelphia yesterday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe.
JP Roofing and Siding. They don't call it JP for nothing. It's his baby. 43 years he's been doing this and doing it better than anybody. You don't thrive for that long in a town like this if you're not doing it right. This guy's a multiple-time MVP. He's the trifecta Northeast MVP. Back-to-back years. That's for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. Give them a call. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the Stash Tracker, a look at baseball's pitching phenom, presented by Armstrong Business Solutions.
The stats look like the phenom we saw in May and June during his outing against the Reds. 6 innings, no runs, 9 strikeouts. Skeens striking out 5 consecutive at one point. The rookie sensation now with a 2.16 earned run average. What remains to be seen is how often the team utilizes the Golden Arm during the last month of the season. The Stash Tracker is brought to you by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Sunshine this afternoon, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL preseason is coming to a close. To play or not to play? That's been the question. We've seen a future Hall of Famer like Patrick Mahomes, but haven't seen a potential bust in Bryce Young. The cliche is, practice makes perfect. And if Mahomes can play, so can you. I mean, everybody. I'm JR.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, and quite another navigating the world of negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. Guidance from an agent who's a Realtor can make all the difference, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Are you looking for more power, for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, we've got high school football coming back. And, of course, we do a bang-up job here on KDKA with high school football. But it's not just high school football. We got college football tomorrow. City Limits. College football is back tomorrow. But we looked at the schedule. There's only one game that matters, right?
Yeah, it's the Florida State game in Dublin.
Right. But anyway, joining us now is Carlo Zovko, who is a football aficionado, all things expert on all things football. Is that how we can introduce you, Carlo?
That's a great introduction. I would say certainly expert on all things Whitfield High School football.
Right. Well, obviously you worked for Pat Narduzzi and company down at Pitt, so you have a pretty good feel for what's going on in college football. So we'll start there, actually, because next week you've got Penn State, West Virginia. You've got Pitt playing Kent State. Tomorrow you've got Florida State going as college football is back. Just in the time, even when you worked in college football till now, man, things have changed incredibly, haven't they? Like, the NIL and transfer portal stuff obviously have been game changers, but what are some of the other things that just, that make college football look a lot different than maybe we remember from even 10, 15 years ago?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of administration. They're looking for their ROI, right? Their return on investment. So a lot of these regional rivalries are kind of dead a little bit. It's good to see Penn State playing West Virginia, and obviously West Virginia playing Pitt again. But, really next year is when you're going to see major changes. These changes right now are big, but next year is going to be massive because the schools can now directly pay the players. Next year, they have millions of dollars in their pools. So next year, I think you're going to see a more so salary cap NFL type of college football, which I think could be good. It'll definitely put at least a slow pause on the tampering and the poaching, but it's not going to stop it. But right now, I think that's the problem with college football is everything's so transient. You're going to take 20 kids from the transfer portal every year, most of which are being quarterbacks or starting players. So, fans don't grow with the player. There's no more freshman All-Americans anymore. If a kid's a freshman All-American, he's hitting the portal and getting a big bag, as they say, and hey, good for those kids. But, when you have a freshman All-American, it's also cool to be like, hey, we got 3 more years of this kid. So it's for the better. But the old traditional stuff, that's going away a little bit, somewhat.
You've seen, obviously, Pat Narduzzi. You worked for him. You know him very well. At the start of this, it was a little bit of kicking and screaming, but he seems to have been able to adapt and accept sort of the way things are now. Have you seen him sort of make that transfer? It's sometimes hard for some of these old school guys to do that.
Yep, and he absolutely adapted, and you have to credit him for it. Was it a little bit slower than what I personally would have liked? Absolutely, and that may be why they won 3 games last year. And Pat Narduzzi will never make the same mistake twice. I can guarantee you that. So guess what? He made a lot of changes this offseason. He brought in a quarterback from Alabama to compete with Nate Yarnell. So he likes where he's at heading into this year. I like where Pitt's at heading into this year. But, last year they had Phil Dracovic and Christian Veillere. They were freebies on the NIL front. And guess what? Neither of them were really that great. And that's probably being kind, Paul. They won 3 games. I look at Baylor. Okay, this is Baylor now. They brought in a quarterback, the MAC MVP last year of the conference. MAC Conference MVP, Daquan Finn. $1.5 million to get that kid down there, right? So that's the kind of money you're dealing with. That's a MAC MVP, Paul. Imagine what a Power 5 quarterback costs, So,
yeah,
so that's
really.
what college football is now.
Well,
that's what it is.
Go ahead.
Well, did you see Baylor coaches are wearing shirts at their practices now saying, "We pay players"? It's real big in Baylor, green and yellow. We pay players. That's what it is now. For better or worse.
I got a kick out of the fact that Oklahoma State actually now has, what do they call a QR code on the back of their helmets so you can donate to their NIL coalition. How about that?
You know what? I love Mike Gundy. He's an old school guy as well. He pretty much 2 days prior to that, he told all the agents, "Quit calling me. We ain't paying anybody from now on for the rest of the season. Call me in December. Quit calling me. And then 2 days later, he puts a QR code on the helmet, pretty much saying, "Hey, players, you want paid? Make a play and have the fans donate to you." How about that? Quit having the agents call me.
Yeah, I know, really. I think that's the biggest thing is I know there were some people who took exception to that, but I actually don't have a problem with a coach saying, hey, for the next 3 months, we're worrying about football. We'll worry about your next deal for next year in December.
Yeah, Paul, so a lot of people, it's kind of a gray area. They don't like talking about it. These coaches are getting calls, weekly from these agents. There's 85 scholarship players, on a roster, especially at these bigger schools. All those kids have agents. That's 85 agents to deal with, and they all want to talk to the head coach or the GM. That's why all these college football teams now are hiring GMs like the NFL. That's pretty much, hey, NIL agents, call these guys. I got enough to deal with. I don't need to be brokering deals 2 weeks before the season,
Right.
So I get where Gundy's coming from there.
I kind of laughed about that, though, the fact that they're hiring general managers for college football, but it makes sense. I mean, everything.
And they're paying them handsomely.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe that's your next career as the GM of a college football team.
Well, I was texting some people. I said, maybe I got out of the industry, a year too early.
Right. I mean, it seems like so with all of that, but also, tomorrow SMU plays. I guess we have to have. I guess we have to have some, passing interest in it, seeing as they're now an ACC team.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's a good thing. I think the more Power 4 schools, the better. The more we can bring up programs, it's better for college football. College football, in my opinion, is the greatest sport in the world. And if we could figure it out, we could be like the European soccer leagues and all that, where the fans are invested in every single game, every single moment. I think college football is in a unique situation, and I hope that they can capitalize on it.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's going to be one of those things where it's a year of just getting adjusted, isn't it? I think, in fact, doesn't Cal play here at Pitt? I think they do.
Yes, they're coming over. Yep. Long flight.
Cal versus Pitt, ACC game, right?
Well, when you think of the Atlantic Coast, I certainly think of Cal football and Pitt football.
Well, the funny thing was I saw on social media on Twitter, someone tweeted, ACC classic game, and it was the Cal Stanford, the one where the guy runs on the
the band is on the field.
The band runs on the field. That classic game. It was like ACC classic, ACC classic game. Classic ACC football, and it was that Cal Stanford thing. But another thing that happened with Pitt. Pat Narduzzi went out and hired a completely different kind of offensive coordinator than he's probably had, right? I mean, this is going to be very interesting to watch Pitt play football.
Yeah, and, it kind of goes back to what I said. Pat Narduzzi's not going to make the same mistake. He hired Frank Cignetti. He wanted to run the rock, control the ground game, and play defense. And they've seen what happened. That 2022 year when, Pitt was rated in the top 25, won the Sun Bowl, that should have been an ACC championship year as well, in my opinion. And I was on staff that year. We won 9 games, but I think Pat kind of seen the writing on the wall, like, hey, it's not a run and play defense college football anymore. It's not the league anymore. You have to adapt, and you need to score points. If Pitt in 2022 would have put up 30 points a game, 35 a game, which isn't crazy in college. It's very average and pedestrian. If they would have done that, they would have had 11 wins. So at least. So I think he's making an adjustment. Sometimes you have to give credit where credit's due, and I'm giving Pat credit there. I think Kate Bell's going to be good. I hope there's not too big of growing pains. But, I hear this offense is very explosive, and, don't be surprised to see some one-play drives. One play, 75 yards and a touchdown. You didn't see that much with Frank Cignetti. We're looking forward to seeing that for Pitt here.
I was talking to a couple of people who were on the staff, and they were joking that there could be some times they have to turn off Pat Pat Narduzzi's headsets on offense because they're going to be, doing things that make him very uncomfortable at times.
My favorite thing that probably made Pat uncomfortable, I wasn't on the headsets, but, I can see some body language. If you remember the ACC championship year, Mark Whipple was 4th and 5, I believe, against Clemson, and Whipple called a deep post. And, Pat just probably wasn't, but, he kept his mouth shut. He let his OC make the call. But I just looked at him. You could just tell there was a big pit in his stomach. And then I think it was Taysier Mack caught the touchdown. It kind of broke open the game. Kenny Pickett yells to the sideline, let's bleep and go. That was a moment of that 21 year. And sometimes you got to just let the OC call his offense, take some shots when he feels it. And, they have a gut feeling too. So yeah, I think that's going to be. I think it's going to be good. Kate Bell's going to be really good in that regard.
Well, you helped put together these recruiting classes for these guys that are now sophomores and juniors, and the guys that are going to start playing. I thought it was kind of funny. I said to Pat Narduzzi, had him on last week, and I said, you guys lost a number of high-profile players on defense. How do you replace them? And he said, well, all those high-profile players led us to 3 wins, which was not a not so subtle shot at them, if you know what I mean.
No, not so subtle shot at all. Right.
But there are some good young guys right on that side of the ball that are going to be that obviously you're very familiar with, right?
Yeah, on defense, nobody kind of gives this guy credit, and I'm not sure why, but Ryan Manilek, the linebacker coach, he has just been recruiting dudes into his room. When he first got hired in 2021, we had about 4 linebackers that could play in the game. Right now, through Ryan Manilek's recruiting, and they're all young kids too, and he lost a couple in the portal, they have probably 7 or 8 linebackers that can go into the game and make some plays. The guy doesn't miss on his prospects. He zeroes in on his top guys, and let me tell you, he got a great eye for it. And another one, really a couple other guys, are Corey Sanders and Archie Collins. That defensive backfield, especially the safeties, are loaded. The cornerbacks, they had a couple drafted in the last couple of years, so they got to restock a little. But that safety group and that linebacker group really, really good. I'm very excited to see the young guys this year.
Well, just a couple more minutes with Carlo. Carlo, your wheelhouse as well as Whitfield High School football. I saw you did some podcasts.
Yep.
Who just run down reasonably quick. Your 6, 2 favorites in each class that we should watch.
2 favorites in each class, absolutely. Oh man, I love this. Let's start small. Single A. I love Fort Cherry. Matt Sigg, the super sophomore last year, is back for his junior year. He was, all-world last year for Fort Cherry, led them to a Whitfield championship. It's going to be them, and it's going to be the Clarendon Bears. The Bears are back, baby. They got 2 guys, the running back Jasir Jones and the wide receiver Zamir Correll. Those are 2 Division I talents. I'm expecting Fort Cherry and Clarendon in Single A this year. Single A got some dudes. I know it's a small classification, but sometimes – when you got the best players, they put up insane stats, and that's what we got this year. In 2A, I love Seton LaSalle, and I love South Park. South Park, and they're 2 polar opposites, Paul. South Park has all this beef up front, 2 Division I offensive tackles, guards and centers that are each 6 foot, 250 plus. So, a lot of beef up front, and Eric Doru, the running back, going to rush for close to 1,800 yards this year. He's a Division I kid, probably Division I FCS like Duquesne and them. But then Seton LaSalle has my favorite player in the entire Whitfield, Khalil Taylor. He's a sophomore this year. Seton LaSalle started really bad last year, and then they realized, hey, this freshman we got's a dude. He recently got rated a top 50 player nationally in his class, Paul. Seton LaSalle, Khalil Smith, they're my champion in 2A, preseason champ at least. In 3A, I love Central Valley. Mark Lyons, their head coach. He's a legend right now. Love Central Valley. And I love the Beaver Bobcats. Sometimes these smaller communities, Paul, the stars align. The stars are aligning for the Beaver Bobcats. I'm expecting them to have a major year. So those are my two favorites in 3A. In 4A, now we're starting to get to the big boys. Aliquippa might be the favorite in 6A. They are loaded up front. They're loaded in the defensive backfield. They have a quarterback this year in Marquise Council, who's going to be a Division I kid. He's a junior. And, of course, they have the State Player of the Year, Tyke Hayes, who's back for his senior year. He needs about a little over 3,000 yards to break Russell Shell's all-time PA record. If they go to the state championship, it's not out of the question, but he's going to need to have a big year to do it. But it's not out of the question. He's going to rush for at least 2,000. That's Tyke Hayes, the Penn State recruit. In 5A, 5A, Peters Township returns just about everybody. They have the best pass rushers in the WPIAL. Mickey Vaccarello is going to Stanford. He's a senior. And Reston Lehman, he's a junior coming off the other edge. He's going to be a Power 4 football recruit. I would think like the Pitt, Penn States, West Virginias will be after him. They're my favorite. Their quarterback is the Sheriff, Nolan DeLucia. He's a junior, Paul, so he's going to be back again next year. He's about 6'4", big arm. He already has a couple FBS offers. Woodland Hills is my number 2 team. Scoop Smith is electrifying. He's a junior receiver. Now, he ran a 4.40 40 at West Virginia this summer. He runs a 10-400 meter, easily the fastest player in the Whitfield. You get him the ball in space, he's going to make some plays. And their junior quarterback, Cam Walters, is a Division I talent as well. So I think that duo, Walters and Scoop Smith, will light up defenses all year long. And then the big boys in 6A, you know, it was the same 5 years ago. It's going to be the same in the next 5 years. It's going to be North Allegheny and Central Catholic. I'm going to give Central the slight favorite lead right now. Ryan Laymeyer's in year 2. Art Walker, you know, kind of had a couple tricks up his sleeve in the championship game. Beat Central last year. I think Central goes on a revenge tour. You know, they're littered with Power 5 recruits, especially at that linebacker position. I think Bradley Gompers, the Duke commit, is their best player. Expect to see a lot of him on offense at kind of a receiving tight end role and then outside linebacker. And then North Allegheny, you know, never count out NA. They are loaded in the trenches. They'll be able to run the rock this year.
Carlo, great stuff, sir. Thank you so much for jumping on. And we will look forward to your weekly commentary.
Yep. And I'll be on 100. Yep, I'll be on 100.1 after the games tonight, really before the games as well, but with Paul Alexander, 9 to 11.
Right, I was just going to get to that. You're back to do our broadcast on KDKA, and so you'll hear Carlo in the pregame and then wrapping it up in the postgame, which is always a lot of fun.
Oh, so. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I appreciate you having me on.
All right, brother. That is Carlo Zovko. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler. Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And, of course, the Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with sunny skies. We have another visitor. Can you turn on his mic real quick for him? We have another visitor. You have to. This one is. Look at this. We have 2 visitors here. So this one is a
10-month-old kangaroo.
A 10-month-old kangaroo named.
His name's Biscuit.
Is that the one that you had before? Yeah. He's getting startled a little bit. Easy. He's a little startled.
I don't think he likes the other visitor.
Oh, I see. The pig.
Yeah, that's my new pet pig.
A pet pig, and we've got a kangaroo and a pig.
Yep.
So, Biscuit, is that the one you had down in Greentree?
Yeah, this was at the 5 Alarm Fest.
Okay, but it's grown a little bit.
Yeah, he's pretty big now.
He's getting bigger, and then, of course, there's a pig. What's the pig's name?
The pig's name's Reed.
Okay. And we were obviously at Living Treasures. We'll be here for the rest of the day, and we got a lot to get to. Steelers play tomorrow. Pirates play tonight. College football, high school football, it's on the horizon. So we'll do all that next. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame today has revised its bylaws in terms of governing the annual selection process for contributors. So modern era candidates are now eligible the year after they're potentially done coaching, which means that Bill Belichick is now eligible to be inducted in the Hall of Fame class of 2025. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Hi, Joe.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. So again, with that YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This afternoon, expect mostly sunny skies and a high of 82 degrees. Light east-southeast winds around 5 miles per hour. For tonight, expect clouds to increase after midnight and a low of 58. Winds light and variable. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Dog days of summer are here, and South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee starting at $279 a month for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 24th and 25th is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better? You'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
It's Water Heater Month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. 7-0 victory for the Pirates yesterday. First of a 4-game series against the Cincinnati Reds. Paul Skeens was stellar. 6 innings, only allowed 2 hits, 1 walk, no runs allowed, 9 strikeouts. Skeens now 8-2 on the season. Pirates broke it open in the bottom half of the 5th inning with 6 runs. Also got a Yasmani Grandal home run in the bottom half of the 6th inning, his 6th of the season. Highlight in that bottom of the 5th, a Brian De La Cruz bases clearing double with the bases loaded for his 21st double of the season. Bailey Falter goes tonight to 6:40 first pitch from PNC Park. Andrew Abbott starts for Cincinnati. 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dan Kingerski joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. As Paul Zeiss, we are at Living Treasures in Donegal, PA. And, of course, we have had a number of different little animals here join the show. So that's been fun. Yesterday, an animal, well, sort of, the penguins, as we were actually doing the show, made a little bit of news. And, of course, anytime there's penguin news, we always have to go to our go-to guy, Dan Kingerski. And, Dan, you weren't expecting to work yesterday like you did, like you ultimately ended up doing, as the Penguins pulled off a rather interesting trade, didn't they?
Yes, they did, and it did come as a bit of a surprise. There were no rumors, no rumblings. They kept it very quiet. And then the news broke somewhere, I think, around 11:30, 12 o'clock, that they had swapped top prospects with the Winnipeg Jets, sending their 2023 first-round pick, 14th overall, Braden Yeager, to Winnipeg for Winnipeg's 2022 first-round pick, also a 14th overall kid, Rutger McGroarty, coming back to the Penguins, and all hell broke loose after that.
Right. Well, you know, the thing about it is there's 2 elements to this. One is, obviously you can speak to the player they're getting, but the player that they're giving away, was that sort of the equivalent of giving up on a guy that they had high hopes for? Or what sort of is the genesis of all this?
You know, that's a really nuanced question and answer, because here's the underlying situation. Winnipeg was not going to sign Rutger McGroarty. They were going to lose him, I think, in 1 year to free agency, because when you go to college, if you don't sign your entry-level contract by the time you're done, then that August, you become a free agent. And some guys like Justin Schultz have used that to their benefit to get to pick their teams. So Winnipeg was not going to sign McGroarty. So the trade for top prospect is kind of interesting. I don't think the Penguins gave up on Braden Yager, not after 1 year. That would be really silly. But I do think they got a better sense of who and what they had, where his ceiling was. I mean, he scored a lot of goals. He scored 35 goals in the WHL last year. But when we scouted him up in the Memorial Cup in Saginaw back in May, there were some clear flaws in his game. He won the Gentlemanly Trophy in the WHL. There were some things I was kind of a little bit sour on. And McGroarty is kind of a heavy winger, a guy who can make plays but also go to the front of the net. And for the Penguins to make this trade, they have to think that McGroarty is a better player than Yager. And I think that's what it came down to. Still an awkward and a bit of an odd trade to give up your top prospect, but that's the only way I can figure that it works.
Well, and I've read some people that said that he's got to be in the top six.
Oh, I don't think that's true. Certainly not his rookie year anyway. I don't think you dunk the kid in the deep end of the pool as a 20-year-old. You're like, hey, you're going to play with Sidney Crosby now. I think you work up to that moment of playing with Sidney Crosby. Now, is that saying that he won't? No, but I think there is a process and some steps between here and there before he plays with Crosby. Now, when you say top six, though, Paul, that also includes Evgeny Malkin. And I really liked what Michael Bunting and Malkin did at the end of last season. So I don't think you break that up. I think it does come down to first line or third line. Whoever the heck is going to be on that third line, might have a pretty good winger.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing is, it seems like, or it feels like, given the confines or whatever you want to say of what he has the ability to do and not do, it feels like Kyle Dubas is slowly but surely trying to, make over the roster and push the thing into, rebuilding, kicking and screaming if he has to. But what are your thoughts on what he's done this whole offseason so far?
Well, it's certainly interesting giving up your top prospect if you're in a rebuilding mode, right?
Right.
But I think this offseason has really been I guess I'm at a loss for a singular adjective for it, because they've taken on salary dumps. I mean, they didn't get better players by acquiring Kevin Hayes and Cody Glass. They didn't get better players signing Anthony Beauvillier and Matt Grzelcyk, and maybe they upgraded a little bit with Blake Lizotte, who will be kind of a crash bang fourth line guy, whether he's the center or one of the wings. But they didn't make changes to the top six, and they didn't upgrade the rest of the roster. They just kind of filled spots. So it's kind of a very uneasy stasis, setting themselves up for kind of a big clean slate next summer or 2 summers from now. This is just kind of, rolling the rocket to the launch pad for that rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is, and of course everybody right now is sort of hanging on and just trying to figure out what's going on with the captain. I'm assuming there's no real updates with regard to Crosby and his contract, correct?
There are 0 updates. It would be about 7 or 10 days ago, talk with sources. And I kind of laid it out, Paul. I'll tell you the background of my question. A singular, statement question to sources. Hey, give me one word. Just say comfortable, optimistic, no problem. Give me a little something to quell the speculation, and we can all go about our day. And the answer I got back was, we don't want anything out there either way. So you read into that whatever you want to. I certainly was like, okay. That's what I know.
Yeah. Well, again, I think everyone's pretty sure that he's going to remain with the Penguins. But of course, as it goes on, people start to get a little bit more nervous.
Well, I think they should. Yeah. I mean, listen, we're almost into September now. This is getting a little awkward.
It certainly is. And then the other question, Dan, is, and whenever we're on the final word together, I always do that shtick with, bring them all back. But, I mean, are we basically looking at the same goalie situation this year as they had last year?
Most likely. I think the same players anyway. Whether or not it's the same division of labor is certainly up for debate. I think Alex Nedeljkovic probably earned a little greater share than he had at the start of last season. I don't think he's the number one guy by any means, but I think you could see a more even distribution in net. And then, I mean, you don't know what other teams are going to go through. You don't know when an older guy is going to hit the wall or a team's going to have injuries, and one of them becomes a sought-after trade target, right? I mean, right now it's going to be Jari Nedeljkovic. But if, a team in contention needs a goalie, I certainly would circle one of those two guys, depending on the situation with the other team, as a prime target, because the Penguins have a pair of kind of hot shot prospects now who are going to start the season in Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it all plays out. Of course, everything starts. Everything begins, and when Sidney Crosby gets his situation resolved. Dan, thank you so much as always for jumping in and breaking it down. And hopefully you can have a couple of days where you don't have to worry about breaking news.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. Thank you, sir.
Have fun, Paul.
All right. Dan Kongursky, Pittsburgh Hockey Now is his site. And, of course, he is follows it very, very closely. Like I said, I thought yesterday was a really strange trade. Just you trade your top prospect for the top prospect from another organization, and you're a team that's trying to rebuild. It kind of it signals to me that you don't have a whole lot of faith in the guy that you drafted, and that you maybe think that a change of venue would be good, or a change of scenery would be good for him. And that's only going to be determined in the near future here. We're at Living Treasures out in Donegal, and Matt, you brought us a number of animals. Do you have a few more that you're going to bring out to us?
We do. I'm just waiting for our park manager to get back.
Oh, okay. You're not going to bring like a bear or something out?
No bears. No.
Okay.
Not in Pennsylvania. So, so in Pennsylvania, we can't let people have contact with primates or carnivores. So, like kangaroos are fine, goats and stuff like that's fine, but no bears, no tigers, no lions.
Yeah, that's interesting. Is that just a safety thing, or?
Yeah, it's just the Pennsylvania Game Commission rules. So.
Yeah.
Because we're governed by like 6 or 7 different organizations, so it's kind of interesting trying to figure out what you can and can't do, and what type of animals you can have and not.
So, like, people come, they can't take a photo with a bear, basically.
Yeah, we no contact, no contact with a bear. But yeah.
So that's comforting, because I was like worried that you were going to walk out of that room with a bear.
Well, Pennsylvania is actually really strange because, like, you can't own hedgehogs and you can't own sugar gliders, these harmless little furry things, right? But you can go to any reptile show and buy a spitting cobra.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange rule.
And I'm assuming it's spitting cobra. That means it's probably dangerous.
Yes, very, very venomous.
Yeah. You don't have one of those here, do you?
No, the only thing we have here that would be considered hot is our poison dart frogs. But cool thing about them is most of their poison they get from what they eat in the wild. And then here we can actually control their diet, so they're not as poisonous. You'll still get like a little red, little red mark. But unless you're allergic to them, they really won't hurt you.
Okay. Well, I look forward to whatever the next animals that are coming out. But I'm amazed how many people are coming through. You get a lot of people that come through every day, right?
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the year, we'll have between 85,000 and 90,000 come through.
Wow.
So with our school programs, we'll do about 10,000 students too. So.
Inside Camp Aliquippa, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread, debuts on the KDK High School's YouTube channel. Behind-the-scenes look at one of the most powerful high school football programs in the state. And speaking of football, you can celebrate the start of it at the Kickoff and Rib Festival, presented by Icy Light, August 29th through September 2nd at Acrisure Stadium. Admission is free. National rib vendors, free concerts, football, and fun. Visit AcrissureStadium.com/ribfest and join us for Labor Day weekend on the North Shore. Coming up, I think do we have Mike White coming up?
Yeah, you talked to Mike, right? He's going to be joining at 12:35.
Yes. So 12:35, we've got Mike White to get us started with KDK football on the football, high school football on KDK. Mike White is a part of that coverage, and of course, City Limits is a part of our coverage, as is Carlo, as is it Dan Zangrilli and Johnny Lee again?
Yeah, and I think Doran's filling in potentially too on a couple of games.
Yes, and then the sideline reporter is Donnie Football.
That's right. How about it? And I'm doing social with Ben Tenuta starting tonight.
So it's all hands on deck. And of course, what's the big game tonight that's on KDK?
Oh, there's two games. There's a 5 o'clock game, and there's also an 8 o'clock game.
What's the 5 o'clock game?
I'm going to have to use my first Paul pause of the day.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Researching my statistics, Paul. McKeesport will play Uniontown Lake, and Woodland Hills will play Erie McDowell.
Okay. Those are the games that you'll hear on KDK, our sister station. Coming up, we got Mike White. We'll talk to him about that and much, much more. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Still not much of an update on Brandon Ayuk, as according to Michael Silver in the Bay Area, everything is still on the table, including an extension, including a potential Steelers trade. Michael Silver also said that he wouldn't rule out Washington coming back into the fold for the San Francisco wide receiver, with the regular season just 2 weeks away. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Paul?
Something just happened with my internet here, so give me a Paul pause for a minute.
It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Yeah, something just happened with the
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
You can call me Ron.
Everybody shout, let's go, Bucks!
I love you. I love
How
you.
about, please, Dan, how about give me that one?
Help me, Dan, please! I can't take it anymore!
Give me another second, City Limits. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, here it goes. Something having to kick me out of the internet.
The Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
All right, so we are back, up and running. Are you ready, City Limits?
Let's do it, Paul.
All right, men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. NuFlow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully and long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. NuFlow is your only serious option. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call NuFlow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles. I don't know if I know her. Sure you don't.
You don't know her?
Should I? Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers gets you from tailgate to final down this season and are available at Myrna's Brewery Outlet in New Ken.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. College football gets started tomorrow in Dublin with Florida State and Georgia Tech. I'll be paying close attention on who's who because in this new college football landscape, everybody moves around. Players, coaches, even teams. The college offseason might as well be like NBA free agency. This is like playing a game of who he play for. I'm JR.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Long live the king! Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 24th and 25th is opening weekend. It's entertainment, it's fantasy.
It's an adventure to the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghGrandFest.com.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at LGKG.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use Precision Pointing. Loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross. Or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
We are back. We're at Living Treasures up here, Animal Park in Donegal. And Matt, I hear there's a visitor, a different visitor coming that might alarm us a little bit.
Yeah, it's a scaly friend. She's pretty big, so.
I hear a 40-pound snake. Is that what I'm?
40 might be on the upper end. She's probably closer to like 36 to 37.
Okay, so we'll keep ourselves posted for the arrival of the big snake. In the meantime, we're going to talk to our good friend from the Post-Gazette, Mike White, who also is a part of our high school football coverage on KDKA. AM. And Mike, if you were here sitting next to me, you would get a chance to hold a 40-pound snake.
No, Paul, you got that all wrong. If I saw that thing coming in, I would immediately leave the show and leave it. I don't do snakes, garter snakes, any kind. Definitely afraid of them. If that thing came near me, I'd leave the show.
we had a little smaller snake. Here he is. There she is. But we had a little smaller snake out here earlier, and I survived it because I feel the same as you. I'm not a big fan of snakes, but I'm trying.
Not a big fan. I can't even describe what I'm like. I tell you what, if I was doing that show and they brought it, I'd say no. Don't even bring it near me. I'm going off the air if you do.
Well, anyway, good thing for you is all you have to do is cover high school football. And
That's right. No snakes tonight at Montour, I hope.
So you're obviously a part of our coverage on KDKA. I know there are some big games that we have this weekend, but what are, first of all, when you look at this season coming up, this is your probably 40th season of covering high school football, something like that?
Someone just asked me that the other day, and I sat down and figured out the first game I covered I was working part-time. First game I covered for the Post-Gazette was a sophomore in college, dating myself back in 1981. So if you count that, this will be, 43, 44 years covering games.
Wow, 43 years. So you've seen a lot of high school football. You know what, Mike, has it changed over the course of time? I know that we used to have a lot of a lot more Division I type guys, but at the end of the day, how has it changed over the course of those time?
Well, Paul, if you go back to when I was starting this in the 80s, I mean, it's not even comparable as far as the number of Division I talent. Now, there were a lot more players back then. The population was bigger, but no, it's not anything like it used to be, even compared to 20 years ago. I mean, I think we have 18 guys right now committed to FBS schools. We're going to have a few more probably. So it's probably nowadays a year in the 20s, low to mid-20s, that's probably average. But we used to have 30. Back in the 80s, we'd have 30 guys going to power conference schools, or 25. Now we get 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 a year at the most. But, as far as how it's changed, it's changed drastically. Just forget about the talent, Paul. You asked that question. I'm just sitting there thinking, just the style of play. You didn't have anybody pass for 2,000 yards during a regular season. This was, I think, high school football everywhere, but especially in Western PA, it was 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and you saw a lot of wing tees, you saw a lot of I formation, and just run. So the style has changed dramatically. Some of the other things have changed. I mean, those games used to – I remember first, even when I was in high school, we had games starting most of them started at 8 o'clock. And they were over usually by 10. Now they start at 7, and there's not a high school game now that very, very rarely does it last less than 2.5 hours. You're looking at a lot of times 3 hours by the time with all the passing. And that's okay, more exciting, but – those are some things. The style has changed drastically, offensively, I think, and kids are bigger. Definitely, that's changed too. But even just time. So, and another big change. I mean, the City League is, oh my gosh, not even comparable to what it was then. Even back then, the teams were playing on their own home fields and weren't good home fields. I think it's a good idea to play them all couples, but. You had back in the 70s, you probably had, I think you had 12 or 13 City League schools still playing then, Oliver and South Hills. And now you have 5. And one of them doesn't even play. They play an independent schedule, Carrick. So, it's been a lot changed since I first started doing this. But it's still we did a quest for the best show with Hampton last night. There's just still something in the air special about Western Pennsylvania football and Friday, especially first Friday. But I've always said this for years. I love being in the school sometimes, just for a little bit, the day of a game, a home game, a Friday home game. There's just a feeling in it, especially the bigger schools. Just a feeling of, kind of excitement. It's just kind of neat, and I still think that feeling is there today.
Well, some things don't change, like, for instance, Aliquippa. I'm reading, it seems like they're going to be really good again this year. But they have a new coach, right? Did I see that correctly? What's his name? Mike Warfield, he stepped down at least for a year or stepped away or whatever. So, I mean, how might things be different?
Yeah, he said it was kind of surprising. Although, I talked to him, he was thinking about it even the last year or two. He stepped away in July, not long before the regular season practices started. I don't know. He said it's just like a 1 year, maybe he might come back. I don't see him coming back, Paul, unless they fall flat in their face, which I don't think they're going to do. They have too much talent there, and with some of the new kids they have coming in, but they're going to be really good. But an interesting thing with them, and in football and all the high school sports nowadays, especially football and basketball, because they were the first ones to do it. Aliquippa has 6 transfers that are – a few of them are really high-profile guys. Like Larry Moon's one of the most heavily recruited sophomore, WPIL, transferred from Central, another kid from Central, 2 kids from Central Valley. But One is ineligible for the regular season and the playoffs. The other 6 are eligible for the regular season but are not eligible for the playoffs. Under the PIA rule, if you transfer after your sophomore year, you're ineligible for the playoffs the next year unless you meet a few exceptions, and 3 of them did not meet the exceptions. So it's and you see this in basketball, Paul. Kids, you've got a kid that's definitely a starter, worthy of a starter, but if you're a coach, he's not going to be around in the playoffs. Yeah, you're going to play him, but do you play him, as much as you would if he was going to be there for the playoffs? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a fine line. You got to figure out what to do because you got to get whoever his backup is ready. I think it's, it puts another thing on some coaches when you have kids. And there's a number of them that transfer after their sophomore years. If you saw the list of people that transfer from WPIAL to rule on, it's really long. So Aliquippa has to deal with that, but Sean Patrick has taken over. He played at Aliquippa, played at Kent State, been an assistant there. He's the guy Mike Warfield wanted to take over. And with the team they have, I'd be shocked if they don't go far again.
Well, I think that's going to be, obviously always a storyline is Aliquippa. Are there some teams that are moving up or down in class that could, upset or, upset sort of the equilibrium? I think Central Valley's moving down, right?
Yeah, Central Valley moved down. They're our game of the week tonight. They play at Montour. Central Valley moved down from 4 to 3. They were in 3, played the last couple of years in 4. Bell Vernon's won the last 2 3A state championships. They moved up, Paul, to 4A. They don't have Quentin Martin anymore. They lost some other guys, but I still think they're going to be pretty good. And I think it's one of the most interesting games of the year. Next week, the opener for both of those teams is Bell Vernon at Aliquippa. There's not very often you get 2 state champions playing each other in their first game of the year. I think that's pretty cool. It's a big game. And as far as moving, I think is interesting is Westinghouse. They lost in the state championship the last 2 years in 2A, lost to Southern Columbia, who's won 7 in a row. They moved down to 1A this year, Westinghouse did. Their coach and kids really did not want to, Paul. Pittsburgh Public Schools said, no, you should. We're going to move you down. And they moved down because of their enrollment. It wasn't a choice of theirs. But they could have stayed up in 2 if they wanted. And they wanted to stay up to get another shot at Southern Columbia. That team, I was at their camp last week out in the middle of nowhere in Camp Conakry. They've got players, Paul. They were going to be really good no matter what, 2A or 1A. They lost one of their best players for the year, Keyshawn Robinson, one of the most highly recruited juniors in WPIAL. He's out for the year with a hip injury, needs surgery, but they are going to be really good still. I would pick them right now to win single A, the state championship, but you got Fort Cherry, Clairton's good in WPIAL, some other schools. So that's one of the storylines. You know what? I'm going to mention this one. This is one of my favorite storylines of the year. The coach at Bethlehem Center, Beth Center, their Class A school, I forget where, Bentleyville is it? Anyway, their coach is Tony Rosito, Paul. He is 83 years old. 83. And he's still the head coach. I mean, you can't be president when you're 83. That's too old. But you can still be a high school football coach, right?
Yes. I mean, has he been there for a long, long time, I'm assuming?
I think this is his 4th year. He has actually coached, I think, at 5 or 6 other schools over his time. He lives on a farm, still does farm work around the farm. He's in great shape. I saw him 2 years ago. I haven't seen him the last year or two. But, I mean, I give the guy a ton of credit. 83 years old, still coaching high school football. Who does that? Who does that?
That's incredible, really, if you think about it. I mean, hope at 83 I have the energy to do anything like that.
Exactly. I hope I'm here at 83.
Yeah, I'm 53, and some days I don't think I got the energy to do that. So you have this weekend. Is there one of these like showcase events with like a bunch of different teams playing at like the Wolverine or something?
You're doing it. The KDK is all over it. 5 games at the Wolverine, Woodland Hills, 2 today, 3 tomorrow. And you know what, Paul? If you put these things on around here, now the Wolverine had an event about 10 years ago maybe, called the Rally in the Valley. They brought up Lakeland High School from Florida, Steubenville from Ohio, some really good teams. I think they had, 4 games maybe. But this might be the best as far as matchups go for an event. You're talking tomorrow, Steel Valley's our number 1 team in 2A playing Clairton, the number 2 team in 1A. Then you've got Central Catholic playing the St. Francis Academy from Maryland, who is always ranked among the top, teams in the country, producing a ton of major college players. But I go back, still their most famous graduate from St. Francis, Paul, Angel Reese. Is from St. Francis in Maryland. So I'd say she's the most famous graduate. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I said, probably she would be. At least right now she is.
Yeah. They have some guys in the NFL right now, but they're not even in a league. They got kicked out of their league because teams wouldn't play them anymore because they were tired of them recruiting from everywhere. They bring kids in from there. They're kind of like an IMG. But Central Catholic, they've got players too. That should be interesting. And then the last game is Beaver. They're my sleeper team this year at WPIL. They are a 3A team. They have almost all their starters back. A couple FCS recruits. They were 9-3 last year. They're playing Westinghouse, who hoping to maybe win a single A state championship this year. I think that is a really, really interesting game. So if you're going to put an event together, I know Woodland Hills and Tamir Brown helped, did this, and a lot of other people. Brian Tarrant, their coach, they've really put together a really, really nice matchups. A lot of times when they do these things, like Pine Richmond played IMG Academy back, 6 years ago or so, but it always seems like they do it the wrong year for the WPIL teams. They're a year too late. I mean, I would have loved to have seen Phil Dracovich's Pine Richmond team play IMG Academy, but he graduated the year before. So they've got teams this year. Central's good. Westinghouse is good. Beaver's good. So they've got teams this is the right year to bring these teams in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I assume that they won't have Bishop Sycamore at this event.
No, but what's interesting is no Bishop Sycamore. You remember Bishop Sycamore had a couple teams. St. Francis Academy, they're playing Central Catholic tomorrow. North Alleghany's playing St. Francis tonight. Same school, but they've got 2 teams. It's like their B team. It's like their B. They call it their regional team, I think. So St. Francis is playing 2 teams, but they're not the same team playing tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's at least you won't have what was that guy's name? Roy, the coach from Bishop.
I don't remember, but I remember doing that story. They played Stowe Rocks. Stowe Rocks.
They played Stowe Rocks and lost, and everybody was kind of like, wait a minute. They lost to Stowe Rocks, but they're a national power. And
then they were going to play somewhere else the next day, like in Florida or something.
Yeah, they played against IMG, didn't they? And that was
that was it. And they don't really even have a school.
That was when the whole thing blew up, basically.
Yes. So no Bishop Sycamores this year, although St. Francis is playing 2 times in 2 days, but not the same team.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. So we get started this week, and the last one for you, Mike, is the WPIL Championships. Are they going to be the same? There's a couple of them at different high schools, and then
there's
4 of them at the
There's a slight change this year, Paul. A couple years ago, the 5A was at Acrisure, but it's been mostly at Norwin the past few years. But this year, and the 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A were at Acrisure. This year, the 6A and the 4A will be at Acrisure in mid-November, and the 5A, 3A, 2A, 1A will be – I'm sorry, did I say that? They will be at Norwin. The 6A and 4A will be at Norwin in mid-November, and the other 4 classes will be at Acrisure the following weekend. Explain it real fast. Everybody says, "Oh, can you do that? How can you do that?" Well, the reason is this. The winner of 6A, and the brackets change all the time from the PIAA. The winner of the WPIL 6A and 4A enters the state playoffs in the quarterfinals, which start like the weekend of November 23rd. The other 4 classifications, the WPIL champ enters the state playoffs in the semifinals. So 6A and 4A have to be done a week earlier. That's why they're not playing. And I'm sorry, WPL isn't going to rent out Acrisure Stadium. It's really expensive twice. They did it one time, and they're going to rent it out twice for 2 games. So that's why they're at different sites.
Okay. Well, Mike, I know you're going to be very busy the next many Friday nights, so thank you. Hopefully we'll do this again, and, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
All right, Paul, don't touch that snake.
I already did. Too late.
Oh, gosh. Run.
Yes. Anyway,
all right, buddy.
I'll try. That's Mike White of the Post, because that's Matt. This snake that we have here, what kind of snake is it? And
she's a red-tailed boa. Her name is Rexy.
A red-tail. How tall? I mean, how long is she?
If she ever fully unclenches, she's like 9-10 feet. So.
But
snakes are normally tense, so that they don't ever fully stretch out. She's like somewhere between 35 and 40 pounds.
So if they, is that how big she's going to be? Or
yeah, she's full grown.
Full grown snake. The head on this thing is amazing.
Yeah.
How big the head on this snake is. Now, are they? Seems like she's pretty peaceful. I had her around my neck, and I was thinking.
Yeah, she's really calm. Now, the other 2 snakes that are on exhibit, we have a whole bunch of controlled contact snakes we get out and carry around. But the other 2 snakes that are on exhibit, you can't really handle them. They're not nice at all.
How about this one?
Oh, she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, because I was going to say, she just seems pretty peaceful and just chilling there. It's amazing. Really. If I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, that's... So, like, if you were walking in the woods somewhere in...
Colombia.
In Colombia.
Yep.
And came across one of those things.
Yep.
Now, in the wild, are they mean or no?
They can be. They're normally high up in trees, so you probably wouldn't walk across one. They might fall on you, but that's about it.
Now, are they the kind that would squeeze you?
Yeah, she's full on boa constrictor.
Oh wow! But she doesn't.
No, most snakes generally won't squeeze down on something they don't intend on eating. So that's like they always make the joke about like when you have a pet snake and it lays beside you to see if it's big enough to eat you yet. Like it is a joke, but that is the truth. Like they really won't strike at you clench down on you unless they're actually going to eat you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a very interesting fact. I'm not sure if that makes me feel better or worse, but I did have it around my neck for a few minutes.
Well, just keep in mind we're both of the bigger variety of men here, so it takes a bigger snake to. Yes. So.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills, and of course. Let's see, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevy. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with sunny skies. We also want you back with us after the break to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. Coming up, we've got our weekly segment with Bob Walk, who is probably in a better mood today than he has been the last few weeks because the Pirates are coming off a really good game. We'll talk to him next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame has changed the waiting period for coaching candidates and contributors. It's been reduced from 5 seasons out of the game to just 1 season. So, this could allow for Bill Belichick to be inducted into the Hall of Fame as early as next year. Steelers, Lions, 1 o'clock from Detroit tomorrow from Ford Field. Final preseason game before the Steelers' regular season begins September 8th in Atlanta. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru.
Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer doc via 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
The Black Crowes Happiness Bastards Tour rolls on. Celebrating their first new music in 15 years. And all the hits. October 29th, UPMC Event Center. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Black Crowes Happiness Bastards Tour.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Fall is the perfect excuse to update my wardrobe. So I went to Kohl's and fell in love with dressing up all over again. And all for less. With their friends and family sale, I saved 20% on polished pieces for me and my husband. Like dresses, button-downs, and shoes. Plus, I earn Kohl's cash. Don't take my word for it. Get to Kohl's and discover fall faves for yourself. Select styles. Offers end August 25th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella Windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
7-0 win for the Pirates last night against the Cincinnati Reds at PNC Park. Paul Skeens, 6 strong innings, only allowed 2 hits, walked 1 batter. No runs allowed, 9 strikeouts, won his 8th game of the season. Pirates broke it open, bottom half of the 5th inning. Brian Reynolds drove in a run. Joey Bart was hit by a pitch and drove in a run, and it led to the Brian De La Cruz bases clearing double, his 21st double of the year. De La Cruz with 3 hits and potentially his best day as a Pirate so far after being acquired at the trade deadline. O'Neill Cruz also drove in a run. He drove in De La Cruz in the bottom of the 5th. As the Pirates put up a 6 spot in the 5th inning, Yasmani Grandal added a solo home run, his 6th of the season, in the 6th inning. Bailey Falter starts tonight for the Pirates. Andrew Abbott goes for Cincinnati, 6:40 first pitch for the Pirates, who are 60-67 on the season. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Bob Walk joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Talk is brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. And by Gutter Helmet. Try the maintenance-free gutter solution from Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET for a free estimate. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bob, the Pirates last night sort of finally broke out with their bats a little bit, and it was kind of a fun night at the ballpark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think the two big things for me was, of course, Skeens looked great as usual. There was a little bit of talk, I think, earlier about, it's been 3 weeks or so since he's cracked 100 mile an hour. I don't know if he heard that talk or not, but his first pitch of the game was 100 mile an hour, and he threw several over 100. So nothing wrong with, his arm here in late October. He looked fantastic, really kind of untouchable. I think if it would have been next year when he kind of will be off the leash a little bit, it would have looked like it would have, been a nice low hit shutout game for him. He's going to be that type of guy that can just go out and, 2 or 3 times a month, he'll just dominate somebody. It's been a shame that he doesn't have more wins than he has right now. We've had a tough time, I think, in taking advantage of some of the dominant starts he's had. Part of that is because some of those have been 5-6 inning starts where, they're watching the pitch count on him and don't let him go very far because this is his rookie year. But still, I really expect him next year to be a much bigger winner because he just, there's 3 out of 4 times he goes out there, the other team just struggles even to get just 1 or 2 runs max off of him. And that was cool to watch again last night. And, De La Cruz kind of having a little bust out there. A couple of doubles. I think he got 3 hits on the night. And, of course, the one double, the second one with the bases loaded. And then the way Skeens was pitching, as soon as that ball, short hopped the right field wall and cleared the bases, at that point the game was pretty much over. That was a game-winning double right there.
Yeah, and he had, he had 3 hits. Obviously, it's been slow for him since he's gotten to with the Pirates. But I do think that, he has at least shown flashes where he could be their everyday right fielder next year, and they're going to be in pretty good shape, correct?
Well, I think he's shown, during the season that he could be a power run producer type guy, but not with us until yesterday. I think that was his first extra base hit as a Pirate that when he got the double down the right field line. So I think he has a lot to prove, going into the last month of the season. I don't think he's the only one in that position, but there's going to be sorry about the dogs. Well, you got snakes there, I guess, though, don't you?
Yeah, we've got a lot more than dogs. Trust me. So,
well, back to De La Cruz. I think that, I just believe that right field is going to be a little bit of a question mark. No matter what happens going into next year, I think that's going to be a situation that they got to, get figured out. And really, center field too. That's another spot I'm going to have to go inside. All heck's going to break loose out here. I think there's deer in the woods.
Oh.
All right, so I'm inside now, away from the dogs. Yeah, I think the outfield, 2 outfield positions are going to be up for grabs, and there's a lot of decisions they're going to have to make come, in October, October, November. what are they going to try to go out and acquire? What positions can they handle internally? Those are some. I'm sure they're having these discussions now. What are they going to move people from positions? Is Cruz going to move from shortstop? A lot of stuff to be decided.
Well, there's no question, Bob, and I think it's interesting you bring up Brian De La Cruz. I mean, obviously, for the Pirates' sake, the best case scenario would be that he works out as your right fielder, right? Because then that's one less position you got to worry about.
Oh yeah, that would be the best case scenario. But I'm not sure that that's the way it's going to go. But it could. I mean, he just has not hit since he got here until today, yet last night. So if he can push and do something here and show what he's got, I think then perhaps that he might be that guy. There's a lot of compromises that comes with him too. Even though he's had 18 home runs this year before he got here, he's still a big strikeout guy. What kind of a player do you want out there? He has a reputation for not being a great defensive player, although he's got some athleticism, skills. He's got a great arm. So maybe they could, work on that. But again, I think there's just some question marks with him because of the fact that he's had such a poor August up till this point. That this is not what they were hoping for when they made that trade.
What about the other guy they traded for, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa? Have you liked what you've seen from him?
Yeah, I think he's a very good baseball player. I think he's a smart guy. He stays focused when he's out there on the field. He always seems to get himself in the right spot at the right time. He's flexible. He can go to different positions. Right now, with the offense, he's kind of having a career year right now offensively. So, I don't know what you really expect, from him next year. Is this season a career year, or is this a breakout year for him on offense? I think that's we'll have to wait and see. But if the offense that he's given you this season, if these numbers this year and what we've seen from him since he's been a Pirate, if that's what he's going to do next year, let's just for argument's sake, let's say they do need a shortstop for next year. He would probably be the first choice as far as guys that are on the team right now. So I think they are happy with the acquisition of Falefa, and I think that he's going to be a nice part of the team going forward.
Well, that's the thing. I think the other thing is he's pretty versatile, and so he can play a number of different positions for you. The one thing they've got to figure out for next year, obviously, Bob, is first base, and there's a bunch of options. If you take some of the catchers that they have that maybe they need to move or whatever, that to me seems to be that has to be the priority, is figuring out first base next year, right?
Yeah, I think that that a lot of people do talk about, going into next season you'll have a lot of catchers, but I look at catchers kind of like I look at pitching. Don't ever feel like you got enough. That's because that's going to bite you. Because that's a position that gets hurt so often. So I would be afraid to trade any of those guys. Think we maybe can get something back for them. I feel real confident in having three guys that are possibilities for catcher. Now, right now, it looks like Bart has got the job because of what he has done so far this year, and the other two guys, well, as far as this season, is kind of a lost year for him. But Bart has really kind of grabbed the horns and he's taken over that catching job. So yeah, maybe that it could be an answer for first base next year. But I'd hate making those plans and then something would happen to Bart, and then now you're looking for a catcher. Because it's almost impossible. We got real lucky getting Bart this year. It's almost impossible during the season to find any kind of catching help that you're going to be happy with on an everyday basis. So I'd be careful in thinking that we have surplus catching. We have a good amount of catching right now, but I'm not sure it's a surplus.
The thing about it is, like, when you have good options, it's always good, but it can also, like you said, it really kind of tries your ability to make the right moves, and then you could make the right move and maybe it doesn't even work out. So, but that's a long way down the road. I mean, this team this year, this next month, I think one of the things that you probably already touched on was Brian De La Cruz, but what are some other things that you want to see happen for this team in the next month?
Well, I want to see Jones come back and see how he's pitching, because I think that's really why we got so excited this year, is because the starting pitching, which is so tough to acquire, was so good. We really, with Falter kind of doing what he did, and I think he pitched much better than probably expected. In fact, he's going tonight again. He has been a very pleasant surprise in that starting rotation. I was real happy to see that he didn't linger on the IL either. He came right back and jumped right back out there. So, the starting rotation with the two young guys, with Skeens and Jones, and then you got Keller and you got Falter. Ortiz at times has looked real good in that rotation. So that's my happy point about this year, because the foundation of any team, any baseball team, the foundation is their starting rotation. If they don't have a starting rotation, even though it's nowadays it's just the first 5 or 6 innings, but it's still what you have to build off of, and it's very difficult to get quality starters and middle of the lineup hitters. You just can't find them out there unless you're going to just spend huge amounts of money on the free agent market. You have to grow your own, and the fact that we got 2 really good youngsters in Jones and Skeens to go with a couple other guys that we already have. That was, I think, the best thing that happened this season, and hopefully we can do something with the regular players now that will complement the starting pitching for next season. Because if you look at the season on a whole, that's been the problem. Our run production has just been hit or miss, all year long. And you can also look at a couple of stretches where the bullpen kind of let us down. But, I think getting some offensive players in that lineup, lengthening that lineup card a little bit, where you're not always depending on the same 2 guys all the time. I think that's probably what we're going to be looking at for next season. And again, I said it about catching. Don't ever fall into the trap of thinking you have enough. And now I'm saying, well, I really like our starting pitching, but I'm not satisfied. I mean, we need to get more. You can't ever have enough of those guys. And now we do have, some younger guys that can hopefully mix in next season, just like Jones and Skeens did this year. So I feel comfortable with our starting pitching, but I'm never really satisfied with that. We can't ever fall into that trap of saying, well, we have starters. We just need to look at other places. The starters, you got to really take care of them and hold on to them as long as you can.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I think that's always the thing about the best part about Skeens and Jones is the fact that they've got them under control for 5 more years, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're not going to be able to go anywhere. Hopefully you can, maybe do something like you did with McCutchen years ago. Buy out some of the early years of, the years that you overpay them and the years that you have them for sure. And maybe they'll sign for a couple after they could leave for free agency and turn that 5 years into maybe 7 years, something like that. That would be nice if we could find a way to to do that. But that's budget stuff. That's beyond my my realm of knowledge.
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, that's a different discussion for a different day. You've watched O'Neal Cruz now play for a long time, or at least pretty much now we've seen him play 200 games or so. Do you think that there's enough there that you can build on, that you feel like at some point he can become a legitimate defensive player, or at least somebody that's not a complete liability?
Well, I don't think he's a complete liability. I wouldn't put that on. I've been disappointed in his defense this year. I've been disappointed in sometimes it looks like he's not really focused out there. Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. And I think anybody that's out there on a big league field, that should not be an issue, but especially your shortstop. Those are your captain of the team type players. And I don't know. I want to see more from him out of the mental side of things. Make all the right decisions all the time. Make sure everybody else is in the right spot, making the right decisions. He just because he's a young guy, I think because he's a shortstop, he still needs to be a little bit more of a leader, and I think that would help him also. There's a time and place to have a smile on your face and be joking around and laughing and stuff, but I like it a lot better when I see him out there and he's got that war face on, if you know what I mean, where he looks serious and almost looks mean, like a guy you don't want to mess with. That's when I think he's at his best, when he's that player. I like to see more of that, and I think would help him out on defense also. Now, if he continues to play poor defense for the last 6 weeks of this season or whatever's left, then he might lose his position. They might go ahead and move him. I'm sure that they've had discussions about what they would do with him, but the decision probably won't be made until after the season's over. So he needs to really tighten down that defense this last month for sure, and if he still wants to be a shortstop.
Yeah, that's a big part of what the Pirates are going to be looking for in the future from O'Neal Cruz. I think if he's such a key to everything they do. The other interesting thing is, if you look around the diamond, you can start to see sort of a plan, but it assumes that the Nick York perhaps can be a center fielder. It assumes that De La Cruz can hit better than he has. But it feels to me like they have at least the foundation or the groundwork together to maybe have a pretty good team next year. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think everything has to go our way as far as like injuries and things. We lost a couple of guys in October last year. We lost guys for this season. You just look at that and say, man, that's really bad luck. Well, that's got to stop happening to us. We don't have the depth of the Dodgers or the Yankees or a number of other teams to where we can just say, well, okay, this guy, we can fix that. When somebody we're counting on, whether it's as a starting pitcher or a starting player that's, going to be your catcher or your first baseman or your center fielder, when you lose those guys for a season, even before the season even starts, that really hurts us a lot. You can see some possibilities. You can build a case for, we'll be a lot better next year. We'll have this guy. This guy will be in his second year. He should be, but there's those things that always seem to happen, and like we're snake bit. And hopefully we can stay away from that and be much more healthy than we've been in the recent past. You look at our IL. I looked at it the other day. I think I counted 12 guys on the IL. It's right. Just we need to be healthier than that. I think that's another thing that that we don't talk about because, I mean, why make excuses? But we've had some bad luck in the health situation these last couple of years, especially this year. But, you know, you think about Cruz. We lost Cruz all last season. Last season was supposed to be, you know, making the decisions on him. Can he be a shortstop? Can he do this? Can he do that? And that got all put off to this year. And, you know, that hurts us. You know, we got to stay away from that stuff.
Yeah, there's no question. Bob, I appreciate you jumping on. It sounds like you got your dog. Did you put him out or did you go in?
I went in, but I don't hear him barking out there now, so I think he's fine. But you stay away from those snakes, by the way.
Yeah, well, right now I have what appears to be a goat of some sort on my lap. What kind of goat is this here?
It's a pygmy goat.
Okay, I have a pygmy goat on my lap, Bob. So it's not a snake, but it's
that's better than a snake.
Yes, it's better than a snake, I'm afraid, right?
Do you got a little food for the goat? Are you feeding him?
No.
We can.
Yeah, we earlier I fed a pig some tomatoes. How about that?
And here in a couple minutes.
Nice.
Here in a couple of minutes, we're actually getting the wallaby and kangaroo out, and we're going to let them bottle feed them. So.
Yeah, there we go. So, yes.
And you're having a great day. That's awesome. I love being around animals like that. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Well, Bob, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, and we'll do it again next week.
All right, Paul. Take care. I'll talk to you next Friday.
All right. So, Matt, we have what kind of a goat is this now?
Pygmy goat.
A pygmy goat. I have sitting on my lap, and is this bottle for that goat? What do you do? Just shower and just kind of give it to her like this. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This goat is very hungry. So, all right, let's get to a break. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates tonight will play the Cincinnati Reds after winning last night 7-0 in Paul Skeens' start. Skeens got the victory as the Pirates put up a 6-spot in the bottom half of the fifth inning and added on a Yasmani Grandal home run in the sixth. It's Bailey Falter going against Andrew Abbott tonight. 6:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 5:45. Our coverage presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL season is on the horizon, and 3 rookie quarterbacks will be on the field in Week 1. That means the average age of NFL QBs will continue to drop. In 2023, not even 28 years old. And the top quarterbacks in the league are still in their 20s. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud. How low can you go? I'm Amy Lawrence.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing both Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-690-8974. That's 800-690-8974. 800-690-8974.
O'Reilly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline is presented by Super Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We are wrapping it up. We have been out here at Living Treasures all morning and into the afternoon, of course. And what a beautiful place. What a beautiful piece of property you got out here, Matt. We were here with Matt Dumbold, who is the COO of Living Treasures Wild Animal Park. And, of course, as we talked about earlier, it's a beautiful place out here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a great area to be in. And, we take pride in how neat and clean we keep our park and how well we keep our animals. We call them our family, and we truly mean it.
Yeah. You said you have like 300 animals here, right?
Yeah, about 300, yep. And we're going to have one more co-host here in a couple minutes.
Okay, yeah. We've got another one coming out, but we've seen kangaroos, wallabies, pigs.
Snakes, goats.
Yeah, snakes, goats. We've seen it all. And, of course, when people bring their kids out, are there places in the park where they're, like, able to be interactive?
Yeah, so on the weekends right now, we have our bottle yard where you can actually purchase a bottle from our concession stand, walk out into the yard with the baby goats and baby lambs and actually feed them a bottle and hang out with them, pet them and everything. So.
Oh, that's cool. There's photo opportunities and You just said there's certain animals they're not allowed to be around, or they're not allowed to have contact with, right?
Yeah, no primates, no carnivores, anything that could, like you can hand feed our camels, but it's at a distance so you don't get too up in their mouth and everything like that.
Yeah, so you have camels here. I mean, you have, so primates would be what, like monkeys and things?
Yeah, like monkeys, our gibbons, which are a lesser ape, and the prosimians, like your lemurs. So.
Yeah, so you don't have anyone. It's not like people can pick them up. Or,
no, not at all.
Yeah.
So
do you have a gorilla here?
No, we don't have any greater apes. Greater apes are really hard to contain, so it's just not something we want to take on at our facility. So.
Yeah. So you have some monkeys that are.
Yeah, we have 8 species of primates.
Okay.
So, ranging from the little half-a-pound marmoset to our biggest ones, which is like a 30-pound, 40-pound gibbon.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, like I said, we've had a good time out here. It's interesting. I wasn't even thinking about this, but you've got feeding time for all 300 animals, right? You have to have
and most of them eat twice a day.
Right. You have like a schedule. I mean, do you have people that have to do this, or?
Yep. Everything. It's for the first feeding rounds in the morning. That includes first water, and then they go through and they clean everything, and then go back through again in the afternoon, and then it's feed time again. Water again, and then whatever time they have left, they clean more. So
you have basically, I mean, this down to a science, right? I mean,
we our systems book is just pack jam full. Like the USDA wants it, so if something would happen to your entire staff, you could bring strangers in, hand them the book, and they'd know how to take care of a zoo. So that's how well written our diet plan is and our care plan is. So.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that's that struck me about being out here is just all the different ways that you have to take care of. Like, I don't think it actually hit me until I got out here, but you actually have to take care of 300 animals every day.
Yeah, we have excellent staff. Most of our staff's been with us for a while now, and they're just awesome people. They care about the animals. Rule number 1 is take care of the animals. Rule number 2 is take care of your guests. So we go out of our way to take care of the animals and all of our visitors that want to come join us.
Yeah, you have a lot of. Like I said, you've had a steady stream of people coming in. Like I said, I've been struck by how many kids, young kids have come out here and all that kind of stuff. So. Well, thank you for having us out here. This has been fun.
Yeah, anytime. And I know City Limits is missing out on all the fun, so that's why I offered it. Anytime you want me to bring an animal to studio, let me know. And
yes, we'll bring it. City Limits, what kind of animal would you like him to bring to the studio?
Oh, that's a good question. I would want to see. Do you have any sloths or koalas? They probably don't work for the climate.
So we do have sloths. And we are in the preliminary stages of hopefully getting our sloth encounter program back up and running.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it kind of went away during COVID, and it's one of the things that never just came back. But we were just had our management discussion on Monday about potentially getting a sloth from another zoo and starting the program back up. So,
well, a sloth. What interests you about sloths? City Limits.
Well, I feel like nobody is interested in sloths. So, I mean, why not? Somebody has to be interested in them. They seemingly just sleep all day. And I like pandas. Pandas are one of my favorite animals that you don't see very often because I feel like pandas just kind of roll around, have fun, and don't do much. They just eat bamboo a lot.
Well, you have to have permission from the country of China to have pandas. And I think there's only 4 in the U.S. right now.
Really?
Yeah. So.
It would seem like there was more than that.
No, I want to say there's 4.
San Diego Zoo, I think, is one.
Yeah, no, not 4 zoos, 4 pandas total. I think San Diego has 2, and National Zoo has 2.
That's it?
Yeah, I could be mistaken, but I would ask for a Paul pause, but we're already late in the show.
Yeah,
so.
what about koala bears?
It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
What about koala bears? City Limits.
I like koalas too. I'm a big animal lover. I really am. Mostly for dogs, but. Big animal lover.
Well, then you should come out here then. We should maybe have a field trip, you and I and Joe come out here.
I'd love that.
And Matt can show us around. Uh-oh. Now it gets serious here. He's got in his hand right now looking at a little alligator. How about that? City Limits, an alligator.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be not terrified of the alligator, to be completely honest.
It's literally only 1 foot long.
It's 1 foot.
Baby alligator.
Yeah.
Okay, that changes things.
It's a little baby alligator. It's 1 foot long, but I'd imagine it could probably still hurt you if it bit you.
Yeah. It might maybe break a finger. I doubt it though, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Look at him. Yeah. No. I mean, now how big will that alligator grow to be?
I mean, they can grow up to 16 feet, so they can get pretty big.
Wow.
I mean, we're talking like 30 years from now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say 16 feet. Yeah. Right now, you're looking at a little 1 foot little baby alligator. Well, so this weekend we should reset what's going on for this weekend. We've got Steelers Lions tomorrow from Detroit, 1 p.m. And the thing we'll be watching there is with the quarterback situation. We've got high school football kicking off tonight already. Can you believe that?
I know. It's awesome.
This summer is like flown. Like it seems like it was just yesterday was Memorial Day, and now all of a sudden high school football starts tonight. I mean, technically college football starts tomorrow with a couple of the games. I mean, really the full slate doesn't start until next week. But at the end of the day, tomorrow there's 4 games, I think, or 5 games of college football. And then, I mean, we've got football season. Of course, we've got Pirates-Reds. We've got Pirates-Reds, and that is tomorrow. And tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. So we've got a lot going on. But, Matt, thank you so much for having us out here. And it was a lot of fun, as always, you know. And next time, hopefully, I can spend some time and go around the zoo and actually see some of these other bigger animals.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you had an incrinculant time. I had to get it in there.
Yes,
so.
incrinculant. In honor of Joe.
It's going to be absolutely
right?
incrinculant, Folsey.
Right. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And, of course, Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. It's a high of 81 today with sunny skies. City Limits, are you in good luck this weekend with all of your high school football stuff? And I will be off Monday, but we'll be back on Tuesday.
Thanks. Yeah, we got a big slate on KDKA of games. 2 tonight, 5 p.m., 8 p.m., and then tomorrow is noon, 3:30, and 7 for the KDKA Radio High School Football Kickoff Classic. It's all obviously on KDKA. It's at the Wolverina. Historic.
All right. That sounds good. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Paul.
All right. We'll see you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And the Pirates play tonight as well. It's a 6:41 pitch at PNC Park. Buccos won 7-0 last night. Dominant performance from Paul Skeens. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, struck out 9. Bailey Falter goes tonight. Andrew Abbott for Cincinnati. 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins right here on the Fan. And you can also always listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next. Have a good weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shenderovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Atlanta put some pressure on Philadelphia after taking 2 of 3 against the Phillies, and now the Braves get to take on the Nationals. Cy Young favorite Chris Sale takes them out tonight for the Bravos. He is 14-3 on the season, and his ERA is well under 3. The money line is way too juicy, but the run line is a good play. In fact, it's the BetQL 5-star play of the day, taking the Braves on the run line over the Nationals. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound Summer Slim Down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extra help. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have a new playground for family fun.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers and Lions tomorrow, Ford Field. Pittsburgh looking to avoid a winless preseason, not that that means much. All the starters will play. That is not true of the Lions, who will go with mostly backups. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of Pony and Muller.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I mean, we had guys running past the sticks and all that. Just the problem is when they know that's happening and it's 3rd and 15. It's pretty easy on the defense. You know, they cover, they just kind of sit there and everything else. So you got to check it down. And we almost got a couple first. Pat almost got the first one. I'm looking to drive the ball in there, but sometimes we're not forcing turnovers, especially when it's early in the game. If it's fourth quarter and it's the last play of the game, then yeah, you may have to thread the needle. Early in the game, you're about field position. It's about moving the sticks and trying to find a way to get a first down. We got talented guys. You got to trust the guys you have around you. We got a guy like Jaylen Warren, who's one of the top missed tackle guys. You give him the football, he makes plays. You just trust your reads, trust your timing, and do that.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're late because I'll admit this. First time this has ever happened to me in the 15 years doing the show. I was late for a show. I take full
I knew you were going to be
blame
too.
for it.
You budgeted. We're at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. Let me take this one. Sometimes when this happens, we're on location. You tend to get frazzled, and that's when I step up like a backup quarterback. I come in there like Frank Reich, and so usually it takes.
Not Mason Rudolph. You don't want to go with a more recent example
I thought a guy who led a 32-point comeback might be a better choice.
I don't think Dom even knows who Frank Reich is, other than him coaching.
Who did Frank Reich play for, Dom, in the NFL? Who was his most famous?
We don't have Donnie today because he's doing high school football. He's not going to get this one unless he's looking it up on the internet right now.
He played for the Bills.
Okay.
And
I was going to say the Bills.
He also has.
No, you were not. Who did he come back and beat in that playoff game?
I don't know. I know he played for the Bills.
Right.
He also had, I think at the time, the biggest college comeback in history. Anyway, it usually takes, I have this dialed in, when we're at Studio B, from our building in normal Friday, any day of the week traffic conditions, it takes between 30 and 33 minutes to get here. That is more or less down to a science for me. So today, actually, I was talking to Dom. It's his last day, I believe, till he goes back to school.
Congratulations on all his success.
And he was picking my brain for a second. Our boss, Craig, I'll throw him under the bus. He kept Dom from us because they were talking shop for a while. And I got out of there at about I want to say like 1:18 or 1:19, thinking, boom, got 7 or 8 minutes, Gucci. And I knew you were still in the building. You were finishing something up. And I got in the car. I got towards the Parkway and punched it in real quick and said, okay, Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. And my heart sank, Pony, because it said 204. It said traffic is extra heavy. There are 2 separate slowdowns. And I knew you were going to
Friday Squirrel Hill traffic
in a world. I knew you were
and
going to be in a world of hurt.
I've lived here long enough where I should have accounted for it. It's really inexcusable on my part. I should know that it's.
But you were trying to make the show better. You were trying to put an extra thing in. It was your desire to make the show the best show it can be.
I do believe Friday Squirrel Hill Tunnel is worse than Monday through Thursday Squirrel Hill Tunnel traffic.
Well, I think Friday
and I didn't think of that.
Here's the other thing. It's not just Squirrel Hill Tunnel on Friday. It's this time of day. People are screwing off early for the weekend.
Right. I thought I was safe because it was between 1 and 2. Another amateur hour moved by me.
But you know what? We're past it. You actually, Dom, this is how much he cares. Pittsburgh, this is how much the man cares. You can see it written on his face. He's got his Shar Houston gear on.
Oh, we got a big game tonight against Jefferson Morgan as a 10-point dog.
They're 10-point dogs against Jeff Moe. This man
throw the record books out the window when the team from Greene County
now, is it at home?
Wash County.
Is it a home game? Okay.
Yeah.
He's deeply hurt by this, but we're ready to go. And I'll tell you what.
I'm ready to pregame. Me and King Howie already have plans.
What do you got going on in the pregame?
I think a cigar and a couple beers.
Nice. By the way, my little morning was I ran out, played 9 holes at a place I grew up playing, North Park Golf Course.
Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you. But I hadn't been there in well over 5 years. I said 5 years. I think I posted a little picture. Pony, they were trying to pull me back to the North Hills. The starter, I knew him. The superintendent, he knew the show. He was a big fan. Everyone was talking up the show. And they were saying, Mulsey, you've got to come back more often. You've got to show your face up here. The North Hills misses Mulsey. That's what I found out today.
I will get to the Russell Wilson clip because we do have Steelers and Lions. And as it turns out, perusing, I was doing that. And
no.
We are we are the center of the NFL universe. I don't know if you knew that. We absolutely are right now.
The irony being that the Chiefs are the best team, but they're so metronomically good.
When it comes to August football.
Oh, the Steelers move that needle, baby.
But the NFL media world has decided that the quarterback battle here and then also the Ayuk stuff makes us the team that everyone has its eyes on.
Yeah, the
globally speaking, as Tom likes to say.
Yes, very global.
So I do want to get to that. I would be remiss to say, though, I am a little bit jealous of Donnie on a day like this. Not that I am super duper into high school football, but you can't help yourself when you live here, when the season starts, to get a little bit pepped up for it.
Friday Night Lights always matters. Everybody's got hope, including the 10-point underdog Shar Houston Buccaneers.
You know what? It's not even to me about like expectations for a season or wins and losses. It's just the fact that it's back. And I did that with, do you have a fast, like, I'll make an analogy here. There is a fast food place that I'm not going to name.
Okay.
And I will go maybe a year or 2 without having it.
Okay.
And I'll say to myself, you know what? I'm going to give that place another shot. And then like 4 or 5 bites in, I
you remember why?
What's wrong with you? You do this every so often. You go on a long break. You try it again. It's not good. But then you get sucked into the advertising or you see something new. And
mouth the name of it silently.
No, I'm not doing that right now. And you do it, and you go back, and it's not good.
Yeah.
And that's preseason football for me.
Yep.
Oh, the Hall of Fame game's back. Yippee. Oh, the Steelers are playing. Who the frig did they play in the first game? Houston. We have football. We have something closer to real football.
Baby. Woo!
Then you get to the third preseason game, and for me, I'm just eyes glazed
your stomach
over.
Hurts.
It's not an entertaining product. That's why the commissioner wants to get rid of it. But that does not exist with the high school football opening act here. Like the fact that, I don't know, it's just I'm going to drive home, and on 79, I'll see the lights on at Cannonsburg. Then I'll get closer to where I live. And it's just, on one hand, it's a little bit, the only bittersweet part of it is like, damn, summer's over. But other than that, it's just a really cool.
Not to make this about golf again, but summer's over means fall golf really starts, and any psycho golfer will tell you.
Is that the goal of the show? We have one. We have
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more segments. Can you work a golf reference in to every segment for the rest of the show?
I don't think that's a dare you want to put on me. But no, summer's over, but I don't know, in a way, I think about the passage of time. It's hitting me a little different this year.
Well, yeah, because your kid went back to school.
Well, he went back to, he's in real school now in that sense, where he's going 5 days a week. I still have not made it up to a Montour football game since we've lived there, just almost out of like happenstance. It's just sometimes it's hard to do.
Yep.
This is going to be the year where I hit up a.
There you go. You've circled it. You've said it. Now you got to.
And we're going to go to Montour Hoops. I got to take you guys to a Montour Hoops game. Jim, very cool there.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. We'll be back with some Steelers preseason thoughts. First, a Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reds and Pirates tonight, 6:40 at PNC Park. The game is on Apple TV Plus, which means the only local broadcast is right here on The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45, and then the game right after, and you can listen on the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Oh, thank you, Dom. I appreciate the courtesy here and letting me go first. That's very nice.
You actually got to the show on time.
Yeah, so you know what? For the rest of the show, can I go first then? If we're doubled up, perfect. I think that's a great punishment for you so this never happens again. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct. Speaking of punishment, man, it can feel like you're being punished if your windows are drafty, letting in all that air. Maybe you did not heed my advice all summer and you are paying dearly for it. You did not call Universal Windows Direct and you had that hot air leaching in or you had that cold air going out the wrong direction. Don't make the same mistake twice. Don't compound your mistake. Call Universal Windows Direct because cooler temperatures are going to be here, which means if you've got a draft, you're going to have cold wind whipping through that house. If you've got kids, they'll be cold. It'll be blanket season, but there won't be enough blankets in your house. Universal Windows Direct, their super spacer technology exclusive to them makes the windows just perform better and last longer, period. And they back these windows up, Universal does, with a true lifetime warranty. That's as long as you own the home, then 20 years to the next homeowner. Call them today, 412-545-6003. And for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit either. You could buy 20, get 20. Truly no limit. Plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com, Pony.
Thank you so much, Malsey. Let's talk right now about Wetco. I did not have time to stop at Wetco on my way over here.
Oh, that'd have been a hell of a maneuver.
But it does not take long. Absolutely faster than when you're stuck in tunnel traffic. And at least when you're stuck in tunnel traffic after going to Wetco, people admire how clean your vehicle looks. And I was there yesterday, so maybe some of that was going on. Although Chris, I'm going to show you this right now.
Maybe they were saying, why is Filipponi stuck in the traffic here with me?
And this is what also ticked me off. I was very annoyed that I was stuck driving behind a guy in a banana car. His car was a literal banana.
I would be honored to be behind the banana man. A lot of potassium in that car.
All right, Wetco car. I don't know how you take that through the Wetco car wash, but I'm sure they could. 45-plus locations in and around Pittsburgh. You buy your first month, you get your second month free with Wetco. That means you get as many car washes as you want, when you want, and you pay just that first month, and the second month is on them. So that's 2 months for the price of one at the 45-plus locations. You can go whenever you feel like it. Sign up right now, getgocafe.com/Wetco and go unlimited.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in
late, you can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting advances in relieving joint pain using your own body's healing properties. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate pain relief and help avoid surgery, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief with no downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, all-natural treatment for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, located in Robinson, QC Kinetics.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Explosive plays. I think also, too, just how well the line's done throughout the whole preseason. Really excited about it. Obviously, we know how great Broderick Jones is. Everybody was talking about Broderick's a great football player. You know, he's one of the reasons why I came here, you know, because of how talented he is. You know, we got a lot of talent on this football team. I think about the running backs we have. I think about, you know, they haven't, you know, we haven't done good enough, you know, as a collective effort to make sure that they hit their big runs. We've had a couple of them, but I think we can have even more. We've shown that.
Russell Wilson, for the record, he did not sign here because of Broderick Jones. He signed here because they promised him that he could start. And he also wanted to stick it to the Broncos. And he also has a very good relationship with one of the Steelers' most prominent minority owners, that man being Thomas Tull, who has attempted to buy the Pirates and also has an extensive collection of old baseball memorabilia, like jerseys worn by Babe Ruth and bats used by Ruth. What an aphrodisiac that must be.
Can you tell me the one historical NFL owner who has a very strong connection to Babe Ruth?
Mike Brown, because they went to high school together?
No, Ron Cook. I found this out. I was listening to a random podcast. The NFL might not exist as such without Babe Ruth. George Halas was the Yankees' right fielder, got hurt.
Oh, that's right.
And then they brought in Babe Ruth via trade, and that is the only reason Halas basically gave up baseball, because he got hurt, and then they brought in the greatest hitter of that era.
He also kept the Bears solvent. Is that the word?
Yeah, solvent.
Because he had a successful laundry business, and the football team was losing money, but he was making hand over fist with laundry.
Fascinating deep dive into that ownership situation that I got into. Yeah, I bet you didn't think you'd have that on the old Mulsey bingo card today.
I did, because I am a psychopath and I have no life. When my wife is out of town, she was on a kayaking trip. So
she'd go down to Ohio Pile.
No, she went up near Bradford, PA.
Like, not Kinzua dam or reservoir?
I don't know.
Oh, Brad, our old market manager, Michael Young, is from Bradford.
I have no sense for
Bradford is like more bears than people.
Yeah.
Bradford is the cut.
Like North
Central PA is wild.
North PA between, say, Erie and Scranton. I have no
There's
idea
Tioga.
what's going on there.
Again, there's a lot of bears.
Anywho, so I'm on my couch. I forgot that there was a game on Amazon. And so I had the Bears and Chiefs on. And guess who played at quarterback the entire game for Kansas City?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
A man
Chris
with
Oladokun?
Yep, 2 Super Bowl rings. Chris Oladokun. And so I wanted
How
to
do
ask,
you look, by the way?
Well, that's what I'm getting to here. So tell me what you would think or what you would do with Russell Wilson if he has the same stat line that Oladokun had last night for the Chiefs. 9 of 16, 66 yards. So that's an average of 4 yards per pass attempt.
It's a Kenny line right now.
0 touchdowns, no interception. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 26.6 passer rating. 9 of 16, 66, 4.1, 0, 2, 26.6.
I'd still start Wilson. I'd still make him my week 1 starter.
So you are of the opinion right now that there's pretty much nothing he can do short of getting badly injured in this game to lose his job.
Correct. And I think one of the things that drives that home to me is, from what I understand, like, you know how nationally there's been the narrative that this is up in the air, man. The coin has been flipped and nobody knows how it's going to land. You have
people in the national media who think that it's like idiotic to go with Wilson. Not only coin
Mike
flip.
Florio said it's an obvious decision to go with Fields. Other people, I think, feel the same way. And here's the facts of them, or at least as I understand them. I'm sure you talk to some people too. When it comes to reps with the first team at practice, okay, one guy is taking all of them. That tells me there is no controversy in Mike Tomlin's mind. It is Russell Wilson. Fields is no longer getting first team reps in practice. Every snap that comes from Zach Frazier, with Seumalo and everybody else on that line, it's Russell Wilson. That's why I speak with that level of confidence.
Fair enough.
Because I just know Tomlin. Tomlin's, by the way, weird thing here, real quick. His weird thing is he's being cagey or coy. Who cares, Mike? Just name your starter. What the hell is going on here? I think it's just because he likes being difficult about certain things, and this is one of them.
Well, I also think it's out of deference to Fields. He said, you know, he's a guy that got out of his car. He'd get out of his big Lamborghini or whatever, and he knew what it was like to be a franchise quarterback. You know, he made some comment about that, I think, on Ryan Clark's Pivot podcast. We've got 2 guys that know what it's like to be the face of a team. And I think he knows they got Fields for a little bit less, not a lot less, but a little bit less, because he wanted to come here and play for Mike. So I think Mike is trying to be respectful to him, even though Fields has got to see the writing on the wall based on what you just said. My question is not what you think Tomlin will do. My question would be, what would you do if he had a crappy game like that?
I would still make him the man. I still would. I mean, the leash, I think you can be a reasonable person and say, if you saw that, the leash might get like incrementally shorter. But again, I'd be making a decision or making any kind of move or even adjusting my thought process based off of preseason football, man.
I know. And that leaf is still turned over for me.
And I'm not going to ask what kind of interceptions Oladokun had, if they were tip balls or if he just threw a couple dog passes.
They were not good.
Okay, so they're bad. Like, the way that it looks would actually matter a little bit if Wilson just threw a ball that was like, what the hell are you doing, man? Versus it goes off of Des Fitzpatrick.
But I disagree with you, because I'm going to now give you a hypothetical where he throws 2 interceptions where you say, what are you doing, man?
I know.
So it doesn't matter.
Well, only in the sense that I am probably incrementally shortening his leash for the regular season. But I think it would be very foolhardy for Mike Tomlin to make any kind of a rash decision based on that, because once you take Pandora out of the box here and bench Russell Wilson, you can't go. You pretty much are at point of no return.
Why is that?
He was promised the starting job in all but like official, capacity.
Okay.
Like, other than like Mike delivering him a notarized letter that says you are the starter.
All right.
If you go to him and then say by the end of the preseason, you say, you know what, you ain't it. He's going to be like checked out, I think, a little bit. I just think that would be very difficult for him to handle. You've made this point, and I agree with it. I think it's much easier to go Wilson, watch to see what Wilson does, even if it's for a game or two, Pony. Like, if he plays bad against Atlanta should be better. Judon's going to make their defense better. Cousins might cook a little bit, right? They lose that game on the road, fine. If he then goes for the game that he should be hyper motivated for, the Denver revenge game, and looks bad, you can pull the ripcord there if you really want to, if you're 0-2.
I will tell you my answer when we come back. Also, Steelers, who needs a big game tomorrow? Who's the guy that needs to have a big game? 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Let's get to another intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reds at the Pirates tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. The game is on Apple TV Plus, so that means the only local broadcast is right here. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
I tell you, Dom is a great company, man. He's pushing that game on Apple. That is a great job.
Very impressed.
Our boss got to be loving that on his last day. All right, Circa Resort and Casino. That is where I will be in October. Why? Because our football team is going back out there for another game. And I had so much fun the first time that if I could, I would want to replicate it and duplicate just every aspect of it down to a T. Friday night, the pregame tailgate party, the overhang bar at the Circa. Great view. You're up there in downtown Vegas, old Vegas, as they say. And we got tickets to give away to the game, so that's Friday. Saturday, it was wall-to-wall college football for me. I had people saying, oh, come here, do this, blah, 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 go to this strip club. No. I stayed there and I watched college football all day. And you don't have to just be inside at the sports book. They have the gigantic Circa Resort Stadium swim, 6 swimming pools, a 150-foot TV, as a matter of fact. And they split that thing, so there's a ton of games on all at once. And, we were surrounded by Pittsburgh fans. A guy had a customized Johnny Sins jersey on at the pool last year. So join me at Circa Resort and Casino this October. Go to circalasvegas.com to book your spot today.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease. This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Hey, you see these two thieves, morons, that broke into Rick Pitino's offices at St. John's? Are you two clowns serious? You guys do know that there is such a thing as security cameras, right? And you do know that the internet exists, right? I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon. Come on! From kickoff to sign-off, from first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice! Let's go! This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is
now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing both Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
2:36, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. All right, give me a guy who needs to have a big game tomorrow for the Steelers. I know it's an exhibition game. I know that we don't want to draw conclusions from it, but sometimes guys make teams move up the roster because of what they do, even when they were playing that silly game in Carolina or against the Panthers for all those years. Guy at the gym today is like, yeah, I can't wait to see Bryce Young against the Steelers defense tomorrow. And I'm like, dude, that's done. They're not doing the annual rivalry as old as time, Panthers and Steelers, in the preseason anymore.
The preseason really resonates with fans, as he thought it was just the Carolina.
He was let down. He's like, oh, crap.
It's probably the first time in somebody's in the existence of Bryce Young as a pro where somebody's like, oh, darn it, I don't get to see Bryce Young.
That used to be the last one, and if it was a home game, you'd have Rib Fest right there with it.
Edmund
Nelson.
Are we contractually obligated to mention Edmund anytime Rib Fest comes up? I don't think we've ever just
This is Edmund's season. Edmund Nelson is on our minds as Steelers fans every August, and then he goes away, and then we're reminded of the greatness of Edmund Nelson in that broadcast booth.
It's like when the first chilly fall evening or morning happens. You think of pumpkin spice lattes. You get to the final preseason game, you think of brisket and ribs. One guy, Broderick Jones.
Really?
I mean,
so it does matter to you how he looks in this game.
Well, because he's hurt. Because we know he's playing, like he tried to downplay it, and I give him credit.
I mean, that's a good answer, because Fittipaldo said yesterday he thinks if Jones has a bad game that they would be inclined to go with Dan Moore and Fautanu in week one.
Oh, I'm almost convinced they're going to regardless.
See, I'm not.
See, here's why I say it,
because I think they could go more at left tackle, Jones at right, and give Fautanu an extra week to get ready.
I could conceivably come up with a scenario where, at the very least, like you just said, both bookend first-round picks aren't playing in week one, and there's Dan Moore for at least one more week. He's playing hurt. He said it's not an issue. It clearly is, though, to some degree. So I have to see that, like, in his words, he said, I basically had a bad day. And then people who watched that joint practice said he handled Rousseau in practice pretty much.
Yep.
I need to see a return to that form. Because I have seen Broderick Jones play, in my opinion, 11 pretty good games at right tackle. So, I know he can do it. But he's supposed to be the most athletic and probably highest ceiling guy on your line. I would like to see him look more like that guy, even if he's battling through something. So he's actually my answer here.
I'm going to give you one off the grid. I'm going to say Isaiah Loudermilk. And here's why I'm going to say that.
God, you are knee-deep in it right now.
I'm going to say Isaiah Loudermilk. And this is so preseason fan behavior, but it's incredible the amount of people that do obsess over either what the results look like or the minutia of the bottom of the roster. Steelers fans, we might be, as far as fan bases go, Steelers fans are so hardcore. They get into like 50, the 50th man on the roster down to 53 and the cut down stuff. And any article that goes out, 53-man roster projection, everybody reads it. They lie to themselves and say they don't, but they do. And then the other thing we just can't get enough of is line play. We're just obsessed in this area with who's, offensive line development and everything else. Here's what I'm saying, Loudermilk. I think if he puts more good tape out there, if I'm Omar Khan, I'd want to trade him. Because if I can get like a 7th-round pick for him or just something late on the back end, give me a 6th or 7th or something. You flip him, that gives you an extra pick so you can use one of your current picks to trade for either an extra corner or
Brandon Ayuk.
Yes, right. You're going to send picks in that trade. You're going to have to get extra picks. They won't be 2nd and 3rds, but you still want to have.
You need to put other new bodies on the roster,
right? And so you've got Ogunjobi, Benton, Hayward. That's 3. Lowry, the guy they brought in from Minnesota, who's a veteran, who's like a lock to make the team, 4. Monty Adams, 5. The kid from Iowa, maybe, who they picked in the 6th round, Lee, 6. Leal, if they count him as a defensive lineman, but they look at him as like
he's
a
more of an outside backer.
But he's still lining up at defensive lineman in these games more. That's 7. That's 7 guys. And Loudermilk had a good first game against Houston. Can he put more good tape out there for some team that's thin on the defensive line? Here, take this guy. Whatever you want to give us back from, fine. And okay, now you got more picks in the kitty because you've got to do your own roster maintenance here in the next couple of weeks. You've got to get another body at corner, and you've got to get at least one more wide receiver. You might even want to pick up another interior offensive lineman now that Herbig's out for the year.
Hassenauer's available.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, Ed Bouchette was saying he should have been their starter when Kevin Green was playing.
Who are you counting as their corners right now that you have some trust in? I shouldn't even say trust, but you're counting as their corners, and you say you need to add to this group of who?
Joey Porter Jr., Dante Jackson, Corey Trice, and that's my
I feel like
list.
they're trying to get Watson there. I know that
Watson.
Ryan Watts, who just started playing it after being a safety. And we brought this guy up yesterday. I really believe that they are going to come hell or high water try to make him stick as their 4th cornerback. Because they feel like he moves pretty well, and I know they feel he's taken to it well so far.
All right, let me answer your question or it was my own question.
Do you want me to ask it again?
No, on what I would feel like or what I would do if Wilson's stat line looked like the former Steeler Chris Oladokun last night in Kansas City, where he went 9 of 16, 66 yards, 2 interceptions, 26 passer rating. If Wilson were to do that tomorrow against Detroit, what my reaction would be.
Okay.
I have a clip for you that I want intern Dom to play. Alec Boone. Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah.
What does he do? Or what did he do?
I thought he was like an offensive.
He was, yeah. But he's a kind of a nameless gray face. But like many nameless gray faces, he now has a podcast.
I'm ticked off. I want to remember who he played for.
He now has an in-depth offensive line podcast.
So he's like the J.T. O'Sullivan of offensive line podcasters, or the Kurt Benkert.
I think he had a better career than both of those guys because you recognize the name. But yes, he is parlaying having played in the NFL to now doing podcast and video work. Okay. So this is either labeled Boone or this is labeled former offensive lineman. We're at Studio B, so Dom will be able to find it. It's labeled either one of those things. We do? Okay, thank you. He said this about watching Russell Wilson in the Steelers offense against Buffalo last weekend.
We're going to blame the OC. Then I think I'm going to blame anybody. Broderick Jones doesn't help the issue, right? Like when you're getting thrown off your spot and the quarterback's getting filleted every other third down, like I'm not with that. But at the same time, dude, there is nothing exciting about this offense. Offenses are supposed to be creative, exciting, blow you away. Like you look at the play and go, there's no way this makes sense. And the coach goes, exactly. Now you defend this. And you go, oh, there's none of that. It's stick route, out route, flat route. I'm sorry. It's horrible. Your O-line can't block anybody. You have no run game. And your OC's terrible. I don't know what to tell you.
So he was blaming Arthur Smith more than anything else. Here's why I'm going to say if Wilson puts up horrible numbers, I won't care. I don't think Arthur Smith gives a rat's ass about the preseason. I think the only reason why he's playing these guys is because Tomlin is making him. And the evidence I have of that is the game last year between the Steelers and Falcons.
He didn't play any of it.
He didn't play anybody.
And he had a guy in Ritter who he actually could have justified playing.
So we know his feelings on preseason football. And I think it's a half measure. I think he's running these guys out there because the head coach is making them, but I think he is making. Do you like French vanilla or vanilla bean ice cream?
Vanilla bean for sure.
What?
Oh, vanilla bean.
Oh, I'm team French vanilla all the way.
French vanilla is the worst coffee creamer flavor. I don't even know they made French vanilla ice cream, but vanilla bean.
It's a superior vanilla taste.
No, it's not. It's way too.
Dom, can you break
tasty.
the tie here, please?
Vanilla bean is like a classy thing. You see,
I don't want to see little brown. It looks like black pepper in my ice cream. I don't want that.
Or it could be vanilla bean flakes, which are just adding to enhance.
Dom, please break the tie.
What are we arguing about? Vanilla bean versus
French vanilla?
Apparently, French vanilla ice cream. Something
superior
I've never
vanilla
seen before.
Yeah, I'd probably go vanilla bean.
Thank you.
You guys suck. But anyways, yeah, it's the most conservative vanilla offense.
Is Alex Boone planning on trying to monetize that podcast? Because I think if you cuss that much, I feel like you're not going to find the audience you want.
Do you think if we did a show where we were not on the air, but we were somewhere and we were just allowed to say whatever we wanted, people would like that?
Maybe. I think like occasionally, but here's my weird take on swearing. If I did satellite radio where you're allowed to say all that,
I never hear hosts on there swear.
That's my thing. I don't think I would. I feel so trained in not swearing other than the words we're allowed to use, the very mild profanities that are FCC approved. I think it would sound amateurish if we did anything else.
Very under-the-radar comment by Fields going into this game that got glossed over. I apologize that I didn't get to this sooner, and I apologize on behalf of the host at the station that we've downplayed comments from him on what he thinks of his status with the team, because I think these are important, and I want to get them to you next. With the Steelers and Lions, one more preseason tune-up tomorrow, and then we get the real thing in Atlanta, where my dad is an actor and appeared on The Walking Dead, and also had a scene with The Rock and Ryan Reynolds in a movie where he was naked, but it got cut. Did not make it into the film. True story.
Butt double.
But his butt and Wang were out there.
Man, they don't even give him like a flesh-colored
No,
piece?
he said the Wang was out.
And Reynolds and The Rock are just standing there?
I'm guessing they saw it. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chun.
Sure, unless like it's explicitly part of the movie that, hey, you're seeing full frontal, male or female. I just always assume that there's like some sort of flesh-colored piece covering the genitalia.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure The Rock has seen my dad's junk. Anyways, quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. We're live at Studio B. It's the PM team.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. If you haven't made it up to the Steel Mill Saloon yet, what are you waiting for? Well, if that's you, here's another reason to check it out. Some great Restaurant Week specials. Trios for under $40. Fried green tomatoes topped with corn and green tomato salsa salad to start. Then a tea-smoked airline chicken breast with roasted heirloom carrots. Top it off with sweet potato pie with hickory smoked whipped cream and caramelized pecans. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 five-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to.
Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
I'm John Morgan. When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same at all. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions, $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
There's still time to make this the summer event at Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry. Right now, lease an all-electric 2024 Fiat 500e for just $332 per month. Whoa! Lease comes with a free home charging system or $600 in public charger credits. 36-month lease for 7,500 miles per year, $4,000 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited stock through 9/2/24. Tax and fees not included. Start shopping at RonLewisAutomotive.com. We have your keys.
What makes Renewal by Andersen Windows a clear choice? Adam Crowley here. It's their signature composite Fibrex material, which is twice as strong as vinyl and warranted to last decades. It has the beauty of wood without the maintenance, and with 9 exterior colors to choose from, you get the perfect look to upgrade your home. Renewal by Andersen's windows are installed by certified master installers that you can trust to do the job right, and whose work is backed by a fully transferable warranty. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Right now at Bowser Subaru, you can drive away in a new 2025 Subaru Outback with incredible savings like 2.9% APR for 72 months. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Dealer Doc B of 464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st. Plus, at Bowser Subaru, we put you in the driver's seat with the Bowser Subaru Express Store. Choose your new Subaru, value your trade, and so much more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, that's the power of
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
It's HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers and Lions tomorrow in Motown, and it looks like we will see just about every Steelers starter. Cam Hayward, TJ Watt even expected to play, but Mike Tomlin did say yesterday that it'll be in and out for those guys. Not necessarily true of Russell Wilson. All reports locally are that he will be the Steelers starting quarterback in Atlanta almost regardless of what he does on the field tomorrow. 1 o'clock kickoff on KDKA. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Last Friday night, yeah, we danced on tabletops, and we took too many shots. Think we kissed,
I think I've shown what I can do. I think the time that I did have with the ones practicing in training camp, I think that went well. I think we grew a lot each and every day. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's not up to me. So I'm just gonna come in here every day, each and every day, the same person, being a leader for this team, and work my butt off, and everything else will be handled.
15-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. We are live at Bowser Chevy until the leadoff show comes your way on this fake football Friday.
How about a Fugazi Friday?
Yep, but then again, it is the start of high school football in these parts, and that is a local holiday. Circle the although it's week 0.
You get some big-time matchups like Central's.
So why don't they just call it week 1 now?
Well, because I think, you know why? I think it was because they're not conference or section games.
So what? Week 1 of the college football season has nothing but non-conference
Why
games.
call it week 1? Why not stand out and differentiate yourself by calling it week 0? It got you to acknowledge it.
I think they used to call it week 0 because only a few teams used to play week 0, but now everybody does. So just call it week 1.
Shar Houston, Jeff Morgan, just continues to be.
I'll be there.
Any line movement on that game. It started out at 10.
It's holding firm at 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Need to find out,
I don't know. I might have to text Donnie and see if the
if the line
head odds maker might have a late
Jefferson
lineup.
Morgan's quarterback maybe has a nasty case of the runs, and suddenly things really change.
Justin Fields, I've shown what I can do, is what he said. I like Justin Fields. Every account and everything I've heard about him as a person and then how he carries himself around his teammates, he's unbelievably likable. He has a magnetic personality. People want to play with him and play for him and root for him and all that stuff, even though obviously
you have to have a great personality if you haven't had the results yet, really.
He's 10-28 in his career.
Right. You lose 3 out of every 4 games and guys are still ready to go to the mat for you. You probably are an awesome teammate.
11 out of 10 as a leader has been thrown around with this guy. Okay, so I don't care as much about that stuff. I care more about when I watch Justin Fields play. He usually does a couple of things a game that make me legitimately say to myself, I don't think there's another quarterback on the planet who could have just done that. Like the play that he did against Buffalo where he kept the play alive and rearranged his helmet and then found Fitzpatrick on the sideline. And Batch was in awe of that play, calling it. And he's not really one to get into the hyperbole or exaggerate or go over the top with things. That being said, see, this is what my wife hates when I give some complimentary thing, but it's just a setup for a criticism. Do you do that?
Do you do this to her?
Sometimes I do.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, she calls me out for it.
So you say this pork chop is incredible. The braising technique you use, this raisin-based, whiskey sauce is incredible. That being said, the potatoes au gratin and the Brussels sprouts are a little leaving to be desired.
Oh, we had an incident where I thought the salmon needed to go back on the grill.
Didn't go well.
And it did not go well.
Usually the man of the house is the grill master, whether he can really cook or not.
I know, but when your daughter wants to eat at 6 and you're driving
I'm
from
sure Amanda's
Monroeville.
better at it than you anyway.
Oh, she is. She blows me out of the water.
So, no, I don't do what you did there. I don't go that being said because it gets you into trouble.
And these comments, I honestly think that they deserve – I think he made them yesterday.
Yeah.
Deserve more attention. Because what I hear there is someone who sounds like he is confident in the case he's made to be the starting quarterback and believes that he should be the starting quarterback. And I understand that you bet on yourself and you have to believe in yourself in order to prosper in something as competitive as professional sport. But it's another thing when you articulate that, knowing full well, as you pointed out earlier this hour, that Wilson is getting all the first-team snaps in practice. And then the other thing that is not really acknowledged there are breathtaking plays. But I don't think he's played great. I don't think he's even played that well in these 2 preseason games. It's not a situation where I would say Justin Fields, practice and preseason, he's laid it all on the line. He's let it all hang out. He's played great football. And it's like, all right, now the ball is in your court, Mike Tomlin. Now it's your move. Omar Khan, you brain trust get together, because like when Tomlin got the Steelers head coaching job. This wasn't your original plan, but I just blew you away and knocked you off your feet so much.
We've got to reconvene and rethink this.
Yes. And Justin Fields, in that little clip, sounds like someone who believes that he's done that. And I think he's got a higher opinion of himself right now than, number one, the rest of the league certainly has of himself. I mean, he was had for a 6th-round pick that turns into a 4th-round pick only if he plays more than 50% of the snap, which now seems unlikely. And even if he does, it's a day 3 pick for you to be a team.
His agent's a headstrong guy, I think, explains a lot of this, and I think he's trying to talk his guy up to him. Like, he's saying, you are the man, you're really good. And I think to what end, he's not going to get traded, obviously, right now. To try to get in the Steelers' headspace, I don't know. But
I wonder if you think you're great and you think you're doing an awesome job, and there are things in your game that are obvious issues. If I already think I'm great, me personally,
I'm not going to try to fix those things.
I don't have to. I don't believe there's a problem to fix. Exactly.
Man, how could he not, though, look at his tenure in Chicago, wins and losses wise, and say, like, obviously it wasn't that good. I went 10-28. Like, I would think that even if you don't believe wins are an entirely quarterback-driven stat, and you could tell yourself, I got bad coaching, I got this, I got that.
I haven't talked to Justin Fields. I do think he believes that the only reason why he was available was because
Caleb Williams.
They lucked into the first pick because the Panthers were so bad.
And it was a Caleb Williams type of player, so he probably
not
could
Kenny
tell
Pickett.
Himself, well, he could probably even tell himself, if it was Drake May, they might not have done this.
Sure.
Maybe.
My point is, I don't think Tomlin brought up this point very early on in the process where he said, I like these quarterbacks and I like this offensive coordinator because they're scar tissue. The offensive coordinator got fired as a head coach. The other guy got benched and was given $37 million to go away. Justin Fields, was a franchise quarterback who lost his job. I think that's true. The first 2 guys, I don't think Fields really is damaged by what happened. He doesn't seem or sound like he's humbled by the whole experience of what happened in Chicago. I think he really believes that he's played well enough to be their starting quarterback. I don't think when Trubisky and Pickett and Rudolph were all in this situation, I don't remember Kenny or Rudolph sounding so sure of themselves in like the quarterback derby. Do you?
Last year specifically?
No, 2 years ago last year it was Kenny was the starter because he was in his second year.
Kenny, his rookie year, I think, did the rookies should be seen and not heard or whatever, and just went out there trying to do his thing and wait his turn. I don't remember. I think Rudolph would occasionally say, hint at.
He was miffed by.
He would hint at the fact that he thought he deserved better than what
that he was not getting an opportunity, but he didn't say, I think I've done enough to be this team's starting quarterback.
I guess my takeaway from what Fields said yesterday is ultimately the second sort of thing that you said. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about him, too, so I would echo all of that. But it's like, dude, if you think that you've put enough on tape to be the starter, then me, the observer, and you, the player, have wildly different opinions on the quality of that which we've seen.
I wanted to hear him say, I need to go out there and have a big game. I need a statement game here. I'm game planning for this game like my life depends on it. It might be a silly preseason game where you've got Pompiani and
he probably looks at Wilson and feels like, well, I made the play. Like, I got hit in the pocket, then escaped and made a big throw down the field or whatever. Like, maybe if he hits the touchdown on the post route and doesn't overthrow it badly, maybe you could at least squint and say he's clearly made more big plays and done more things than the other guy.
But even then, Chris, we've got legitimate people who are looking at the All-22 who see what he's doing on a play-to-play basis, and they're like, he's missing things.
I'm
He's
not looking
missing
at the all
obvious
22, but I'm very underwhelmed by him as a passer. I don't see any growth there. I don't see any growth in Justin Fields at dropping back. Now, again, you have to take it with a grain of salt. It's preseason. We just said their coordinator doesn't care about this and is putting vanilla stuff out there.
Well, hold on, though. You say that,
but Justin Fields has still been the guy who holds the ball too long and all that stuff.
But Smith admitted that for Fields and for that part of the game, he was
specific stuff.
He was putting more stuff in for him.
Well, specific, tailored to him, i.e., designed run game.
Yeah, because he's not a conventional or traditional running back. You know what I mean?
Like Freudian slip.
What?
Said he's not a conventional or traditional running back.
Or quarterback. Well, yeah, right. He is more of like a runner. So, I mean, I would expect that you don't have to let you don't have to let the cat out of the bag completely and show everybody your hand, but
I think the agent is behind this, though, by the way, at the end of the day. If you want to, you want to get your guy like.
Well, then you need to. Then Justin Fields needs to get some people around him that just don't tell him how great his farts smell.
I think the agent wants to continue keeping up appearances like this is still Justin Fields, a guy who was a first-round pick, a guy who's an electrifying athlete. I think the agent is very hell-bent on selling that idea publicly, even when he's not technically negotiating a new deal for the guy. Like that's how I read this, because the confidence is one thing. The idea that you've got nothing to prove is just not based in reality. You absolutely do.
Here is Mike Florio with us from Wednesday. His take on what the Steelers should do with Justin Fields. Dom? Oh, we got Dom.
Oh.
We caught Dom with this. See, I didn't want to warn him this time.
You wanted to see?
I wanted to see how quick on the trigger he was.
Well, that was reasonably quick.
Like, I'll tell you what.
They have a button for this on Joe and Zeiss. The Zeiss pause button.
But that's how they took down Bonnie and Clyde.
They didn't tell him they were going to come and shoot him dead?
No, there was a guy that had the Texas Ranger or whatever down there.
Walker?
No, was not. What's the actor's name?
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris. The guy had an extremely quick draw, and he took them both out.
I thought Bonnie and Clyde died in like a hail of hundreds of bullets fired by a.
You're right. You're right.
They got ambushed while they were driving by the law,
and they got
that thing was turned into Swiss cheese.
I don't actually think it mattered then.
No, it didn't. That guy might have had a quick draw firing at a corpse.
I mean, what weird relationship that had to be.
Bonnie and Clyde?
Yeah.
Robin Banks together?
Right.
Do you think it made...
And think about back then. Her name was first.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a very patriarchal society back then.
Maybe they just went in alphabetical order. Clyde and Bonnie does sound weirder.
True.
Like, Jay-Z ain't writing that song if it's the oath.
Was she hot?
Clyde and... Impossible to tell about anybody from that era, right? The pictures don't exactly give you a ton.
What do you mean?
Like you can look at like a headshot.
She didn't pose for Playboys.
Well, they're being very conservative with the dress in general. Like ankles were scandalous. Two, just the picture technology, the photographic technology, just did not reveal a lot of the features. They were kind of blunted by the lack of tech. But I feel like if you're Robin Banks for a living, you're probably not like turning down offers to model elsewhere.
I mean, every movie you see or TV show about Bonnie and Clyde, they really make her look like she's smoking. But now I'm looking at these pictures, and you're right.
Kind of homely.
I thought Bonnie and Clyde were the ones that went over the cliff in the car. Am I thinking of
Thelma and Louise? Oh my God!
That's my bad.
Let's hear Florio on Field.
I don't know what the Steelers are thinking. I think it'd be crazy not to go with Justin Fields. Looking at that offense, the way the offensive line's playing, where do you get the burst? Where do you get the acceleration? Where do you get the excitement? You get it from Justin Fields. All things equal, give me the guy who can make things happen with his legs. Yeah, the passing is a little erratic. You got to take the good with the bad. Sails the ball over the wide open guy for the touchdown. 2 plays later, threads the needle on the sideline. I thought that watching that game on Saturday night, there just was a greater sense of excitement when Justin Fields played. And if the offense isn't going to be what it needs to be, go with the guy that gives you that ability to make things happen.
You know, I heard from somebody who I trust on this stuff that even though Fields is such a great runner, and you think when the pocket breaks down or the play breaks down, he gets out of there, there's pressure, boom, go. If the offensive line is struggling, you prefer that than somebody like Russell Wilson who holds onto the ball too long and isn't as elusive or athletic as he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
But, someone who watched all of his snaps in Chicago said he doesn't think it mattered. He doesn't think it matters. That he would take sacks and make negative plays with a really crappy offensive line. And then when he had a much better offensive line last year,
well, that's because he still has
improve.
the same problem. He holds the ball too long. He sacks himself many of the times in the way, like quarterbacks sacks as a quarterback stat.
I'm so happy you brought that up because that's honestly I'm not going to say that offensive line play is unimportant because that's wrong. That is so true. Offensive line play for the running game is way more important than offensive line for the passing game. Everybody that looks into the analytics of football agrees on that. That quarterbacks have way more to do with their sack total and pressures than conversely running backs do.
That's why with
the yards they create.
And that is why the fact that like a great offensive line can really make or break a running game. That's why all the analytics crowd will tell you don't pay the running back, pay the linemen, even the interior linemen, who make it possible. Creed Humphrey just signed that.
If Brady has a bad line, he'll adjust for it. He'll get the ball out even faster.
He's the quintessential example. Peyton is specifically due. Peyton would take sacks because he didn't feel like getting hit. He would fall down. How many times did Brady just know where to get the ball out? There would be a pass rush coming for Brady, but he would get it out. If you didn't blow up the middle of the play every time on Tom Brady, it didn't matter how quickly your edge guys got there. Ball's gone.
Coming up next, these are the Ayuks of our lives. We have an update from a San Francisco insider. And if Ayuk's not your thing, NFL.com, 3 wide receivers who could end up in Pittsburgh who aren't named Brandon Ayuk. We'll see if any of those tickle your fancy. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. We're live at Studio B. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Reds are in Pittsburgh tonight to play the Pirates at 6:40. Bailey Falter will start for Pittsburgh, and you can listen right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Oh, thank you, Don. I appreciate, again, your deference to me and letting me go first here and tell everybody right now about the great deals that can be had right now, like literally right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi's 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and, of course, in the North Hills. Right now, new 2024 Outlanders, you can take $5,500 off, or you can choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. Then there's $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months. On new 2024 Eclipse Crosses, you could save up to $3,500 on new 2024 Outlander Sports. Mitsubishi brings it, period. And I can say that I've driven an Outlander for a while now, 7-passenger capable. It's loaded to the gills with features, all the creature comforts you want. It drives great. It handles great. It drives like a car. That's always the biggest compliment I can pay to an SUV, especially a full size one. It really drives like a sedan. That's how smooth it is. Plus, you get that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You've got peace of mind. You go to Shorkey, you're getting the highest trade values plus 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance as well. So what are you waiting for? Check them out in North Huntington or Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills, and you can always find Western PA's best inventory online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Pony.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's, if you're headed over to the game tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, I'm recommending Mike's Beer Bar. What a spot in downtown, well, right on North Shore, as a matter of fact, right next to PNC Park with amazing options. You've got 80 rotating taps of amazing local beers. I keep saying amazing. What's wrong with me? Well, that's the best adjective I have right now to describe what they have over there. Summer beers, pumpkin beers, all converging right now this time of year. Hundreds of beers from around the world and great food options like steak on a stone, wings, wraps, sandwiches, you name it. They'll have all the games on, too, football and baseball all weekend long. Meet me at Mike's.
We're dealing with a multi-vehicle accident over on the northbound side of I-79. This is in Marshall Township near Cranberry, right as you approach exit 77 for the PA Turnpike. There is a shoulder close causing some backup, so look out for some delays in the area. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter, and that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light. 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Giant Eagle and Market District have deals for school days. Find the savings you need to start the back-to-school season. Return to your routine and save big in the process. Over 1,000 items with incredible low prices throughout the store. Deals for days. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2meninajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
My updated information is that everything is still on the table, including all the trades you've heard about. And I know the Patriots have said, that's over. But, maybe they're less likely. But I think that Steelers scenario where you get picked, flip a pick, get a player from someone else is on the table. I wouldn't rule out Washington. And I know there have been reports that the Commanders are out, but they just traded a receiver. Adam Peters and John Lynch obviously can communicate very easily on this. That's the other team besides the Steelers that Ayuk has honed in on as where he wants to go. I know people think because something gets reported that it's closed, but I don't think it's ever really closed. I would keep an eye on that.
It's another Ayuk update, so I feel like I'm obligated to tell you that your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. Mike Silver, we've had him on the show before. He is the 49ers beat man from the San Francisco Chronicle. His new take is, remember when I told you that the Browns and Patriots were out? Remember when Mike Silver told you that? Not so fast, my friend. Everyone is back in. Now everyone has a
pool, and now they all got back into the pool,
including Washington, who has been a personal preference or choice of Ayuk from the very beginning because that's where his college teammate Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. That's where he is, and he's been named the starting quarterback already.
And they don't have Jahan Dotson anymore.
No, they do not.
Can I just
think he was good?
Point of order here, Mike Silver. You're really not giving us a new update. You're just fixing an incorrect old update. Your old updates that all these teams were out, actually wrong.
Well, here's where he'll cover his bases on that. This is fluid. It's a fluid situation, Mousy.
This is plasma. This is gas.
It's fluid.
This is solid.
Yeah.
Enough. I know that if Mike Silver somehow heard that, he's the kind of person who would be annoyed with me making that little comment.
Why is that?
I just think Mike Silver is a big fan of Mike Silver.
He's a narcissist?
Would you say that Mike Silver cuts a certain... I am Mike Silver. Did you know?
I don't know him well enough.
I don't know. That's just the sense I get from his.
He's out of sight, out of mind, unless we're talking about Ayuk.
That's the sense.
I'm not concerning myself or fixating on what he says or does because, other than these Ayuk things,
you're laser focused on Ayuk, and you're like Sergeant Joe Friday.
Dom, let's hear the Ayuk day of our lives, please. Get me back in the mood to talk about this.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
I think this more than anything that's happened in sports over the last several years.
The Steelers drafting Kenny Pickett?
I mean, at the time, I tried to give that a chance, so I can't even say that. This has pissed me off from moment one because I don't think the player is worth the price that they would have to pay. And then it's like, okay, I made my point clear on that pretty much on day one. Like, I don't think this guy's worth it. If I'm proven wrong, so be it. But then I have had to hear a news cycle about this guy, who I don't think is even close to one of the 10 best receivers in the league, that just is never gone and never really changes. You have described it as, it's the song that doesn't end.
Yep.
And that's what it feels like. It feels like every day I'm going to wake up, either Garofolo or Silver or Ari Myrov or maybe Dove Kleiman will get into the action this time.
Dove can't wait to get his hands dirty on Ayuk.
His hands that we don't think exist because we don't think he's a real person. And they're going to say, Brandon Ayuk update. And it's going to be basically somebody taking like a thesaurus and just redoing the words from the previous day's Brandon Ayuk update. There's nothing else to be gleaned there right now. I think we should put a moratorium on this and say until such time as Brandon Ayuk is either formally traded to a new team or signs a contract extension with the 49ers or definitively says I am reporting and playing on the 1-year salary that I am otherwise due, no new updates should be
But we're not giving our listeners what they want because every time we list Brandon Ayuk as a topic to talk about on Total Request Thursday, they pick it.
I know.
They have an insatiable appetite for Ayuk, Chris.
That feels like just I know.
It's like tabloids. It's like reality TV. People claim they don't look at Kim Kardashian's butt. They actually do.
Who claims that they don't look at Kim Kardashian?
They don't watch the Kardashians. I don't watch that show. I don't watch any of that nonsense.
You don't need to watch that show to look at Kim Kardashian's butt. There are plenty of pictures of her butt.
Maybe people don't want to deal with the history on their phone.
Have you heard of incognito mode?
I don't know how to use it.
Oh, sure.
I don't.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that one.
Okay, so if you're not feeling Ayuk, NFL.com, 3 wide receivers who could be a Steeler by the end of the month. 3 names for you. One of them you've heard before, and one of them is a guy that Ray Fittipaldo thinks actually is on their radar. Kadarius Toney.
Wait, that's the guy Ray thinks is on their radar or no?
Yeah, because he said to us that that's the type of guy that Tomlin would go for. He's a former first-round pick.
I think that would be a huge mistake by Mike because Kadarius Toney appears to have 2 things working against him. He seems like not a very likable or good teammate. He also, and this is the one that really goes against him, seems to suck at football. Really suck at football.
But he's a former first-round pick, and there's pedigree.
Yeah, okay.
And there's Tomlin always looking like I can be the
Mike's arrogance in that regard.
The wayward souls.
Really? Because how does that work with some of these guys? LeGarrette Blount, Melvin Ingram wasn't even a wayward soul. I mean, it's going okay.
I would say he rehabilitated Tyson Alualu. I mean, he was a bust in Jacksonville.
He was an ultimate good guy. I'm talking specifically about like character issue type guys, and Toney kind of seems like a guy who's not a great teammate.
How about Antonio Brown? Taking a flyer on him in the 6th round.
Again, back in 2010, I didn't even know that Antonio Brown had baggage. And yes, obviously that one worked out until it spectacularly did not. I don't know.
And being part of 2 penalties on his first preseason snap last week, totaling negative receiving yards for the game, Toney has encapsulated his Chiefs experience at this point.
There's a Chiefs player I'd much rather see them take a flyer on if the guy was made available, and that's Justin Ross.
Yeah, but I don't think maybe he is actually.
I would absolutely rather try to.
But that's not Justin Ross from Clemson did not make this list. Kadarius Toney did. So did Tutu Atwell. Rams wide receiver.
He's a very small guy, is he not?
He is diminutive.
Isn't he like 5'6"?
Former 2nd round pick.
But
he started 14 games last year because Cooper Kupp wasn't healthy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a slip.
I know.
He was busy watching something.
McVay said of Atwell, his role is to be determined.
It might be on another team. That's why it's TBD. He is a small dude. Is he not like listed at about 5'6", 5'7"? He is a really little guy, I thought.
He is, but he is a speed merchant. He is 5'9", 165. Man, he's Calvin Austin sized. He's bite-sized wide receiver.
He's bite-sized wide receiver, exactly.
He is better than Austin.
I know he is. That's why he was a 2nd round pick. I get that he's.
I don't think Austin does anything well. I was wrong about him. He's not a good return man. He's going to be their punt returner by default because Watkins couldn't hold on to the ball. In the last 9 games in 2023, he had 3 catches. I know it was in the Canada offense and their quarterback.
I just feel like somehow if you put if you put Calvin Austin in the Niners offense, or not even that one, but if you put him in like the Lions offense, I won't just use Shanahan. I'll use Ben Johnson, or if you put him in the Chiefs offense, or if you put him in even the Bills offense maybe. Most smart guys, I think, would have figured out a way to exploit him. But even as I say that, then you know who he reminds me of the most, even though this guy was way more dynamic in college with the ball in his hands? Like, did anyone at the NFL level really figure out how to use Tavon Austin? No. And
well, that's the last guy on this list is Dwayne Eskridge from Seattle, who is not going to make their team and was drafted in the second round as a jack-of-all-trades kind of wide receiver. And the feeling there is that he's going to get cut.
Man, just everybody's dumpster. You're going dumpster diving. You're picking out a trash.
I know, but can I actually I'm going to make an analogy on Atwell that to me is topical because of what just happened with the Penguins. I don't think that Kyle Dubas went into the month of August thinking that he was going to trade Braden Yeager, but then somebody who was also young, who fits their team better and can help them sooner was available.
Yeah.
So he made a hockey trade to do that. I would look at Atwell in that respect and say, well, no, you're not trading Calvin Austin for him, but it's like
the addition is a football addition.
I'm upgrading. I'm swapping out one small slot receiver. I'm not saying you trade Austin to the Rams. I'm saying he effectively takes his spot on the roster because he's available and he does the job better than Austin does. That's all.
That's just not very inspiring is all.
But he would look at his numbers last year.
I know
40 catches, 483 yards. Add up Scotty Miller and Quez Watkins and Van Jefferson stats. He would be their second. He would be their number 2 wide receiver.
All these discussions serve merely to reinforce how bad their receiving core is outside of Pickens.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Coming up next, it's a PM Team Friday draft. It is a fantasy draft, a Steelers-Lions preseason fantasy draft. But first, a Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Reds and the Pirates meet tonight in Pittsburgh at 6:40, and you can listen right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. The game tonight is on Apple TV Plus for whatever reason, so the only local broadcast is right here on the Fan. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Dom. And you are really driving home that people can hear that game tonight exclusively on 93.7 The Fan. That is good stuff, Dom. You are just making our boss, Craig, very happy. I want you out there to be happy, too, everybody listening. And I especially want you to be happy if you right now are actually a little bit overweight. You want to lose 30, 40, 50 pounds. You want to get started on that journey. I got an opportunity for you that's going to make you very happy. It's the 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. It means dropping 20 pounds before the summer ends and then hitting that goal, whatever it might be, practically on cruise control because you got the hard part, the first step of the process, done. It isn't the hardest part always the first step, right? Instead, the first cut is the deepest. I guess that's a completely different thing here. Confucius, I think, was the one who talked about the first step of the journey, or Neil Armstrong. Anyway, long story short is you take the last couple of weeks of summer here. You're still enjoying the weather. You're still eating. You're still drinking, but you lose 20 pounds, 20-pound summer slim down thanks to Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in like 3 weeks. I developed great habits. You can do the same thing. Check out the 20-pound summer slim down. Big opportunity with the solution for weight loss online. Awaken180weightloss.com, Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Malzy. Let's talk right now about Regenesis. Man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. You don't like the way you look and feel? Why don't you start feeling better with Regenesis today? Feel better than you ever have with Regenesis. Get a free physician consult and free blood work today. Let Regenesis do it all for you. Feeling better than you ever have. It might have very little to do with what you're eating and how much you're exercising, and a lot more to do with just the way you're wired and your body. And they are here to get to the bottom of that. 724-510-0024. Did I mention it's free? Go to freebloodwork.com today. It's Regenesis.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
The average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For all you football fans who are longing for the glory days, the throwback days to the fullback, I've got some good news. We may have found our guy, Carson Steele. Great name for a great position. Last night, the Chiefs' rookie fullback broke off this incredible 32-yard touchdown run where he not only booked it right past the entire defense, but he also dished out a stiff arm from hell. I'm Jim Rome.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Friday at 3:30 means it's time for a PM Team Friday draft. No, Donnie. Donnie is part of high school football coverage this year, so we will badly miss him throughout the football season. So we'll pick up the slack. Need your help, too. Intern Dom with us for one more day. Then he is off to college, where he claims he is an elite beer pong player.
Really?
Yeah, he can do trick shots behind the back, bounce it off the ceiling.
What's your best trick shot ever, Dom?
The ceiling one is a crowd pleaser. When I posted that on Twitter a few weeks ago, they got a pretty good reaction.
I feel like this is, again, somewhat embellished by
What do you mean? It's not embellished.
The 93.7 The Fan beer pong tournament still has not come to fruition. I still think we need to make that happen.
And a lot of the particulars we would want to take part, like Dom, are headed back to college.
Well, it might have
They're
to be
unavailable.
something when he's on winter break.
A holiday tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, we loved the Christmas basketball tournaments back in the day in high school.
I think we got to do something like that.
All right. This is a real sicko draft, in my opinion.
This is something that I recommend, though. You know, you got to watch a preseason football game tomorrow. Want to make it fun with your friends? Have everybody throw $20 in or $100 or something like that, and do a fantasy draft for the Steelers players involved in this game. 4 positions: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, flex. The only thing that counts are touchdowns. You get a point for a rushing touchdown. You get a point for a passing touchdown. You get a point for a receiving touchdown.
Ugh.
You had the first pick. I have the second pick. Intern Dom is going third. We don't have any fancy NFL films music here or anything crazy because we are on location. And I was late for today's show because of stupid Squirrel Hill traffic.
You haven't let that one go.
No, I haven't, because I'm going to...
All right, with the first pick...
I'm a masochist, and I will probably punch myself in the balls on purpose.
Do you replay things that you feel like you screwed up in your head weeks, months, years after you did them?
Yeah, and I feel like you do, too.
I mean, I replay things I haven't even done yet. I think about and get self-loathing about things that haven't even happened.
All right, who is your first pick?
Justin Fields. I'm taking Fields. Because the third preseason game has the potential to just be absolute trash, and a game where, like, a play breaks down or something like that, and he can still make something happen by himself on a play where something breaks down. I'm just taking Fields. I don't even feel good about it. I think he's clearly right now the inferior of these two quarterbacks that are not even...
That's the right pick,
But
Malsey.
I think it's the right guy.
You know, in fantasy drafts, they say to always take running backs early. At least that used to be the consensus.
I did both here. I took a running back and a quarterback.
That's why I'm going to take Najee, because I know Jalen Warren's out, and Is Cordero Patterson going to get snaps at running back? I mean, I guess he has to. And then you've got Schlumpkin or whatever the hell his name is behind him. So I'll fill my running back spot with Najee. All right, 2 to you, Dom.
All right. I didn't know I was doing this, so I am scrambling. Justin Fields was taken. Najee Harris was taken.
Yes.
I'll go Russell Wilson.
Okay. And then
go
who's
Russ.
your second pick?
Quarterback, wide receiver, running back, and a flex, one of each. So your quarterback.
Just scintillating analysis here from Dom. You could tell he's already in. I'm ready to buy a 30 rack of Miller High Life.
To be very. Oh yeah, you just turned 21 too. I should have given you some money for beer.
Oh, he is going to be.
He'll be drinking that Mad Dog like Pomp back in the day.
I see visions of Dom, like playing. Like going eeny, meeny, miny, mo to pick who he's going to end up with because there's just going to be so many options.
To be fair to him, you didn't tell him he was doing this.
Thank you.
All right.
Which makes it even better, though, because putting you on the spot usually means something funny happens.
Like when he said that Bonnie and Clyde were Thelma and Louise. Who's your second pick?
I'm going to go. I'll go Cordero Patterson.
That's kind of boring.
Well,
I'm
what did you want me to say? Emmett Smith?
That's much better. I'm waiting for Dom to do something with this that I think there is a slight chance of, that it could happen. I guess he'd have to put it for the flex, but we'll see if that actually takes place.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's getting slim. Slim and Pickens are.
Well, I'm going to take Calvin. Not Calvin Austin. I'm going to take George Pickens and hope that there's some first drive magic from him or a big play.
Oh, boy. Why don't
I've loaded up on guys that are going to be out of the game by halftime, so I need early scores from the Steelers. They might not even be in they might even be out by the end of the first quarter.
Oh, this is just like automatic sicko behavior right now.
All right, make up your mind, Mulsey.
I guess I'll fill my flex with Pat Freiermuth.
Okay. I thought about him.
It feels
He would have been my next pick if you allowed for him to make it back to me.
All right. Give me I was going to say Blumpkin. Give me that what is it? Shamplin?
Shamplin?
Is the K side? The K throws me off badly there. Shamplin.
Okay, Aaron Shamplin.
Do you know what I mean? Like that K just, it's like, remember Maurice French from Pitt and he had two F's in his name?
That is going to be a tongue twister for Pomp. Bob's hoping he doesn't.
Shamplin.
Bob's hoping. What did you call him a minute ago? Could you imagine if Bob did that, he'd go unbelievably viral. Barstool would pick it up. I mean, he would be everywhere. New York Post.
That Aaron Blumpkin. What a run.
You name it, dude. It would honestly become the story of the preseason if he did that. It would become the biggest story. It would surpass Ayuk and everything else that's happening and become the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports. And if people don't know why we're laughing about this, well, then shame on you.
Probably for the best in
Yes.
some cases.
I'm going to take Connor Hayward. He seems to be a preseason darling.
Oh, do you remember when the guy fooled everybody or fooled some people? What was the guy's name? Not Albright. Who was the local guy?
Benjamin Ehrlich.
Yeah, who said Connor Hayward's inclusion is the holdup to an IU
The guy
deal?
from the Silicon Valley show.
Oh,
Ehrlich.
mercy.
I like that guy. All right, Dom, your last two. I know you did extensive prep on this.
Yeah, I need a wide receiver.
And a flex.
And a flex. My wide receiver, I'll go Scotty Miller.
Okay, he's going back to...
Dom, if you win this, by the way, I will Venmo you $10 for beer.
I'll do you one better. I'll Venmo you $100 if you win.
All right, so that's $110 between the two of you. Perfect.
Yep.
Going to write that down. All right.
Yeah, if Pony promises to Venmo you money, just ask T-Bird, though. It'll take like 3 or 4 weeks.
Who's your last pick, Dom?
So it's my flex.
Yep.
I remember when we did this last year, I said Joey Porter Jr., and he had an interception but not a pick six. So what the hell? JPJ, I'll select again.
That was what I was hoping you'd do, is pick a defensive player for flex. I love it.
He is. Well, now I feel better about the $100 that I was about to promise him. I have to take Kyle Allen because I haven't filled out my quarterback yet.
Yep, kind of a boring one there.
He might get the whole second half, Malsey. That might end up being the pick of the draft.
Give me Dez Fitzpatrick.
Oof.
It's bad.
The people that put out the fantasy preview for this Steelers-Lions game mortified that Van Jefferson didn't get picked. All right, so your team is Fields, Fryermuth, Schlumpkin, and Fitzpatrick. How are we even sure Schlumpkin's going to play, dude?
I don't know.
How many snaps did he get in the last game? You're going to have to look that up.
He got a handful, I think.
I've got Najee, Pickens, Hayward, and Allen, and intern Dom has Wilson, Patterson, Miller, and JPJ. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy Channel 2. Take care of that. Fair. Mark Cavalli in the 4 o'clock hour, too. Pat McAfee, Steelers. Quick timeout, and we're right back live from Studio B. Right now, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Everyone wants a good roof over their head. You feel like you're doing right. You're providing for your family. They're depending on you. They're believing on you. And if that roof is solid over your head, you're getting it half right. You're doing a pretty good job. And that's kind of my introduction into Weather Seal Home Services. You got an older home with an aging roof, and you've been putting it off. It's time to do it, but you just can't pull the trigger. You think it's too expensive. You think it's too much work, too much of a hassle. Weather Seal's metal roof technology, it is so good. It is nearly indestructible. So you put this baby on, and you're not going to have to worry about that for a very long time. And speaking of things you're not going to have to worry about, how about payments? 2 years without payments from Weather Seal Home Services. That's right. No payments until 2026, late in the year. 6-inch gutter upgrade is included, too, so why not take advantage today? WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Hello, person listening to the radio. I'm going to tell you about my new Harry's razor while I shave. You hear that? I've got a face full of stubble. It's basically silent. It's giving me an incredibly smooth, comfortable, and close shave. Every Harry's razor has 5 sharp German-engineered blades and a lubricating strip with aloe for extra comfort. And check out this handsome orange handle. Oh, wait, I forgot you can't see it. Guess we just have to imagine it. And the best part is, Harry's blade refills are as little as $2 each, which is a fraction of the price of other leading 5-blade razors. Not going to mention any names. And done.
Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com/simple. That's harrys.com/simple.
Extend the life of your engine with a full synthetic oil change and save at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, pick up 5 quarts of O'Reilly full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. Or upgrade to a MicroGuard Select filter for just $2 more. Limit supply. Offer in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Mountain West favorite should roll in Week 1. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Boise State is the favorite to win the Mountain West Conference, and in Week 1, they travel to Georgia Southern. The BetQL model's laying it with the Broncos as double-digit road favorites. BetQL has Boise State minus 12.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Kate Constable. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Green Day present the Saviors Tour. Live in Pittsburgh, PNC Park, September 1st. Performing Bo Dookie and American Idiot in their entirety, plus fan favorites and tracks from their new album, Saviors, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Green Day, the Saviors Tour, fueled by Monster Energy.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. It's where you go to disconnect so that you can connect with friends and family. There's so many games for you to play at Pins. Duck pin bowling, their signature, foosball, bocce, pinball, and more. Plus at Pins, there's a fully stocked bar filled with fun cocktails and refreshing draft beers. Pins is located in the Southside Works on Cinema Drive. Bring a date, bring your friends, bring your kids, even bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Crowley. Here in Pittsburgh, our summers can be scorching and our winters can be brutal. But Renewal by Andersen Windows can help keep your home more comfortable while helping you save on energy bills. Their smart sunglass options and durable frames built with their signature composite Fibrex material aim to minimize drafts and increase energy efficiency. And all their windows are installed by certified master installers who are true experts, which brings peace of mind knowing they'll do the job right. Now through August 31st, it's their 31-day sale. Buy one window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off with a minimum of 4 units. Special financing is available, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Call by August 31st. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
There's a disabled vehicle on the inbound side of 28 just before exit 3B for Millvale. That's causing a backup to Route 8. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Lions tomorrow. It's a 1 o'clock kickoff on KDK TV. Detroit will play mostly reserves, but the Steelers will elect to go with starters at the beginning of the game. And according to Mike Tomlin, that doesn't include guys like T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward, even though they will be taken out of the game quickly. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from Studio B, it's a Football Friday with Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We are here at Studio B. It is the start of high school football in Western PA, which is always a festive day. We've got the last preseason game tomorrow. Thank God. Hopefully No important Steelers get injured in that game. I remember I was in Miami on vacation. I don't know why I was in South Florida in August when humidity was 99% every day.
Cheaper hotel rooms?
Probably. But, I think the Pirates were down there for a series, actually. And
you and 25 of your best friends watching the game all
the
together.
50-50 for the Pirates game that we were at was cheaper, less than the Central Catholic football game that day.
I thought the 50-50 was going to be them asking you to give the money back to the team.
But anyways, I was down there when the Steelers played the Packers in a preseason game, and Pouncey got knocked out for the season. You know, things that are just hard to justify, hard to explain, hard to rationalize, hard to come to terms with when you have such an entrenched starter who gets hurt. I mean, Watt had the injury in the preseason game against Detroit a couple of years ago where some jabroni for Detroit went low on him.
Then leg whipped him later.
Yeah, was trying to. And that was when Campbell was trying to really get that bite off the kneecap mentality there when they still sucked.
Tomlin was pissed about that, wasn't he? Like, I thought he bore some ill will towards Campbell for the way that game went down.
I think there was a very stern handshake at the end.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if you're Mike, you don't try to out-handshake, even though you've got all that gravitas at that point and Campbell's a nobody.
Dan Campbell is the easy choice for if there was a Royal Rumble of NFL head coaches, he would easily win. Although DeMeco Ryans now is
pretty
among
badass.
that group, but still, Campbell is a gigantic
what does
man.
think he's doing? He walks over there. Yes, he's a very tenured head coach. Campbell's just probably like squeezing a block of granite.
Right. You can't intimidate Dan Campbell.
Exactly. He
Dan
probably
Campbell
takes that as a
sometimes
fun
intimidates
challenge.
himself and does stupid things in playoff games, but that's a topic for a different day.
That's why we love him. He's stubborn to a fault.
But Najee Harris and T.J. Watt getting hurt in
not funny
in silly, stupid games. So hopefully Mike has learned his lesson and we'll get those guys out of the game pretty quickly.
Why even put Watt in the game? Watt specifically.
I know.
Because you know what? If you were Mike,
well, hold on. Actually,
you know what his record is.
Well,
though.
I know, but
his record is without him.
I have the answer though on that, on why he's going to play Watt.
Because Watt wants to.
Because Watt wants to play. But that's where being the bad cop coach comes in. Hey, TJ.
Why couldn't you just tell TJ, hey, remember what happened when you didn't play a single snap in the preseason? Tell me how that season went for
Bingo.
you.
How'd you do in Buffalo?
There's an easy rebuttal, man.
I know.
Oh, well.
But when your star player who's making way more money than you says, this is what I want, that guy tells what he wants.
You know what, though? If he were to get hurt, God forbid, I would say it's TJ's fault because he just demanded it, and the player always runs the show.
So Tomlin gets a free pass on Watt, but he doesn't on the other guys who don't have the same clout?
That's probably how I'd do it.
Stephen A. Smith, is he a pretend Steelers fan? Or is
he's a real one because he loves to troll the Cowboys.
He does. He also once came to Pittsburgh and spoke to a team before a game or before the season started or something like that.
Which is just wild. Would you not feel, you spoke to Pitt before we coached them in the spring game, and you gave I give you a ton of credit. You got up there and ad-libbed a very humorous speech, self-effacing.
What made you think I ad-libbed it? How do you know I didn't practice
you
that?
Probably had a couple high points you wanted to hit, but you said you'd thrown up 3 times already that day. It was very funny. The players genuinely enjoyed it.
And then Keaton Slovis went out there and didn't exactly set the world on fire. By the way, he did play in the preseason last night and looked good.
And we knew that Jordan Addison, something was up with him because he wasn't playing in the spring game that year.
Yes.
Something was strange was afoot with Jordan Addison. Anyway.
Like leaving for USC?
Yes, okay. That was of course what it was. You got me completely sidetracked here about pregame.
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh yeah, him giving us. I would be mortified. I'm a guy paid to talk about you guys. Like, Stephen A. I'm sure has a big ego. You think you really got that much ego that you think these guys, many of whom you are making more money than, really want to hear you tell them how to get fired up?
Let's hear the viral clip of what he said about Russell Wilson after Wilson tried to downplay all of his struggles in the Steelers' last preseason game.
Russell Wilson, you're beginning to piss me off. Somebody got to say it, so I'm going to say it. You stunk last year. You were paid $37.8 million to go away. The Denver Broncos is willing to eat nearly $38 million to get rid of you. And you sitting there fighting for a starting job with Justin Fields. You ain't fighting for no starting job with Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or somebody. It's Justin Fields you're starting for a job with. And he's sitting there with some smile on his face, talking about, everybody just needs to relax. You ain't Aaron Rodgers. You don't get to say that. You better show up. You wearing the black and gold now. You a Steeler. The only damn thing good that you brought to Denver was Sierra. Just stop it. All of this smiling and getting along and all of this other stuff. I want to hear that stuff from him. You fight for your career. Act like it, Russell Wilson. You're a Super Bowl champion. You've been to 2 Super Bowls in your career. You're a 9-time Pro Bowler. You are fighting for your career with Justin Fields. Like he got his beautiful wife next to him and you're about to go to a Taylor Swift concert or something. No!
Okay, that's Russell. That's Stephen A. Smith on Russell Wilson.
What's that running ESPN right now? $12 million a year?
I got to tell you something about Russell Wilson and the way he's the way everything he does is now crucified and harangued and just
psychoanalyzed, micro-focused.
But it's all through a negative
yes,
filter.
I've told you this, though. Everyone doesn't like him.
It makes me like him more. I'm going to just come right out and say that. When we have somebody in our town who's one of our guys, who's one of our athletes, and they're getting bullied by either the national media or they leave a place, A.J. Burnett, New York, Phil Kessel, Toronto, and we feel like their media and those places where they're ruthless, it got nasty and it went too far, talking about hot dog carts before games and things like that. And then we get a hold of those guys. I think we naturally want to be a very soft landing spot for those people. Oh, this guy has been unfairly treated and maligned by fatso reporters and media and men with no sex life who are going to get their dollies off by going at and personally attacking these people. Now that they're into our warm bosom, we're going to embrace them and nurture them. And I think for whatever reason, I think this town is just exceptional at that. We really rally around those types of individuals. I don't think that's true in New York or Boston or Philly. Maybe Cleveland does that a little bit, or Detroit. I don't know. I've never lived there. I don't really listen to the radio in those places.
Does this cement Pittsburgh then as a Midwest town because those are Midwestern hospitality that you're describing and kindness? Those bruising East Coast towns?
I don't think it. Is it because we're kind people, or is it like we just have?
Well, we're not kind people. We're actually ruthless to athletes who start here. We are often the place where these guys are getting absolutely mauled early in their careers.
There's a little bit of there's a component or an aspect of, and I fully embrace this, where it's like, oh, this guy plays for our team now. He's one of us. He's our sibling or he's our cousin, and we'll be the ones who critique him and judge him from here on out. We're sick of hearing your BS about this guy. We'll pick on him, not you. We'll hold him to a high standard.
He's my little brother. I'll
be the one that, gives him a swirly, not you at school.
You're still giving him a swirly.
What was the name of the bullies in Madison? The whole family,
O'Doyle rules.
The whole O'Doyle group.
O'Doyle?
Exactly.
I got a feeling you and your whole family are going down.
Didn't they drive?
They drove off a cliff just like Bonnie and Clyde, right, Dom?
Yep.
Tom's never seen Billy Madison.
You haven't?
That is not true. Yes, I have.
What was the name of Billy Madison's love interest in the movie?
I don't know. She was hot, though. I can tell you that. She was the, second grade teacher?
If you've seen it, you know it, right? I mean, the fact that he doesn't.
The worst part is I've seen it like 10 times, and I'm suddenly like looking on her actual name. I know her real name.
What is her real name?
Bridget Wilson. She was married to Pete Sampras.
Still?
I think so, yeah.
Good for them.
Veronica Vaughn.
Thank you. I see J-Lo and Ben Affleck are done.
Man, you want to talk about aging like a president. Those 2 years back with J-Lo look like they took it all out. Man, he's got nothing left.
He hasn't done anything bad to her. She still looks great. Speaking of which, why did Dom tweet out before the show, I'm hearing Beyonce might be on today's program? What was that all about?
There was a big rumor, I think, at the Democratic National Convention last night. Like, they started trying to tease early in the day that there was a huge, bring down the house guest for the final night. So,
and it was just like Bernie Sanders or something?
I don't know who it was, but people speculated that it was Beyonce because somebody accidentally tweeted like a B, like a political reporter. I have no idea who it was.
But she did not perform.
She was not there. Who's the funniest person that it could have been? Carrot Top? They're like, and now it's obvious for our special secret guest, and out pops Carrot Top.
How about Ted Nugent?
Well, that would be obviously politically very backwards.
Why? Because he's conservative?
Very much on the other end. Yeah, like James Woods, all those people. The funniest person, not because they're a political opposite, but just the funniest random person, Steve Urkel, the guy who played Urkel.
Is he a musician now?
Jaleel White. No, I think it was just like somebody was going to appear there. I'm not saying
she wasn't even going to sing. She was just going to show her face.
Yeah, I don't know if they were going to have her like do single ladies up there.
Huh.
Ted Nugent just shows up and grudgingly plays Stranglehold.
I mean, you don't kind of rally around Russell Wilson when you hear when you hear him just get completely annihilated by people, like his character assassination just happens over and over and over again.
Here's what I don't like about it.
He actually seems like he is corny, but he actually does seem like a very nice guy.
I think there's probably like some truth to the idea that he's got plenty of an ego, just like pretty much anyone that plays the game at a high level, regardless of position. Like when like a guy like Richard Sherman, who I think is really good at what he does and was really great as a corner and very smart, sharp guy, kind of talks about him like he was very self-absorbed. I want to say, like, Richard, and you weren't. Like, of course you were. You got into, like, you did that post-game interview with Aaron Andrews about, LOB, Crabtree, all that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, freaked out. I do think Russ's big sin is something that has nothing to do with whether somebody's a good person or not, and that's that as a football leader, he does come off inauthentic to his teammates.
Well, you know what?
But you can be a very good person and come off inauthentic. Do you remember when, do you know who the rapper Future is?
No.
So apparently,
Should I?
There were people.
How about Chance the Rapper?
Not similar.
Anyway related?
No. But Future was apparently like there were people in the rap circles who would say like Future's gonna steal Sierra from you, like he dated her before you.
And they would play Future at games, right? Where he was. I remember that.
And they would like portray it as Future's going to beat you up, Russell Wilson, like you're so lame and corny. And it's just like that stuff always bothered me because if a rapper named Future, to my knowledge, is not a professional athlete, has never had fight training, right?
Mm-hmm.
Challenged Russell Wilson physically for Sierra's honor. Russell Wilson would like take his arms like he was a G.I. Joe and stuff him in a box.
He's a tough dude.
Right. He's a tough dude, and by all accounts, I think like a reasonably good guy. Like I've never heard stories about him doing actual bad stuff, but if you get the rap as you are not an authentic football guy leader and you're at that position, it is going to stay with you.
Dom, who is the best rapper of all time?
Eminem.
I would not say that.
I mean, I didn't know that would shut the show down. Jeez.
Well,
he's up there a lot higher than maybe like people would otherwise want to give him credit for because he's much more recent. Man,
I was thinking I thought we were gonna get like a Will Smith or something like that from Dom. But Will Smith as a rapper was before Dom's time.
It's hard for me to do this because like I think the best ever debut album is Nas. I think Nas is up there, but I don't think anyone's putting Nas as the number one
You know
rapper.
what, Dom? Usually I like to just get on you for things. I'm fine with the Eminem selection.
Thank you.
Done.
Who would be yours?
Probably
like somebody from Wu-Tang Clan,
No. Maybe Lil Wayne.
Snoop Dogg?
No. I know he's a Steelers fan, but that's not enough.
So who do you think
put him to the top?
So the Source had their top 50 lyricists of all time.
Who was one?
I always screw up the guy's name because I want to say Rakim, but it's Rakim. R-A-K-I-M.
Okay.
You have to have heard of him, right? Eric B. and Rakim?
Sure.
If
I actually have not.
There. Well, yeah, they're very. I mean, he's golden age.
Is he old?
He's golden.
I've never heard
him.
He's
born
before.
in '68, so he's golden age of hip hop. Which was like Run DMC, LL Cool J, Slick Rick, guys like that. Man,
I don't think it was that great back in the day. I think rap's gotten better.
I think it's gotten better, but it was like different and cool. I mean, they were rapping about like going to the playground and hanging out.
I like the Humpty Dance. Who did that one?
Are you kidding me?
You don't like that one?
I'm trying to think who I'd actually answer this as. Could you say Biggie? No, not enough of a catalog.
No, but he's like a Gale Sayers. He burned pretty bright.
I think. I think you can answer.
How about Tupac? Tupac would be in my top two.
To me, you answer a lot about. You say a lot about yourself, what you like and don't like in terms of music. Are you a Biggie or a Pac guy?
I was always a Tupac guy.
I'm a Biggie guy.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree on something.
That's why this show works so well.
Going back to Stephen A. Smith for a second,
yes.
Wilson. I do the actual critique of him. If Wilson sounded like that after a hideous performance in the regular season, I would probably co-sign what Stephen A. said. Like, I do think that's what grates on people that are around him and cover him and root for his teams. When the team is in a horrible situation And he's out there saying, like, man, everything's great. We're doing fine. Practices are awesome. This
like, there's never any
tackles.
drop of the character in showing you, like, real, I am actually pissed off. Like, this is extremely frustrating.
Russell Wilson
he's always got the corporate veneer up.
Russell Wilson is the quarterback of the 2008 Lions. They're 0-15. You know what? This offensive line is great. This coach is great. This team is great. Everything's always great.
Is that your Poindexter voice? Is that like your nerdy,
I'm not an impression person, but I'm just trying to.
This team is great. Hey.
Yeah, I'm just coming up with.
I think he does
voice.
I think he does like a corporate kind of veneer type of thing where it's always supposed to be. It's always on message. It feels like he's a human PR firm, as when he does stuff like that, right? Like like what. Here's a small thing he does that, like, I get that he's trying to be a good teammate, but it does come off absurd because it just doesn't pass even a remote smell test. And I say what I'm about to say as a Broderick Jones fan. He goes, Broderick Jones is one of the reasons I came here. No, he is not.
No.
Russ.
Not even remotely close.
Like, I know you are probably.
You made a pros and cons list, and you probably didn't even know the guy existed when you did it.
I guess my point is, I'm sure in his mind, he's like, I know Broderick is struggling, like, in terms of perception right now on the outside. He had a tough game. I'm going to pump him up a little bit. Doing that would be like an absurd thing to do, though. That would be, it's just, nobody does that.
I think he's incapable of tough love. All right, Mark Cabali is next. He gets on people when sometimes they don't even deserve it. He is the Pat McAfee Steelers insider, and he is one of our insiders. And that is just a few minutes away. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line at 408. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. That's where Cabali was watching the Steelers' last preseason game. We'll see if he's going to be in Detroit tomorrow next. But first, the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Reds visit the Pirates tonight at PNC Park at 6:40. Bailey Falter gets the start for the Buccos. And you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan or the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Ballsy.
Thank you. I almost said Donnie, but you are not Donnie. You're intern Dom. Thank you, intern Dom. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi, shall we? Because right now it's the summer finale, so you got to take advantage of these deals. Final chance to save huge. Don't miss out. Incredible deals right now on new 2024 Outlanders. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. There's also $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross. You want to go smaller than the Outlander with the new 2024 Outlander Sport? You can save up to $3,500 on those. Get a lot with Mitsubishi. What do you get? Well, that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty to start. That's peace of mind. Then you get eye-catching style. You get all the features and bells and whistles you'd want. And you get that safety with the all-wheel drive. You go to Shorkey Mitsubishi, you get the highest trade values around, plus 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance, plus just great customer service all the way around. Final chance to save. Take advantage of it right now. Visit them North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Check out Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. You can also do that online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Cigar City Brewing, born in Tampa, Florida, steeped in unique culture and history, makers of award-winning ales and lagers. Jai Alai IPA, the best beer you probably can't pronounce. Maduro Brown Ale, a sessionable brown ale with notes of toffee, chocolate, and coffee. Fancy Papers Hazy IPA, pleasantly tropical with hints of guava, lime leaf, and Sauvignon Blanc. And Florida Man Double IPA for the Florida man in you. Stop by King Cole's new cigar bar in Warrendale and enjoy Cigar City beers paired with your favorite cigars. Cheers.
A Gain Scent Beads story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla.
At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In-stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the inbound side of 28 at exit 5 for Butler and Etna. There is a traffic disruption in that area, so expect some delays. Elsewhere, on the inbound side of the Parkway West, you're backed up from Carnegie into the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Cloudy skies overnight, the low 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That music means it's time to talk to a guy that is on a rocket ship to the top. Ever since The Athletic gave him a gold watch, kicked him out the door and said, "You're done here." He was signed by the Pat McAfee Show and World Wrestling Entertainment. And he is our #1 Steelers insider, Mark Cabali. Mike's Beer Bar's Fan Beer of the Month is the Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch benefiting Crisis Center North. You can go get it now when you head down there to pregame before tonight's Pirates and Reds game. Pat McAfee, I'm getting texts on this. Your boss, Mark, doing a lot of pre-gaming in Ireland right now. He is over there doing his show from a pub before he does college game from Ireland. Have you seen any of this today?
Yes, it was quite impressive of the amount of alcohol consumed in a couple-hour period on live television. So not something you always see on TV. So.
Any F-bombs in there?
There's a couple swear words. I don't even think they blocked one of them out. So I didn't watch it all. But kind of interesting. I don't think Kragers would allow you guys to do the same.
Now, who on his show appeared to be handling the alcohol both the best and handling the alcohol the worst?
Well, probably the boss. He was hammering them good, it looked like.
No, but was he showing signs of weariness and drunkenness? That's what I mean.
No. I mean, maybe a little bit.
What about Boston Connor? Was he all lit up like a
No,
Christmas
he was in
tree?
his element, man. He was over in Ireland. He probably was tossing it back.
The great Sheamus was there from WWE.
Now that's a large human being right there, Mark.
Is that the big guy? Is that the big redheaded guy? I saw him with Donnie.
Yes, he's
he does the brogue kick.
Yes, he's from Ireland, so he was bartending there, part of the show. Because they were in Berlin next Saturday. I guess they're doing some kind of European tour here in the next week or so. So I guess we're over there.
A little late for you to get an invite, I guess. Will you be in Detroit tomorrow on behalf of McAfee?
No, I was a little bit too late to the party on that to get the credentials, but I will be in Atlanta September 8th and in Denver the week later. And
so all your travel and accommodations now are through McAfee?
Yes, absolutely.
First class, paying cash, sitting next to Vanna White?
Here's the issue about that is I'm brought up on a newspaper budget. So if I could save $2 by going to a crappy hotel, I just feel the need to book the $2 less of a hotel. So I can't get that out of my system. So I got a hotel in Atlanta for like $83.
Didn't you have an incident where the toilet seat broke in one of these hotel rooms last year?
You know, that was a couple years ago in Phoenix with the owners meeting. I did not break it. It was broken when I was there, and I went to sit on it and it slid off. You know, it was like you've been on toilet seats or
a lot of broken toilet seats. Two broken toilet seat veterans here.
Tell me how it works.
Yeah, and it just slid off, and I thought they were going to fix it. I mentioned it on his show when I was out there, and literally an hour later, I get a message from the CEO of Best Western offering me an upgrade. I'm like, oh man, I didn't mean to do that.
The McAfee show opens doors, brother.
If you mentioned it on our show, you would have just heard crickets.
Mark is in a totally different tax bracket.
He really is. I'm amazed that he's slumming it with us right now.
No doubt.
Mark,
he's going to be Ben's neighbor in Sewickley by the end of 2025.
Neighbor, he might be his landlord. He might buy the house. Mark, who actually on this team? We caveat here: you're a cynic. I'm a cynic. Pony is a reformed optimist when it comes to the preseason. Now he's putting very little stock. Who, if anybody, though, if you were actually picking on the Steelers, needs to have a nice game tomorrow, even if it's only for a couple of series? Who needs to show them something positive right now?
Well, I think who has to show him positive is Broderick Jones. That doesn't mean he's going to lose his job or anything of that degree, but I think being able to bounce back from that awful performance last week is quite significant for him. So I think he needs to show some stuff. Other than that, I would probably say, in the order of maybe a starting position, it would have to be Beanie Bishop. I mean, he has that laid out in front of him right now as that slot position. And if he's failed, which, he hasn't practiced fully in a couple weeks now, or at least a week or 10 days right now, puts him in a tough situation. If he fails, they'll go out and look for somebody at the deadline, the cut-down day.
They have to.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure, if history is any indication here, that the Steelers are going to be kind of active during cut-down day, which is, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday coming up.
Mark, let's keep the corner thing going for a second. If there's a minor injury and either Jackson or Porter Jr. rolls an ankle tomorrow and they got to miss a couple of weeks, who starts at outside corner against Atlanta?
Wow. It'll probably be Trice, I would think. I mean, Rush could be that guy. I don't think they would be willing to bring somebody off the scrap heap. I mean, for not a very good term there.
So Trice right now is the third outside corner. He's next man up there.
So I think.
How's he looked, Mark?
I mean, he hasn't wowed anybody, but he hasn't done anything terrible either. But he's a big, fast guy. I think how they would approach it is, if say somebody gets hurt now, they got 2 weeks. Who shows us the most over these 2 weeks leading into week one would be the guy that they would go with. I don't think they would automatically say, Rush or Trice would be that guy if that happens, but they would probably bring somebody else in. I mean, I would think that they could bring Patrick Peterson in if they're really desperate and just say, go out there, but I don't know if they want to do that or not.
What's going on with this Ryan Watts, who was a safety when they drafted him? People thought maybe he could play corner. How is he progressing? Like, he's become late in the preseason, Mark. I'll just level with you. He's become the random player that I've seized upon and would like to be first to the top of the mountain if it turns out he's actually good.
Yeah, I mean, he can play multiple positions, but I mean, what was he, a 6th-round pick, I think?
Mark's not enamored by him, Chris.
I know. There's that cynicism coming back
just
again.
Like, what are you doing? You're asking me about Ryan Watts? That's what he's saying to you.
Honestly speaking here, I've talked to a number of people that have said, the 6th and 7th round this year because of the NIL are guys that probably shouldn't even been drafted this year. So you put him into that realm. It's a little bit different in your mind if he's an undrafted guy rather than a 6th-round guy. I'm not saying he could eventually be a special teams guy.
Holy hell, what's that say about Beanie Wells then, Mark, who went undrafted in the draft?
Beanie Bishop.
I was
Bishop.
Say Beanie Wells.
Beanie Wells.
Pool, huh?
Beanie Bishop. I mean, he went in undrafted in that same quality of draft.
Yeah, it was probably because he was just small, right? I would guess the size. But yeah, I mean that's how a lot of personnel people are looking at this past draft, and I'm sure they're going to look at like that in drafts in future. It doesn't mean he can't be eventually a guy that could be a special teams guy, but I wouldn't imagine him being, a guy that you want on your defense.
Mark, if Russell Wilson goes out there whatsoever for Atlanta?
I heard about 3 words you said there, and I heard Russell Wilson and then in Atlanta. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, we're at Studio B, so I'll repeat myself. If Russell Wilson goes out there and stinks up the joint against Detroit tomorrow, does that change their decision making at all for Atlanta?
Absolutely not. I mean, first of all, I think Russell's going to play well. They'll put him in a situation to be able to hit some throws to get some confidence in him. I think the offensive line will play a little bit better, give him more of an opportunity. But to be honest with you, I don't know what Justin Fields has done this preseason other than scramble for some yards.
Well, he seems to think he's done great because he said yesterday, I've shown what I can do. I mean, he's pretty much saying I've made my case to be the starter.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to see out of Justin Fields in this game? Just to play Justin Fields ball. Not, hey, we're going to call more running plays for him. We want to keep in the pocket more to see how he throws the ball down the field and how he reads. I want to see how he would approach if he's thrown in the game, if he's a starter, and if he's a one-rig guy and go, or if he's learned something like that. But, I just don't see any possibility, barring injury, that Russell Wilson does not get that first call here, even if he does crap the bed tomorrow. I just think it's Russell Wilson. It's been like that the whole time, and I'm not quite sure why they haven't presented it that way. But Tomlin,
what's your theory on that?
Yeah, is this Tomlin just screwing with people just for the sake of screwing?
He likes to do that, Mark. You always tell us that.
He could be, but I would imagine, and I'm just, this is nothing I know. I'm just assuming that Russell Wilson's been told the plan from day one. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're going to approach it this way so we can see how much we can get out of Justin Fields, see if we can evaluate him. I'm not sure if that happened or not, but just how Russell Wilson carries himself, speaks, talks, everything to that regard points to he knows and he's not worried about losing his job to Justin Fields, because I think he has been already promised that behind closed doors, maybe just Mike Tomlin, and he's sitting there and saying, okay, this is it. This is how we're going to approach it. Just hang in there and don't worry about it. That's how I view it.
Do you think that they're going to have both first-round tackles from each of the last 2 years in the draft healthy enough to start in week 1, or do you think Dan Moore is still going to be starting when this team hits Atlanta?
Well, it all depends on when Fautanu comes back. If he's able to practice leading up these next 2 weeks heading into the season. If he's able to get a couple decent practices in, I still think it would be him, because you want to get the guys where they need to be. You want Roderick Jones at left. You need Fautanu at right. I mean, Dan Moore is one of the probably best swing tackles in the league.
How can he be a swing tackle if he can only play one of the positions?
That's a good question. Maybe he's a left tackle and they swing Broderick Jones over. That's a good question. I didn't even think about that. I wonder what they would do there at that point. They probably would move Broderick Jones back to right side.
So then he's not really a swing tackle. He forces everyone to move.
He's a backup.
That's why he
he's a
drives
backup
me
left
crazy.
tackle is what Mark's saying. One of the premier backup left tackles in football.
I mean, honestly, he probably is. I mean, with a Pro Football Focus, is not everybody's calling card of how you evaluate people. He's ranked like 37.
Pro Football Focus. We don't even mention them anymore because all the people we used to like there don't work for them anymore.
If he's ranked the 37th by them, to me, if I'm doing some math, that's one of the better backups in the league. I mean, right? Not even backups. You mean to be almost a starter, right?
Mark, can Omar Khan afford in the next few days as players get cut to just wait to see what happens with Brandon Ayuk, or does he have to pounce on a wide receiver in the next 72 hours?
I think they're just going to stay the course with Ayuk. This is what it is. And let's see what happens here. I honestly believe his cards are on the table and say, call me if you want to make the deal. Now, should he go and sweeten the pot a little bit? I mean, that's up for debate. I probably would, depending on what it would be. I doubt. I mean, if they don't want to get rid of a player, and there's probably really no player that would probably interest the 49ers. I mean, throw an extra draft pick in or a conditional pick, whatever, from next year or something like that. I think they should go after him a little bit more, but they've been patient this long, and it seems like nobody else wants him. So it's either 49ers or bust. So Steelers have a lot of leverage, and one thing Khan is he's patient. But,
well, you obviously did not hear Michael Silver, who said everybody's back in, including Washington. But as Chris pointed out, Michael Silver, very smug, very narcissistic, I think was the word you used, very pompous.
I didn't say any of those words directly. I said he seems to like Mike Silver. Mike Silver likes Mike Silver.
I thought Washington was in and out now. Did I hear that?
Silver said everyone in. Said everyone. New England was out. Now they're back in. It's like the Godfather 3. They're back in.
So Mosey doesn't like Silver, sort of like you and Glazer.
Yes.
What was it? Bang, boom to the face or something like that.
Boom, pow, right in the kisser.
No, Mark. All I said was that if I got the first punching on the guy, I think I could knock him out. That's all I ever said.
Boom, pow.
Yeah. It was like the old Batman shows. All right, Mark. Thank you. Enjoy. Well, you're not going to Detroit. Enjoy your weekend home.
All right. We'll see you.
There you go.
See, at the end of it, though, the old Kabali comes back. All right, fellas, I'll see you.
He might have been on the John during that. That sounded like the sound you'd make when you get off.
I've conducted a guest hit. I've conducted a guest hit with Ken Carman on the crapper.
Coming up next, we have the intern Dom debrief. But first, follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, let me get my notes. I got them. Reds and Pirates tonight, 6:40 right here on the Fan or the Free Odyssey app. Bailey Falter will get the start for Pittsburgh. And you really can't watch it on TV because it's on Apple TV Plus and not many people have it. So you better listen right here on the Fan, the only local broadcast in town. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, intern Dom. Let's talk right now about Circa, and that is the place to go in October. We just heard Kabali say he's going to be traveling. How about that as part of this McAfee deal? And so I'm going to have to tell him to come see us at the Circa for that big weekend for Pittsburgh and Vegas. It was so much fun last year. You got a win in there. A great Saturday. I actually won several college bets that day. North Carolina played Pitt in a rainy night game, and May went off, and so I had that. Hate to go against the home team, but my favorite team wears green on college football game days. I'm not talking about Notre Dame. I'm talking about money, folks. That's what I'm chasing. Circa Sportsbook, so good. And got the greatest pool set up in America with the Stadium Swim. 6 swimming pools, that 100-foot TV. Go there and watch all the games Saturday and Sunday. If you've got tickets, great. If you don't, we're going to give away tickets Friday night at the Overhang Bar. So reserve your spot today. Go to circlelasvegas.com.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time, and it is brought to you by Donnie's friends at the Steel Mill Saloon up in Mount Washington. Donnie, part of high school football coverage this year, so he is off on assignment at the Wolverina, where later on tonight there's a very big game. It escapes me what the big game is, though. There's a big one.
Well,
trying to think of what it is.
There's the two big ones, like the huge ones. What, Central playing that school from Baltimore, St. Francis?
Yep.
Who is?
I think Clareton might be playing Steel Valley. I think that could be the game.
At the Wolverina?
Yes, as part of this showcase. What is this? Now we need to do the pause and play the Jeopardy music to find this?
So they're playing McDowell. Woodland Hills is.
Oh, that's tonight. That's the big game. Yep, they got a home game against Erie McDowell. All right, what do you got for us here, Dom? Intern Dom filling in his last day before he heads back to school.
He still ruffles the papers. I love it.
Claims to be a beer pong extraordinaire.
The debrief, August 23, 2024. By the way, let me just say this. This just might be my last show because I'm sitting back here in the producer's booth and there are crumbs everywhere, half-drank bottles of Mountain Dew, napkins all over the place, stuff on the floor. What are we doing back
That's
here?
Harry Callis.
That's
the Harry Callis experience.
Tell
right
us
there.
Harry Callis was there without telling us Harry Callis was there.
I mean, unbelievable.
Did you end up playing basketball with Callis?
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
How was he? Was he light on his feet? Was he a dancing bear? Was he lethal from three-point range?
So he took a lot of threes. He missed a lot of threes, but he would tell us about missing shots, even though he missed a ton. But he played pretty well. He was very emotional, played defense.
Emotional?
He was very emotional?
He screamed a lot. He screamed a lot, yeah.
Who was the MVP of the producer basketball game?
Probably Sean Myers, but he's like 6'10".
Sean Myers?
Sean Myers,
the veteran. He's got veteran savvy, Malty.
He's very.
He's got that YMCA game.
He's got more the like the build you'd want. Seth Davis asked me about like me and you, Pony, getting out to the producers game, and I was like, honestly, Pony might be able to. I still don't haven't done any heavy running and cutting since I tore my knee up.
Yeah.
I do straight line running now. And then he said, what would you say? Who do you think wins? Producers take on air hosts. And tell me if this is mean. And this was not even including Dorn on our team because technically he's a ringer. He's a professional athlete. And his back's probably screwed
But he's
up.
a host, so of course we'd get Dorn.
Well, I said, you don't even have to give us Dorn. No offense, Seth. We would rinse you. Like me and Pony, even trying like 80%, I think would be a very big problem.
Crowley was not much, was a sight for sore
Starkey,
eyes.
though, spot up
He
shooter.
can make a lot of shots, absolutely.
Pony, I just run the one. You would
and
be down those
Zeiss would
goblins
just be
before-
inside throwing
Seth
out.
Davis might die.
I mean, Zeiss is one of those old school goons. He's just in there.
I've told you
He's
this.
like Rick Mahorn. He's just hammering people. Bill Lambier in it.
We were on the main floor of the Pete, which was cool. We were just playing 3-on-3. It was me and Zeiss and a couple other people.
And he would just grab you and choke slam you, man.
So I went by him. Zeiss is not as fleet of foot. This is when I was a little faster and more athletic. And I was going by Zeiss left side of the hoop to go and do a little scoop right-handed layup just quick before he could get to it.
Yeah.
He put me in an arm, like a chicken wing or an arm bar, and just threw me into the stanchion.
I'm telling you, man.
He looked at me with zero malice. I got up, and I'm not going to, fight Zeiss. He looks at me with zero malice in his heart, his eyes, or his voice, and goes, no easy buckets. It's a pickup game. It's a 3-on-3 game.
Dom, give us your best football topic here.
All right, so this went viral yesterday, so maybe you guys saw it, maybe you didn't, but some guy posted on Reddit that he is receiving his fantasy football punishment, and he asked people for advice, and then the punishment blew up because it's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
The punishment is this guy has to go to Las Vegas with no hotel room and only $20 and last, I guess, a certain number of days. And so it was just very funny. So you guys can take that wherever you want, but
well,
So wait, they
How
pay
is
for
that
him to
gonna
travel
work?
out there, but once he gets there, he has $20 to his name.
Correct.
Presumably, like, they take his debit cards, his credit cards.
Yep.
Everything.
$20, no hotel room in Vegas. Survive.
For how long?
See, it doesn't say here. I'm assuming, what, a day, 2 days?
My only guess of what he could do is he's just gonna have to go no sleep, because the one thing is, shelter wise, he can at least be inside casinos that are open 24/7.
Yeah, but if he falls asleep, they'll kick his ass out of there.
So
That's
he's got to stay awake. So that in and of itself becomes a massive challenge. Or try to take like 5-minute bathroom power naps. Here is what I would do if I were this man.
It
trying
says
to
1 day,
survive.
by the way. One day.
Okay, 1 day. I think this is doable. You park your ass at a penny slot. That first beer comes. And as long as you're sitting there, they'll keep, I think, generally bringing you complimentary
He's going to
beer,
have to move around, though, and not just post up at the same one.
But he's going to have to go to penny slots all over the place and get, like, the occasional comped beer.
So you're trying to turn the $20 into more money? Because that would be my strategy.
Yeah, I'm trying to play penny slots and hit one big one. Because if you hit one big penny slot for a couple $100, you're set.
You're good.
Yeah. You probably need $100, and you're probably in good shape if you're just committed to not sleeping.
I'd eat a crap ton before I went and just hope that I didn't, like, get hungry while I was there. And, like, being fueled on, like, the booze and adrenaline of Las Vegas just powered me through.
You go there and try not to get drunk, though, because you want your faculties, with you. I think I might.
Oh, man.
I might stay sober, more or less.
My thought would be,
You started saying you would camp out at a penny slot and start drinking immediately. Now you're already singing a different tune.
Well, maybe more for hydration and to just establish a rapport.
Ah, yes.
My thought would be, couldn't you just stay at the airport for the day and night? No?
True.
What, like that Tom Hanks movie, The Terminal or whatever? The guy who was there for years or whatever?
That's kind of goes against the spirit of the thing, but I don't
There are
mind
slot machines at McCarran Airport out there.
And you could legit sleep there, and they're not going to kick you out.
That's it. You know what, Dom?
You're a thinker.
Put it in the books. Another win for him.
Man, that's right. That
Fly
is
the
right.
W flag.
Another win for Dom.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy Low 56.
Coming up next, Steelers-Lions tomorrow. What's one thing you need to see? What Colin Cowherd's sidekick said about the Steelers that has everyone pissed off. Also, a Bucko Minute before we hand it off to the leadoff show. Lots to do between now and the end of the show. We got an hour to go here. Let me first tell you guys about McVeigh. McVeigh right now for $83 will do a professional drain cleaning. There is the amateur drain cleaning, and then there's what the pros do when you have all kinds of plumbing experience, and that is paying very little for a lot there. Also, they do sewer line repairs, and how about a no-obligation free second opinion? So you don't like what your first plumber told you, you think it's too expensive, you can call McVeigh and tell them what the other guys are paying or charging, and they'll give you a second opinion and they won't charge you for it. So they are the trusted plumbing professionals for a reason. McVeigh, check them out, McVeigh.com today.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. There's a lot to love about Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're cruising the city streets or going off the grid this summer, the Crosstrek is your perfect adventure companion. And right now, you can get 3.9% APR on a new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited Sport or Wilderness Edition. And don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of these limited time offers. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff are ready to help you find the perfect Crosstrek for your summer adventures. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies, with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. How about that Staten Island Little League coach taking wild shots at the consummate Yankee and the best right-hand hitter in all of baseball, Aaron Judge? What are we doing here? Of all the people to try to take a run at, Aaron Judge. I'm Jim Rome.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la,
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
I'm Bob Burke.
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022. 800-709-7022.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway West between Carnegie and Green Tree. There is a shoulder closed, so expect some backup in the area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers and Lions tomorrow afternoon in Detroit. The Steelers will play everybody. All healthy players will at least get out there in some capacity. That includes T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Patrick Queen, Minkah Fitzpatrick, even if it's just fleeting for those guys in and out. For Detroit, mostly second and third string and maybe even fourth string guys as they just get ready for the start of the season after they went to last year's NFC Championship. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Football Friday live from Studio B, Bowser Monroeville.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
My bus, I see my friends kicking in the front seat, sitting in the back seat. Gotta make my mind up. Which seat can I take? It's Friday, Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend, weekend. Friday, Friday. Getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to
Fun. Here's an extra, because Dom was supposed to do that. Dom, come on.
Dom's already in college mode.
Sorry,
man.
I didn't want to jump on the microphone there.
The producer says the second.
He's thinking about hitting that bong as soon as he gets back to
hitting that giant gravity bong.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, Pony.
We had one called the Mystery Machine. It looked like the van that Scooby-Doo and the gang used to. Because they look like they were doing some stuff, didn't they? Scooby and Shaggy and
I think it's commonly accepted that Scooby.
Who else was in there in that troop?
Oh, who was the one in the orange? Velma, not Wilma. She was on the Flintstones. And then who was the blonde?
And didn't they always and they did this in the movie
version? They would unmask the bad guy, and it was always
they did it in the movie version where she took her glasses off and let her hair down, and she was actually a fox.
Yeah, that's the whole bit. And then a bunch of weird nerds probably cheered.
But the big blonde doofus guy was always trying to get with the other
The guy who
girl.
dressed like a sailor or something like that?
Yeah, he had a white shirt.
White shirt and the blue and red.
What the heck was that guy's name?
Fred.
Why couldn't they give him more of a douchey name?
And Shaggy just looked like he was stoned all the time. He was constantly on the search for food.
I think he was.
And then what was Fred's the girl that he was trying to court the entire show?
Daphne.
Hilda. Oh, Daphne.
Daphne, yeah.
Daphne. What a time and place.
They even had the spinoff where Scooby had that little dog that was palling around with him. Yep.
What was his whole deal?
They were just trying to capitalize on the success of the original Scooby.
Was he supposed to be a small child dog, or was he like a?
No, he was the runt of the litter. I think he was fully grown. I don't think he was a baby or a puppy. I think he just came out smaller.
They should have.
But then again, what am I talking about?
They should have had a cat who was their dealer.
I'm acting like a Scooby-Doo historian. I couldn't name 5/7ths of the group here.
Can you name on Rocky and Bullwinkle the two bad people on it, the villains? Can you give me
Natasha and some other creep?
Boris.
Yeah. We've got the Steelers and Lions tomorrow. What is one thing you need to see? We'll get to that question here. We have this audio from Fox Sports 1. Fox Sports 1 is hiring all my old friends. Should I take this personally?
I mean, are you taking it
No,
personally?
I'm not. I'm actually just very happy for them.
I know you're very happy for them, but I think they should hire you, even though that would be negative for me.
I don't think I'm Fox Sports 1 material, Moles.
What do you
I'm
think
not saying that to be self-effacing or self-deprecating.
Why not?
Because I think I'm in the right format.
Radio?
Yeah.
You look like Loggins. You could do TV. You did great with Nick.
I did okay.
What if Fox Sports 1 hired you and Ken Carman to do a show together?
That'd be like, well, no, I mean, I guess I wouldn't really play the David Spade character in Tommy Boy, but when I think of Ken, I immediately think of Chris Farley.
Who's the straight man there on that show? It has to be you, I think.
What?
Like, if you're just like,
I'm
somebody
going to be a guy that like has etiquette and decorum, you're saying?
I guess maybe that's why that show hasn't come to fruition.